Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The hour of 9:30 having arrived, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll and establish the presence of a quorum so that we can begin our meeting today. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Ellenberg? Here. Supervisor Wasserman?
Here.
Supervisor Cortese? Here. Vice President Chavez? Here. And President Samidian?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 2, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. So we will ask that all who are able please stand and join us in the pledge, which will be led today by Supervisor Cindy Chavez. Supervisor? Thank you very much. That takes us to item number 3 for our invocation. And let me ask Rabbi Sheldon Lewis to please step up. And Rabbi, we're going to move the podium for you so that you have a place from which to speak. Rhonda, could I get some assistance on the podium, please? Thank you. And as we're doing that, let me welcome Rabbi Sheldon Shelley Lewis. To those of us who know him, he's the Rabbi Emeritus for Congregation Kolomet in Palo Alto. And if you knew him, you would know that he was a student of the well-known civil rights activist Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, and that Rabbi Lewis has made a career of pursuing a better world and peacemaking, as is discussed in his book, The Torah of Reconciliation. Rabbi, we're so pleased you could be with us today, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, a story is told of a painter, a house painter, who had the habit over a lifetime of thinning the paint with water in order to increase his profit margin. He thus deceived his customers, for he used less paint to cover a greater area. And then at one point, very late in his life, he heard a heavenly voice. The voice said, "Repaint, repaint, and thin no more." Well, it happens that this hour is really the high hour for repainting or repenting in Jewish communities around the world. Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, begins at sundown this evening, and for many Jewish communities far from here, it's already underway. It is a full 25 hours spent together fasting and in prayer, seeking forgiveness from others for falling short and granting forgiveness liberally to those who may have wronged us. It's a very intense day of self and communal assessment. But it's also truly a day of healing and beginnings and new beginnings. And I can't tell you how many dramatic healings of long-time tensions and relationships that I have witnessed personally in this season, on this day. The day is marked by frequent confessions, personal confessions. And one characteristic of these confessions is that they're always expressed in the plural. Ashamnu, we are guilty. Bagadnu, we betray. Gazalnu, we have robbed. Dibarnu dofi, we have slandered. For those of you that know some Hebrew, instead of Ashamti, Bagadati, Gazalti, Dibarti dofi, it's always in the Hebrew, Ashamnu, Bagadnu. And this confession goes on in this way. So the question is, why, in this very personal day of repentance, why the use of the plural, the insistent use of the plural?
Rabbi, excuse the interruption. I wonder if we could ask the person on the phone in the back step out into the lobby, please. Please step out into the lobby, ma'am, so that we can hear our speaker. Thank you. One moment, please, Rabbi. Sure. Thank you very much.
So the question is, why this insistent use of the plural number rather than the singular? Surely every individual is not guilty of this complete litany of wrongdoing. The reason that I love most seems to be that we take responsibility for transgressions of each other. The reach may actually be truly global. It is a recognition of our connectedness around the world. We are more and more interdependent. And if there are serious failures morally, we have failed as a human family. We are defeated or we overcome together. My teacher, as was mentioned, Abraham Joshua Heschel, wrote and spoke frequently, "In a free society, some are guilty, but all are responsible." And so we confess. And then genuine repentance surely means that we then resolve to do better and to act on that resolve, to seek a better way individually and to help build a world where everyone can thrive. So this morning, on the eve of Yom Kippur, here is my prayer. May we be blessed with awareness of our bonds with everyone in our community, our country, and beyond. Grant that we realize that there is no zero sum when it comes to thriving or falling in the human family. May we know deeply that we share one fate, whatever our race, our faith, our ethnicity. May we embrace our responsibility, extend our empathy, ask and grant forgiveness generously. And more than at any time in recent memory, may we well know that this is the hour to stand tall and to act. Thank you.
Rabbi, thank you for making the effort to be with us this morning. Thank you for your thoughts. And while I'm worried, frankly, that I will forever remember repaint, and thin no more, I'm hopeful that your reminder that some are guilty but all are responsible will stay with me even longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the honor. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, that takes us to item number 4, which is to announce adjournments in memoriam. Before we proceed with the agenda, and I do want to turn to Supervisor Wasserman in a minute, just a couple of notes. One is, for those of you who are first-time visitors, as you may have observed, the acoustics in here are very good, but what that means is we can hear you even if you're just whispering in the back of the room. So please understand the importance of quiet in the chambers so that everybody can be heard respectfully. And the other thing I should mention is that I know we do have a hard stop, colleagues, at 4 o'clock later today, so the plan is that we will meet until 12:30 today, take a recess because we have volunteer appreciation lunch downstairs where we want to take a few minutes to go thank our volunteers. That recess would then continue to 1:30 when we take up the Stanford GUP hearing, and we'll come back into these chambers at 1:30 sharp with a hard stop by 4. Does that work for everybody at the dais? Yeah? Supervisor Cortese? 12:30 to 1:30 is the break, and that break includes the time to step downstairs and say thanks to our volunteers. So thank you again, and I'll announce that later in the day before we recess. So that does take us to item number 4, which is our adjournments in memoriam, and we have one today from Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. It's my honor today to ask the board to adjourn in memory of Sophia, who is known as Sophie Trinidad. On September 25th, just 13 days ago, 10-year-old Sophie Trinidad lost her battle with brain cancer. Sophie attended Rod Kelly Elementary School in Gilroy and enjoyed eating lunch with her principal every day. Sophie also enjoyed spending time with her family and friends and often invited them over to spend time together at her home.
Mr. Wasserman, why don't we ask you to pause for a moment? I want to make sure we can pay due respects. Ma'am, could we ask you to step out into the lobby again, please? Okay, let's see if we can get some staff. Let's see if we can get some staff out to Dr. Smith. If you got somebody available who can spend a minute, please. And we have somebody else on the cell phone in the back of the room, please. Could we ask you to take your cell phone conversations out into the chamber, please? Out of the chamber and out into the lobby, please. Thanks. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. My regrets, and we'll ask you to go right ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was only 2 sentences in. It's my understanding the mother is watching this from home, So if I may, I'd like to start the two sentences over
Please
again.
do.
Thank you. On September 25th, 2019, 10-year-old Sophie Trinidad lost her battle with brain cancer. Sophie attended Rod Kelly Elementary School in Gilroy and enjoyed eating lunch with her principal every day. Sophie also enjoyed spending time with her family and friends and often invited them over to spend time together at her home. She loved to dance and laugh with her sister, Layla. Sophie enjoyed dressing up and always made sure that her clothes matched her shoes. She was known amongst her family and friends as a little fashionista. Sophie touched the hearts of many and, despite her young age, taught compassion, understanding, and responsibility in an eloquent and spiritual manner. Her bravery, courage, and strength were inspiring. She will live on in the hearts of her family and friends, and her legacy of love will be cherished. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Sophia's mother, Elizabeth Trinidad, and her family and friends our sincere condolences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Wasserman, and to family or friends who may be listening or with us in the chambers, please know that the entire board sends its sympathies and its respect for the brief but well-lived life of Sophia Trinidad. Thank you. It takes us to item number 5, which is commendations and proclamations. Colleagues, I don't believe we have any for presentation today, which takes us to item number 6, public comment. Public comment, of course, is that portion of our agenda set aside for comment by members of the public on non-agendized items that are properly within the jurisdiction of our board. We have 6 of these today, and so that means that we will set aside 2 minutes, and we'll start with Maria Hernandez, to be followed by Kate Lee Hain, to be followed by Valerie Madeline Driscoll, Mark Trout, Wayne Jasper, and Mike Benapeo. Good morning.
Good morning, Maria Hernandez. It is not a secret that you, Supervisor Simirian, Supervisor Wasserman, and Supervisor Ellenberg are not friends of union workers. In your case, Supervisor Ellenberg, I understand why you are not being impressed with unions after the unfair treatment that you received from CIMA, who used $30,000 of member dues to trash you during your campaign. That was really unfair. However, I would expect that all of you will rise above your petty vendetta or personal feelings and do what is right. And you, Supervisors Cortese and Chavez, your silence is disgraceful. Let's talk about being despicable. Despicable is the fact that Jeff Smith's incompetence has cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, and he still has a job. Despicable is the fact that the county has an exodus of good workers due to the toxic working conditions, the lack of competitive wages, and bullying, all what Jeff Smith calls just culture. Despicable is the lack of respect for Santa Clara County taxpayers and the neglect and abuses that you as elected officials condone against the public welfare of our seniors, children, and women in this county. You need to start rethinking, Dr. Smith, your wording, because your wording is offensive and it's not even truth. So this is not how democracy works. This is not how it works. And the rest of you, you should have a little bit more respect. It is a shame that you are saying, oh, how wonderful the workers are when they are responding to emergency situations, but when it comes to supporting them for fair wages, there is no support. So that's really cheap double talk. Thank you.
It doesn't exist.
Next speaker is Kate Lehane. Please come forward.
Thanks for having me. I really wish I wasn't here, but nothing's been done in the last 2 years, so I'm here again pleading for your help. So there's something very, very wrong when the police and the DA won't investigate childhood sexual abuse, but that is exactly what is happening with Presentation High School. With the botched case of felony sexual assault of a 14-year-old, the police failed to include phone and medical records in their report. They didn't interview key witnesses. They never even talked to the accused in person. In another case of assault against a 16-year-old, the police haven't done anything for several months except assign a case ID number. There's a registered sex offender roaming our streets just a few miles from here. In the case of conspiracy to cover up sexual abuse, the police have strung us along for nearly 2 years. We can't get any straight answers about anything. And several people who tried to file police reports were never even contacted back. Meanwhile, the district attorney's office shrugs their shoulders and pretend that they have no influence in the matter, when we all know that they do. These victims, they come from every one of your districts, every one of them. So I'm asking you, please do something to help advocate for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Valerie Madeline Driscoll.
Thank you. I'm not Valerie M., and I'm not Valerie Driscoll. First of all, I'd like to address that you have, as she's saying, business sectors that are out of control, be it online, internet, everywhere. Excellent job with the $500 million you've procured for these poor families. I'm tired of living in their places. I'm asking you to provide, slated out with proper legislation, a special needs apartment complex, apartment for me, because everyone are taking advantage of me and trying to up the rent. I've been told by Villa Court of Social Security that all I should be paying is $250, $270 rent at my age with the laws. Your laws are not current. He says I need to go and talk to you people. That's what he's telling me. He's a good man. They kicked me a little bit of money back for this landlord, but it's not enough, and they're not going to do it a second time. But all you did was leave me abused at 659 North 13th and try to blame me for it. Your district attorney is a criminal because they've apologized to me at their Defense Department, and Mr. Preminger has seen to it, and they gave me a letter, and they still need to do more than that. But the issue is they left me on the steps of the Defense Department. Now, I have housing where a man is frontal nude, he's illegally partitioned, he has too many tenants, and it's unsafe, and 2 case managers say that I need an apartment to live in, regardless of what's available. I'm asking you to ask the government to give me a special needs apartment. I'm nearly 60 years old, I need to be kept safe. I've been left numerous places, 26 moves. They're saying that's too many moves, they can't protect me anymore. I'm asking you to help me to do that. I'm going on an interview in Sunnyvale. I don't know if your jurisdiction presides there, but if they're going to try to sucker me into a contract, or they're going to try to say single occupancy, when I signed it was senior special needs originally, they're trying to charge me too much. They're not going to give me any more money to work with, and I have a limited amount. They're giving me EBT now as it exists, and I need that rent to pay, but I don't need more rent and too much. I need help. Mr. Rocha has spoken with me about this. He agrees. Mr. Preminger agrees. He just got off with me on the phone here. He's gone to have his surgery done. He deserves his time off. You are excellent as a person. You said I was a distinguished guest, but I'm asking you to help me and not just tell me I'm a distinguished guest. Help me, because I don't want to die in this valley. You're going to let me die, and these people are criminals. Everything she's saying is true. Archdiocese, they were telling me about it where I lived before. I had to live mostly in the church. Help me now. Mr. Cortese, speak with me. Speak with me and help me.
We're out of time. Thank you. And then Mark Trout, you're up. You're up next, Mr. Trout, please. Let me bring Mr. Trout up, sir, and then we'll get to Mr. Jasper.
Hi, Mr. Jasper.
Mr. Trout, you're up next.
There is no safety. There's no living room.
I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city, and he shall let go my captives, not for price nor reward, saith the Lord of hosts. Now, this is a very interesting prophecy about King Cyrus, whose tomb has been preserved in Persia. 2,500 plus years ago, this king was raised up. He was spoken of by God, and he typified Christ. And there are many respects that Trump has to Cyrus. It's just very strange. He killed the king of Babylon during the Feast of Shak, which corresponded that particular year with the Feast of Trumpets, which is coming up. It's the 7th feast in the 7th month. And it's just very strange. He drained the Euphrates River, and it lowered, and they were able to attack Babylon that thought it was indestructible. But its day had come because Jeremiah the prophet had said, "Thus saith the Lord, after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you." And he visited him in a man's, through Cyrus in that sense, who typified Christ. Say, I have raised him up in righteousness. There's only been one man, and that's the Lord Jesus Christ, who's ever been righteous. He was purely righteous. He was good. He said, I always do those things which my Father tells me. Always. 24/7. And so when he died on the cross and he said, my God, why have you forsaken me? He was identifying himself with that messianic psalm of David. David was very unique because God had told him it was through his seed that the Messiah would come. And he wrote this prophecy that Jesus quoted when he was on the cross. They part my garments among them. They cast lots for my vesture. Even the very words that they would speak to Jesus on the cross were written down by David. He trusted in God. Let God deliver him, seeing he trusted in him.
And our next speaker is Wayne Jasper, to be followed by Mike Benapeo. Mr. Jasper, thank you for your patience this morning. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Jasper. I'm a resident of Sunnyvale. I'm also a parent of a child with tuberous sclerosis and autism and other developmental disabilities. I currently serve on the board of Housing Choices Coalition and run a support group for parents of adult children with developmental disabilities.
Mr. Jasper, excuse the interruption. I think you're here to speak to items 24, 25, 26, and 27. If you can't wait, we'd be happy to let you finish your remarks, but then you would not be able to speak at that time. What would you like to do?
I won't be able to speak at that time.
Would you like to wait until then and speak, or would you like to speak now? Either way.
I'd like to speak now. Yeah.
Then I apologize for the interruption. Please feel free to complete your remarks.
So I have a child with tuberous sclerosis and autism, and I currently serve on the board of Housing Choices Coalition and and run a support group for parents of adult children with developmental disabilities. A year ago, the Board of Supervisors approved $40 million to be spent on housing for individuals with developmental disabilities. I'm asking you to approve $10 million this year to support projects in Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and Palo Alto, and that will take care of the first $10 million. And then I would also like you to consider approving an additional $10 million as the second installment to continue building a pipeline of affordable housing for individuals with developmental disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have, Ms. Driscoll, if I could ask you to withhold comment, please, while others are speaking. And thank you again, Ms. Jasper. We have your comments, and now we're going to go to Mike Benapeo. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Michael Benipaio, Vice President for RNPA. I'm here to convey on behalf of the 3,000 registered nurses who care for the county's patients every day their frustration, disappointments, and frankly, their anger at the disrespectful treatment your negotiators have been showing us during our bargaining. The nurses represented by RNPA, the county nurses, your nurses work hard daily. And while you acknowledge us and our contribution verbally whenever you feel appropriate or necessary, it is disappointing that when it's time to put the money where your mouth is, the county seems to come up very short. So far, your negotiators, guided by your directives, have only offered proposals that will leave the nurses farther behind the prevailing salary rates by the end of the contract terms. This means that more and more nurses will not be able to live where they work. More and more nurses will be forced to move on to better paying jobs, making it even harder for the county to retain good, experienced nurses. The county talks about being a premier public healthcare provider. The county talks about how the acquisition of O'Connor St. Louis Hospital have expanded their ability to care for the vulnerable public. Yet the county has only made very minimal efforts to care for the staff that provides the services. That to us, to quote Dr. Jeff Smith when addressing the media recently about SEIU, despicable. The county's treatment of its employee during bargaining has been despicable. You speak of maintaining harmonious relationship. We say harmony can only begin to be achieved when there is fair treatment. The nurses ask that you treat us fairly. The nurses ask that you treat SEIU members fairly. We demand that the county bargain in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that's our last speaker under public comment. So that takes us to item number 7, which is to approve the consent calendar. And we have at least a couple of folks under consent calendar. Mr. Large, is your card for number 7?
Yeah, I had it in the back.
Is it for the consent calendar, sir?
No, it's for public comment. I had it in the back in the slot.
All right, come on up, and I'm going to ask you in future, please try and get your card in right away at the beginning so we can manage the numbers and the time, please.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. Sorry about that. I filled that card out and stuck it in that back slot there. Didn't realize we rushed through public comments so fast. I was having fun filming the union on the way over here. I ran to Mike on the way out over there. Thought they'd be at social services, and I ran to them right down First Street. So you guys have quite a turnout out front right now. I'm actually quite impressed, and they have all their megaphones, and they're chanting out there, and they're saying some colorful things about you, Jeff, out there. It was neat to watch the union stepping up to the plate and exercising their democratic values and kind of honoring the First Amendment. But they have megaphones out there. So the thing is what they're doing is technically illegal in the city of San Jose. So right here is the civil lawsuit that the city has filed against me for operating a megaphone, a sound amplified device, exactly like what our union is out there doing. I was standing on a sidewalk out there breaking Eddie Garcia's balls for taking my property. So why am I not able to do that in the anti-democratic city of San Jose or in Santa Clara County? I am very surprised that the county has not tried to protect my rights. It's not necessarily suing your own foot, but I'm surprised you haven't filed a lawsuit against the city. Maybe sue them for taking people's motorhomes and cars. Maybe sue them for violating people's civil rights. Maybe start doing that rather than suing the Trump administration all the time. Why don't we start standing up for the poor, the homeless, and the mentally ill? This right here, the city is suing me for millions of dollars. How is that even possible? They couldn't get me on a criminal level, so they went ahead and threw the entire kitchen sink at me right here. You guys need to start stepping up to the plate. This is absolutely wrong to happen in America. Thank you.
All right, let me confirm with the clerk that is the last card. Thank you. That does take us to item number 7, which is our consent calendar, as well as any proposed changes. And why don't we ask the clerk to begin by reading the revised consent calendar, which, Madam Clerk, I believe is most current on our goldenrod copy. Yes? Thank you very much.
We have a request from Vice President Chavez to consider item numbers 10 and 31 concurrently. Item number 10 is to approve referral to administration and/or county council to report to the board with options for consideration relating to the Fairgrounds and the Fairgrounds Management Corporation. Item number 31 is to reject all proposals submitted in response to the Fairgrounds request for proposals relating to real property located at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds and terminate the request for proposals process. We have a request from President Simidian to consider item numbers 24 through 27 concurrently. Item number 24 is to receive report from the Office of Supportive Housing relating to loans to construct apartments that are affordable to lower-income households and persons with intellectual and/or developmental disabilities. Item numbers 25, 26, and 27 are to approve delegation of authority.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, one moment, please. Dr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to see if we can get some assistance from Ms. Driscoll. Ms. Driscoll, I'm going to have to admonish you one last time. No further outbursts in the chamber. If there are further outbursts in the chamber, then we'll have to ask you to leave the chamber. Ms. Driscoll, please.
Or I'll go to City Hall and I'll tell them.
We have assistance coming from behavioral health.
Quickly, please.
I don't want anybody.
Thank you. Ms. Driscoll, please, that's it. Madam Clerk, please go ahead.
Item
Deputy,
numbers.
could you please escort her, Ms. Driscoll out of the
Go to City Hall.
room?
We're not finished here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because you do not want to help people. You want them to die in your county. And I have the right to say it. It's my civil right to tell you.
She's right. You are leaving people to die.
Mr. Largent, you know better, sir, please.
Excuse me?
Dr. Smith, thank you for making sure that we get some help for that member of the community. Apologies to those whose comments were interrupted. Madam Clerk, why don't we try again?
Item numbers 25, 26, and 27 are to approve delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate all legal documents relating to loans to Freebird Development Company, Palo Alto Housing Corporation, and the related companies of California or affiliates. We have a request from Vice President Chavez to add item number 29 to the consent calendar. Item number 29 is to receive report relating to the development and implementation of a pay equity strategic plan for the County of Santa Clara. We have a request from President Simidian and Supervisors Wasserman and Ellenberg to add item number 30 to the consent calendar. Item number 30 is to approve retroactive lease agreement with Stanford Healthcare relating to the rental of 6 parking stalls located at 231 Grant Avenue, Palo Alto, in an amount not to exceed $69,843 for period July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2024. We have a request from administration to hold item number 32 to November 19, 2019. Item number 32 is to approve surveillance technology use policies for existing surveillance technologies that have been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. We have a request from administration to hold item number 33 to date uncertain. Item number 33 is to approve surveillance technology use policies for existing surveillance technologies that have been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. We have a request from County Council to hold item number 34 to October 22, 2019. Item number 34 is the adoption of ordinance number NS-644, adding Chapter 3 to Division B-19 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the safe storage of firearms in unincorporated areas of the county. We have a request from administration to hold item number 62 to October 22, 2019. Item number 62 is to approve delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate master service agreements with the qualified pool of 89 companies relating to providing IT professional services, including healthcare, in an amount not to exceed $25 million, and a contract term that starts no earlier than October 8, 2019, and ends no later than June 30, 2020. We have a request from administration to hold item number 77 to date uncertain. Item number 77 is to consider recommendations relating to the Facilities and Fleet Department of Job Order Contracts JOC-FAF-2019-03 and JOC-FAF-209-04. And that concludes my list.
Thank you very much. We'll see if there are any additional requests for changes to the consent calendar and/or a published agenda. After we run down the row of supervisors, we'll go to members of the public who have submitted cards to speak on the consent calendar. And colleagues, we do have just a couple at this time. So let me begin with Supervisor Ellenberg. Any additional changes? None? Supervisor Cortese? None? Supervisor Wasserman? None. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I have a couple of items that I'd like to request be put on consent. I'd like to move item 13 to consent with amended direction to staff. This is my referral asking staff to provide emergency financial assistance to DACA recipients for their renewal applications. I'd like to request the board approve my referral, but with amended recommendations directing the administration to urgently implement the DACA financial support for application fees and assist those applicants who are in need of support with their DACA renewal application. I don't think there's a need for administration to come back to the board as I don't think the amount of money is very much, and I'm recommending they proceed with the implementation of needed financial assistance because the deadline is actually in November, and the deadline's very quick.
Supervisor, let me just interject at the moment. I think that this is a topic we're probably going to need some conversation on today, so I'm going to ask that it stay on. It's an important topic, obviously, so I'm going to ask that it stay on our regular agenda.
Okay. Then the next item I'd like to discuss is item 29. This is a report to receive information on the development and the implementation of a pay equity strategic plan that Supervisor Cortese and I requested. I think I'm happy to keep this on consent, and this is a response to a referral that was done by myself and Supervisor Cortese. The report's actually very, very well done, and I'd like to thank the staff for the thoughtfulness and good work that they put into it. I want to formally make a motion to direct staff to proceed with the proposed steps and ask that, that the first update come back to the full board in January.
With that clarification and amendment duly noted.
And then on item 59, I'd like to keep item 59 on consent and make some comments relative to that. Item 59 is a report from the Office of the County Exec relating to activities and initiatives a county could undertake to reduce the prevalence of and assistance of persons affected with fetal alcohol syndrome spectrum. The body of work that was moved, this body of work came out of the reentry network, and I wanted to thank the community, particularly Barbara Hansen, who brought this to us, and to Miguel Marquez, who played a leadership role in working with the community on this. The reason we added this topic to the reentry network work plan was because we were prompted by questions about how people in custody are served if they have fetal alcohol syndrome as part of our diversion programming. County staff and advocates developed a report and a work plan which went really well beyond the scope of the question, which I think is very good. I'd like to make a motion directing staff to forward the proposed initiatives to prevent and address fetal alcohol syndrome and to report back through reentry over the next year, and also to report off agenda if there are any expenditures that they're looking at over the next year.
All right. Duly noted. Colleagues, anything else before we turn to members of the public? We do have now 3 cards. Last call for cards on item number 7, the consent calendar. Again, last call. Thank you very much. All right, we have cards from Brett Davis, Barbara Hansen, and Scott Largent. Please come on up.
I'm Barbara Hansen with Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Collaborative. Today on the consent agenda, you have an outline of a proposal for services from infant to adult for the 1 in 20 people with the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, is a whole body disorder which occurs when alcohol passes through the placenta straight to the baby brain. The damage is lifelong and runs the spectrum of mild to devastating. Thank you for your enlightenment on this issue. It is truly astounding and unique in America. Each of us on our 7-member self-started FASD collaborative have loved ones deeply affected with FASD. For me, it is, as I have said before, my brother with 3 mid-30-year-old adopted children. These individuals have interfaced with every single system: medical, justice, incarceration, substance abuse, housing, multiple times every year, as much as 100 times combined in the emergency room in a year. Not once in those 30 years, this is Washington State, 2 hours above Seattle, where there's a diagnostic center for FASD, not once in those 30 years has my brother had posited to him that the cause might be a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, even as a rule out. There has never been a support group for them. They have been totally alone and remain so. This will not happen in Santa Clara County. For this, we are most grateful and relieved, and you should feel very proud and very smart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Brett Davis. I'm here on behalf of item agenda 79. Currently, right now, Roden Builders is taking subcontracts on this for contractors that are not registered in the DIR as Public Works qualified contractors. This is the Vietnamese American Service Center, and currently right now the contractor in question is Florian Industries. The contractor has violated this provision multiple times, and they are currently working on Public Works projects as we speak. Their Public Works registration expired June 30th, and so I would respectfully ask that if we can, have them removed. They are the current low bidder on this project, and if that is not possible, to possibly suspend this consideration until that is figured out. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to our third and final speaker, which is Scott Largent.
Thank you, everybody. Scott Largent. On our boards and commissions for our appointments, what I've been noticing at some of the other committees that I use as therapy have been making quorum. We're starting to see some things changing. Now, the Domestic Violence Council train wreck, remember, only made quorum 20% of the last 2 years, which was absolutely shameful in our county. More people at that committee now are really talking about that. They're talking about how it's been a failure and what they're trying to do to get things in order. When we have these seats sitting unfilled, and I really like what Dave Cortez said, is that after 6 months, if any of the other supervisors are not going to fill a seat, then one of the other ones should be able to do that. Now, I'm not always trying to throw the ball at you, Joe, but we're having a lot of problems with the ones that you have appointed. And it's the same thing with the Office of Women's Policy. If for some reason it always pulls up District 5, and I'm not sure if people want to make that haul out from Palo Alto to come out here to go to these commissions. This stuff, attendance is not mandatory, which I find very, very strange. We had a Deputy Chief, Shawnee Williams, that was on the Jail Diversion and Behavioral Health Subcommittee. He went one time in 2 years. And it's just shocking that that was his type of attendance. I left him messages, I sent emails, I talked about it at public comment, I railed on him with the bullhorn over there. This guy just got a job as the new police chief in Vallejo, which I'm shocked. So I think we should have good attendance, and maybe that would help with getting new jobs. I feel bad for Vallejo, because more likely he's not going to show up to any of their committees either. We reward failure in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all who have spoken this morning. Let me confirm with the clerk that is the last card under consent calendar. We have only minor changes, as you've already heard, colleagues. Anybody need clarification on the requests? As I said, on the DACA item, I am going to ask that that item be heard at its regular place on the agenda. Supervisor Chavez, I see your light is on, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to recuse myself from item 62, and I also just wanted to ask if there was anybody here from Fleets and Facilities who could respond to the speaker who talked to us about the VASC, about the comments that were made. I actually want to talk to staff.
I don't think we have anybody from staff. We'll have to look into it.
So what?
Sir, if I could ask you not to comment from your seat, please.
So what
Folks, hang on just a moment, please. Folks, we got a long agenda today, a lot of challenging issues. Want to ask everybody's help in making sure that everybody gets heard respectfully. So please, no shouting out from the chambers. And if you do want to speak, please fill out a card, and we'd be happy to take you. Back to you, Supervisor Chavez. I know you're trying to get some follow-up on that item.
We can validate that the subcontractor has registered with the state.
Okay.
My office verified that.
Okay, what I would like to do is, I'm going to remove the item from consent so that I have a chance to investigate this a little further, but leave it on today's agenda.
And for the record, that's item number?
I think it's, I don't know what, I'll find it. Thank you, thank you, 62.
Is it 60?
No, it's not 62.
I believe it's item
recused
79.
myself. 70 what?
79, I believe.
Thank you.
Item 79, and at the request of Supervisor Chavez, will be heard in its regular place on the agenda. And items pulled from the consent are typically heard after we've completed other business. The other thing, Supervisor Chavez, just to be clear, I gather that if we could get somebody from Facilities and Fleets here to speak to that item, that would be helpful, yes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and
We'll
so
do
Dr.
that.
Smith, I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to get that entered into the record. All right, with that addition, thank you all. We can ask clerk to please display the voting panel on our screen. That will allow someone to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as published and amended. We have a motion to that effect from Supervisor Wasserman, a second from Supervisor Cortese. All 5 members have now cast their votes, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results overhead, and we can announce that the motion is carried 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 8. And colleagues, as you can see, but I want to read into the record, This is a public hearing regarding the establishment and modification of fees for the Department of Environmental Health Consumer Protection Division. And having given that announcement, I'll ask the departmental staff if they'd like to make a brief verbal report summarizing the agenda item and the department's recommendations, as well as introduce themselves, obviously, for the record. Welcome. Ms. Zintek, excuse me, we need to get your microphone functional.
Sorry. Good morning. Good morning. Joe Zintek, Director of the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency, and I have with me Mike Ballier, Director of the Department of Environmental Health, and Rochelle Gotti, Director of the Consumer and Environmental Protection Division. Before you today is a request to modify our schedule of fees for Department of Environmental Health for facilities that prepare and serve food for the public. These are minor modifications to add new fee categories to reflect some changes in state law and to provide different tiered fees so we can charge facilities that have less complicated kitchen a lower fee than facilities that are trying to install more complicated kitchens.
Thanks.
And with that, we're here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask if board members have any clarifying questions of the staff. Mr. Wasserman, this item was heard in our Housing, Land Use, Environment, Transportation Committee. Just want to mention that for the board. And if in the absence of questions from board members, I will formally open the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open on item number 8. I'll ask the clerk if we have any speakers on this item. Clerk indicates we do not. Let me ask one more time. Do we have any speakers on item number 8? We do not. That being the case, we'll now formally close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. That means the matter is back before our board, and for any discussion or deliberation, as the clerk posts the voting panel on our screen. Are there comments or questions by members of the board on this item? If not, we have a motion to approve from Supervisor Chavez. Can we get a second, please? We have a second from Supervisor Wasserman. And before all members cast their votes, I will just indicate for the record, separate but related matter. Good news is that the state has now found a way to provide a little more flexibility while still addressing food safety issues with respect to what I call charitable feeding efforts. And you can see the heads nodding from staff. So that folks, as I understand it, can do charitable feeding. We're talking about feeding the homeless, among others, just folks who are hungry or food insecure. But they have to get the food from a commercial kitchen, and money that they used to spend on, and then transport it. Money that they used to spend on food will now have to cover both the food and presumably the rental of a commercial kitchen. I think that's going to impose some cost issues on folks doing good work in the community. And I've asked staff with Supervisor Wasserman's concurrence to take a look at whether or not there might not be a way to fund such efforts, because there now is a mechanism to make it work, but it is going to impose some additional cost. So to be continued on that item, but as far as the fees, we have reviewed them in Supervisor Wasserman as chair of the Hewlett Committee, and all votes have now been cast, so we'll display the results overhead and announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much. That takes us then to item number 9, and this is a public hearing. Again, colleagues, just for the record, announcing that item number 9 is a public hearing on the implementation of energy efficiency measures under the ESCO Energy Savings Performance Project at county-owned properties, and we will ask the staff to step forward, which they have done, and offer a brief verbal report summarizing the agenda item and the department's recommendations.
Testing. Hi, good morning. Lynn Ortega, Facilities and Fleet Department. This is a hearing for the energy services contract, and it is requesting approval for the implementation of energy efficiency measures with a contract value of $3,881,000. It's also requesting supplemental work allowance authorization in the amount of $300,088. and requesting authorization from the board for the county executive or designee to issue change orders as necessary against the supplemental work allowance. And finally, also requesting approval of appropriation modification number 63 in the amount of $3,176,778, and that is to move funds from the Energy and Sustainability Fund to the project so that we can carry forward this contract. The details of the contract is for the implementation of energy efficiency, which include mostly lighting retrofits, going from fluorescent type fixtures to LED, and also water efficiency as well. And that is a summary.
Thank you. Colleagues, any brief clarifying questions before we formally open the public hearing? Supervisor Chavez.
Just one. Could you talk a little bit about the decision not to do an RFP or an RFQ?
Yes. So when we started this effort, it was done as a result of a board referral. We were requested to work with energy services companies for identifying and implementing efficiency measures. And so we did that. We issued an RFSOQ and selected, as a result of that process, 3 different energy services companies. One of them is Siemens, whose request for contract approval you have in front of you. Now, it was done through an RFSOQ with the understanding that we would implement or use 4217, California Government Code 4217, for implementing any measures resulting from the initial energy audits that were performed. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we're basically using California Government Code 4217, which allows government agencies to contract directly with energy services companies if certain findings are made by the authorities of the government agency.
Thank you. I'll have a comment in a minute or two, but right now I want to see if there are any other clarifying questions. There do not appear to be any, so I will formally open the hearing on item number 9 on our agenda today. Hearing is now open. Let me check and see with clerk. Do we have any speakers? We do not, according to the clerk. Once again, let me ask, are there any speakers on item number 9 while the public hearing is open? If not, then we will close the public hearing. And this will be the time for some discussion by members of the board. Colleagues, on the one hand, I'm delighted to see this item here today. On the other, I just want to comment, we're just now at the point where we're talking about implementing, Mr. Ortega. Yes, going forward?
That is correct. This is, just for clarification, this is a second one. If you recall, we actually entered into audit agreements with 3 different ESCOs, and this is the second one.
That's right. And the third one is yet to be brought to us, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. So, board members, the reason for my comment and my concern, which I want to share with you all today, is I raised this issue in 2013, 6 years ago. And, Mr. Ortega, I'm not laying this at your feet, sir. You're here on behalf of your department. I just want to be clear about that. But there's something troubling about a process that takes us 6 years to get to the point where we are finally now in a position to do implementation. If you look in the background section on packet page 45, this particular item was approved by our board more than 4 years ago on August the 11th, 2015. That followed, as I say, a couple of years worth of preparatory effort. So I guess I'm looking to our newest member of the board and just saying that I hope you have success in streamlining our process as we all work together on these issues. But it shouldn't take 6 years to get to the point where we are just now saying, all right, now we're going to be talking about implementing something that's been under discussion for that long. With that concern registered, we are ready to see the voting panel on our screen. So I'm going to ask the clerk, who I know is multitasking, and I'll lean forward and push the button to move the item. The seconder is Supervisor Ellenberg. We have one more member of the board who's going to cast a vote. That vote has now been cast, so all 5 members have cast their votes. We'll ask the clerk to please display the results, and that carries on a 4-to-1 basis. Thank you all very much. That takes us to item number 10. And on this item number 10, as we indicated earlier, will be heard concurrently with item number 31. So we're going to call this item 10/31.
President Simidian, would you like to wait until 10:30?
Forgive me. This item is a time certain. I'm so used to being behind rather than ahead of schedule. Thank you. This item, as you can see on the agenda, cannot be heard until 10:30, and we have 4 more minutes. So what we're going to do is move on to item number 11, which is the annual volunteer luncheon, which we're going to do at 12:30, and then item number 12, which is a time certain of 1:30. So Supervisor Chavez, that does in fact take us to the DACA item, which is item number 13. So what we'll do, colleagues, is we'll do item number 13, and then we will go back to item 10/31. So item number 13 it is.
Thank you. The reason I'd like to move this on, the reason I wanted to move this on consent was that there was an urgency that is being felt in the DACA community with the oral arguments being heard in November about the whole status of DACA youth. And this was the window to apply is 150 to 120 days before the DACA, I forgot what it's called, but their permission. It gets before the DACA program overall expires, but before an individual person's DACA expires. The board allocated $200,000 in 2019 for fiscal year 2020. The board also allocated $200,000 in RFPs that are being reviewed and underway with an anticipated start date of January 1st. And so what we're interested in figuring out is how to make funding directly available that's means tested for DACA recipients to cover their renewal fees who are moving to get their renewals before the current court hearing. And while the courts won't necessarily resolve this, I know it takes them a long time to do these processes, the feeling that the community has of not knowing is part of what's causing pressure. So that's why I'm bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Let me check and see, do we have any speakers on this item? Supervisor Chavez, we do have some comments or questions from members of our board, so let me start with Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Actually, I don't think I need to say anything else other than I support the item. As Supervisor Chavez went over the prior history of it, which I wanted to bring out. It's not a matter of first impression for us in terms of taking this kind of action. I don't know exactly how much was expended, by the county in terms of applicants prior. The last time we did this, but I do recall there wasn't a high volume, but it did allow folks who would otherwise not be able to come up with the application fee, to go ahead and perfect their applications in time, which is obviously very, very important. So anyway, thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for bringing it forward, and thank you for highlighting the history of it so that everyone's reminded that we have done this before. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, I'm also very glad to support this referral. I had to look up and learn what means test was, and I heard you both say that you want to do this as quickly as possible, which I agree with, and that it should have a means test. It's possible that a means test could actually slow down and add another level of bureaucracy administration. So if you would agree, I would like us to ask administration to consider whether to use a means test rather than directing them to do that.
I think that's a
work?
really excellent point. Thank you.
I just would like to, on the issue of means test, I do think given the limited number of funds, if we want to stretch those funds as far as we possibly can, obviously we want to use a means test if it can be done without slowing down the process. So I think hopefully the administration is going to understand the desire to balance both speed with helping the greatest number of folks, which a means test would presumably allow us to do. I guess the question I have based on the referral, Supervisor Chavez, and the earlier comments you made when we talked about this possibly being a consent calendar item is, are we, the original referral was to report back, and now I understand you don't want to do that. You want to move forward expeditiously.
I just want to let the
So
staff.
my question is, how much money are we talking about, and are we actually providing direction today to spend some specific amount of money? And if so, do we know what that specific amount of money is?
So one of the complications is that we've done an RFP or an RFQ right now that people are in the process of applying for. And so we did already set some money aside for this body of work. I'm really asking for it to be moved forward or pushed forward. The second thing is I really am leaving it to staff. If staff wanted to give us an off-agenda report with a do not exceed, if you wanted to put in a do not exceed, I'd be fine with that too. I really, when we originally got feedback that we didn't have any more funds available, recognizing the application price or cost is $500, we were really trying to see if we could just get the staff to be responsive. So I'm happy to put a cap on it. I don't know what that right number would be. And I'm sorry, I know Miguel's very busy doing other things today, but Mr. Marquez is who we had been communicating with.
Right.
Dr. Smith?
I think we've already allocated the money. Obviously, we won't be able to tell exactly how much will be spent until we see how many applications come in, but I think we can do this by responding back to the board off agenda, and if we absolutely have to come back to the board for any authorization, we'll do it as expediently as possible, but I don't think we will.
Could we get some kind of not to exceed number?
Let me just say that our contracts in the past had been approximately $200,000, so if we could put that in, I'd be happy to include it.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
I
you.
appreciate that. I don't want folks walking out of the chambers thinking that
Yeah.
we're going to get a $5 million bill back, because that's not what
No,
we're talking
no,
about.
it's small.
We're talking about what I
relative.
consider to be a relatively modest amount of money in the face of a pretty significant issue.
And I really appreciate my colleagues' thoughts
All
on
right.
this. Thank you.
Then with that figure as a not to exceed number, with the understanding that if staff thought we needed to exceed that number, they could always come back to us and indicate the need for additional resources and make the case. We'll ask the clerk to please display the voting panel on the screen. We'll let Supervisor Chavez lean forward and make the motion, which she has done. We'll say thank you for the second to Supervisor Ellenberg. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. And now that that's been done, we'll ask the clerk to display the results so that we can announce the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us back, I believe, Madam Clerk, the hour of 10:30 having now arrived, and thank you again for the prompt, to item number 10. Item number 10 has been consolidated with item 31. So for those of you who are here on that item, and there are 12 speakers who've turned cards in, for those of you who are here, we're taking items 10 and 31 together. And let me start by going to Supervisor, well, let me see here. Forgive me. Chavez, this is your referral, as I recall. Yep, there we are. I have too many
Thank you.
pieces of paper. So let me start with you.
Thank you very much. As you may remember, we have engaged in an extensive Fairgrounds master plan process. And Susan, this is something that, that you did not have the joy of experiencing. Let me just say that. And now one of the challenges is we've got to figure out how to move this forward. Our master plan almost got us to the finish line. We adopted clear guiding principles that took the board quite a long time to come to. We engaged the public and got over 2,000 individual opinions that our staff led an effort on. 72% value the fairgrounds as a public meeting and event space, and 80% want to activate recreation at the fairgrounds. But where we fell short was finding a partner who could generate enough revenue from our asset to improve the fairgrounds open space, fund the recreational amenities that we were asking for, and preserve and activate the fairgrounds. So first, we want to preserve the fairgrounds by telling 4-H, the fair and 4-H and FA programs that they'll have a home, always have a home at the fairgrounds, and by designating some land as county park to keep the land unified for public enjoyment forever. And second, we want to activate the fairgrounds by extending our partnership with FMC. FMC has grown into an organization which can deliver, we believe, or I believe, the ground lease revenue necessary to finance new public amenities at the fairgrounds, and FMC has already found some potential partners who could bring a world-class entertainment and recreation to the fairgrounds. So what I'd like to ask, that if, with the indulgence of my colleagues, FMC's CEO, Abe Andrade, to present 6 slides about their plan, if that's all right with my colleagues.
Without objection?
Thank you.
Go, please proceed. And let's get your microphone working. And then if you'd reintroduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Board President and members of the Board. Abraham Andrade, Executive Director of the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds Management Corporation. And thank you for your time this morning. I'm here today requesting your support on behalf of the Fairgrounds Management Corporation, current users and future users, and the hundreds of thousands of attendees of the hundreds of events held at the fairgrounds annually, and to move forward with a long-term 20-year management agreement and the future development of the fairgrounds. It should be noted that all proposed future development would be guided by the guiding principles adopted by the Board of Supervisors. And they are listed here: transparency, inclusion, heritage, community, economic development, maximization, open space and recreation, and the long horizon. As an initial priority and potential catalyst, FMC has identified 3 major private entities that have expressed an interest in private development and long-term investment on the fairgrounds property. These 3 entities will bring forward the long-term ground leases that we need to make a difference on the fairground properties that will allow us to move forward with other FMC-sponsored projects as well. The SCC plan will continue to maintain and improve the public event space where cultural and community groups of all types are held. New private partnerships can bring new activation to the fairgrounds and long-term market rate ground leases that can be securitized to fund FMC-sponsored projects. We are open for business. The fairgrounds is open for business, and it's noted by the increased number of promoters, licensees, and community and cultural groups interested in booking numerous events at the fairgrounds. FMC wants to listen, to engage everyone's ideas as we move forward. FMC is open to new ideas and ways to enhance our fairgrounds while also maintaining our core facilities and grounds for the annual county fair. Together as a community, we can make it happen. The fairgrounds' interest so far, as noted on this slide, shows that the first and the last project listed here are those projects designated as FMC sponsored. Excuse me, the first 2, the Equestrian Livestock and Educational Agricultural Center and an indoor sports tournament facilities. The next 3 listed here include the San Jose Giants, USA Cricket, and San Jose Earthquakes, who have initiated discussions with FMC management proposing long-term development and investment in the fairgrounds. Today, FMC seeks flexibility and the ability to evolve with the evolution of the fairgrounds. FMC's primary goal is to establish a 20-year operating agreement with the county, thus allowing FMC the following. It will allow FMC and the county to enter into long-term ground leases, increasing the potential for long-term income-generating opportunities with no financial risk to FMC or to the county. It will specifically allow FMC to negotiate long-term ground leases or, in some cases, long-term joint use ground leases for development of facilities such as sports field complexes, stadiums, and related auxiliary facilities. This will also assist in positioning FMC to retain, grow, and sustain important core uses such as the annual county fair, 4-H and FFA programming, and ultimately the construction of an equestrian, livestock, and educational ag center. This will allow FMC to grow, become sustainable, and ability to construct much-needed capital improvements in its core fairgrounds planning area. FMC strives to work in context with established county guiding principles and land use perimeters already established by the county as it considers options for the fairgrounds properties. And most importantly, and for your consideration, the process, the county will always have complete oversight of all proposed development and the final decision on any ground lease beyond 1 year for the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I make just a couple comments after that?
Sure. What I thought we would do is also get a brief staff report on item 31 since the items have been
okay.
joined.
Thank you.
So if we could get that brief staff report, and then I'll
Perfect.
return to you.
Thank
And
you.
we do have more cards arriving. Folks, if you would like to speak on this item, please turn in a yellow card now. They're available at the back of the chambers, and it'll help us manage time if we have a sense for how many folks would like to speak. And so let me turn to staff. Dr. Smith, am I going to Mr. Draper on this one?
No, you're
Who am I
going
going?
to Mr. Knopf.
Oh, Mr. Knopf, who's seated right there in front of me. All right, Mr. Knopf, we're going to you.
Bruce Knopf, Director of Asset and Economic Development.
Thank you.
We are bringing before you today formal action by the board to close the RFP process that was initiated several years ago and to formally communicate to the respondents that the board is rejecting all proposals and terminating that RFP process.
And this is consistent with item 31. Yes, Mr. Knopf?
Correct.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez, back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things for my colleagues. One is that the Board of FMC, which are all of our appointees, are supporting this plan. And one of the issues that I wanted to make sure I lifted up is that all the deal points and agreements need to be approved by our board, which I think makes sure that the board doesn't inherit any unintended risk. The deal points would be vetted by our own independent consultants, and we will continue to appoint the FMC board. Our agreement with FMC can be terminated at any time, and the fairgrounds operations will continue to be funded by a self-sustaining enterprise fund. And the fairgrounds would literally become the new home of our historic neon signs, and this is something that the History San Jose has been very interested in, a place to place these signs, and so this would be also another opportunity to engage other partners. So that's why I'm bringing this referral to my colleagues, and look forward to hearing from the public and then getting your thoughts and feedback.
Thank you very much. I have just a couple of questions before we go to members of the public, but let me see if there are questions from other members of the board. Not at this time. Mr. Andrade, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. You used the words long-term several times during your presentation. Long-term, in my experience, means different things to different people, so I'm just curious, what does that mean to you in terms of your planning for the fairgrounds?
In establishing a partnership with future developers, in order for them to make a worthy investment, would require long-term investments of 25 to 25 years and beyond in order for them to make the investments of a stadium or a soccer academy or anything that we're looking at. And in each one of those, what we would do is we would sit down.
I think I got what I need. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Don't mean to cut you off, but I got a lot of speakers, and I did get the answer to my question. Supervisor Chavez, in the document that is the referral, we've got the recommended action, which is simply the referral to administration to come back to us with a report with options for consideration relating to the Fairgrounds and the Fairgrounds Management Corporation. And then in the body of the referral, though, there are 5 very crisp, explicit directions. So I'm assuming that that's really, that you're incorporating those 5 items as direction to the administration when they come back with the referral.
That those would be deal points that would be incorporated in.
Okay, so as a practical matter, we're really being asked to take action not just on the referral to the administration for a report back, but with those 5 deal points folded in. And then in deal point number 4, which talks about designating the area as park, but then not being included in the park charter, there's no reference here to time, but you said permanent earlier, and that caused me to sit up straight. Because if that's a specific direction, I will not be able to support the measure today. If you want to have staff come back and talk about how that acreage might be set aside for either open space, active recreation, park-type uses for some, foreseeable period of time, that is something other than permanent, that's a different story and would be more to my way of thinking. And I'll explain more about that after we hear from members of the public. I want to give you a little time to think about that before you respond. Permanent is very different than 20 years, obviously, on other portions of the site. And I'll explain why that's a matter of concern in a moment. Colleagues, we have about, I'd say 17, 18 cards. Should we ask folks to limit their remarks to a minute each? Does that sound right? Supervisor Chavez?
Will
Yes.
we be doing that the whole day if we have an excessive number of cards? If so, then I think that's fine. If we're doing it just for this item, then I would have a concern about that.
I'm happy to accommodate whatever the board's will is on this item. If you'd like to do 2 minutes, we can do 2 minutes.
No, I'm just, if that's what we're going to do today,
Yeah.
is fine.
Well, we've got the Stanford land use item, and we've been allocating 2 minutes for people who are here on that item. That would be my plan. I don't know how many people we'll have when the time comes, but that would be my plan there. So if
Then
you'd
let's
like-
go ahead and do 2 minutes and just ask people to get to the point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have cards from folks, and if you can line up, if that's not inconvenient, let's hear from.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you. I had a comment on that discussion that
I'm
you were
sorry,
asking about the times
Yeah.
to do that. I think it's very important as far as managing goes, the 1 to 2 minutes. If we set the 2 minutes on this, that does not set a precedent for this afternoon. Is that correct?
We have always done this a bit ad hoc as we see both what we have on our agenda for the day. Sometimes we have lighter agendas, sometimes we have heavier agendas. It also depends a little bit on the complexity of the issue. And I know any issue any one of us brings to the board is important to some significant portion of the community. That's why we bring it. It's not a, quote, precedent. If, we had, for the sake of discussion, 300 people this afternoon, and somebody leaned forward and said, given the number of people who are here, and particularly given the hard stop at 4 o'clock, could we please give people a minute rather than 2? That would certainly be something we'd entertain. Not sure
Thanks.
how
All
I'd
I
feel
was
about
looking
it.
for, Chair, was that clarification that by doing 2 minutes on this item 10 and 31 does not require us to do 2 minutes in the afternoon. And my understanding is it does not.
Does not. And I'll look to the
Thank you.
County Counsel's office, who serves as our parliamentarian, to clarify that that's a correct assessment.
No, it is always a decision of the board.
Okay, good. So we have folks who've been waiting patiently. Thank you for that. Now that we've sorted out how much time you have, the answer is 2 minutes, but if you can do it in less, We'll remember that brevity is the soul of wit. Patty McNeil to be followed by Maya Esparza and Bruce Sullivan, and I believe it's Elitia, forgive me, this handwriting's tough, Pena, and then Timothy Brown, and Tony Canella, and Hans Tonsfeld, and Jan Higgins, and then there are about another 10, but let's start with those folks. Patty McNeil, welcome. To be followed by Maya Esparza and Bruce Sullivan.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and thank you for your service to the people of Santa Clara County. My name is Patty McNeil. I live in District 7 near Coyote Creek, and I'm an associate pastor at a small church in Willow Glen. The history of the Fairgrounds reveals the awesome vision that some of the past supervisors and the people of the county have had. In 1939, the community's vision came together. They wanted a common place to enjoy the outdoors, to learn, to make memories. In 1941, the first county fair was held on the property, so the vision came to fruition. In the 70s, the Fairgrounds was the hot spot for rock concerts. In the 80s, over 1 million people passed through her gates each year. But by the 90s, time takes the toll on the Fairgrounds. Coming into the 21st century, the temptation has been to see the Fairgrounds as just a big piece of land. We kind of look at it sometimes like a junk drawer where we put things, we don't know what else to do with them, like we have in our kitchen. I don't know what to do with it, I'll put it there. And the stuff has value. It's just that there's no place, we don't have a place for it, so let's put it there. Supervisor Chavez referral 1031 activation and preservation of the Fairgrounds. This shouts to me vision and hope for the community of Santa Clara Valley, Santa Clara County. Today, you can choose to stand with supervisors of the past who understood that this property is more than just a piece of land. It's a place where children and grandchildren can experience making both community and memories. Please keep it free from homeless shelters, housing, and anything that doesn't align with vision. Become awesome
Thank you.
supervisors for
Really
the
do need
future.
folks to stay within their 2 minutes, please. Mrs. Esparza, welcome.
Thank you. And actually, I have a handout. If I can just give it to, I believe it's attached to your agenda, but what I'm handing out is a little map of the city of San Jose that shows the overcrowded housing by census tract. And you'll see that in this map, there's an equity divide along really Monterey Road is sort of that line for the equity divide within San Jose. Today, I'm here to support Supervisor Chavez's recommendation to approve negotiating a 20-year master agreement with the Fairgrounds Management Corporation and to designate 55 acres of the Fairgrounds as a county park. And I'd like to take a moment to talk about the impact of these actions to the community, and especially the immediate community around the Fairgrounds, which I don't think has gotten talked a lot about. These neighborhoods around the Fairgrounds are amongst the most dense, overcrowded neighborhoods in the entire city, with over 20% of the households experiencing overcrowding. And you'll see the big map. We kind of try to enlarge it on the other side. But right along Monterey and Tully, the two black sort of boxes, that's the area around the Fairgrounds. And this data is from 2010. And as the city of San Jose learned most recently through our displacement research, is that these numbers have actually only gotten worse post-2010. And we don't know what the future holds. So the bottom line is that these communities are in dire need of open space and of the recreational amenities that the Fairgrounds can provide, especially affordable recreational activities. So it's an opportunity to bring much needed infrastructure improvements to this community, and I ask you all to support it. Thank you. 4 seconds left.
You're a pro. Ably done. Thank you. Bruce Sullivan, followed by, forgive me, I'm struggling with the Alicia Pena. Ms. Pena. Mr. Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Bruce Sullivan. I've been a resident of District 7 and live about 2 miles east of the Fairgrounds. I've been a resident there for 41 years. I understand the Fairgrounds started in 1939 or 1941, and so I've been there about half the time that the Fairgrounds has been around. So I thought I'd come down and say something. We've got, like Maya said, a high-density situation in our district. If you look at District 7 in San Jose, it's got 10 districts. It's probably the smallest geographically. Therefore, we have an equal amount of people in each district, but ours, for some reason, is smaller than, let's say, District 10, District 8, Evergreen, Almaden. So you've got more open space in those areas. The Fairgrounds gives us a legacy piece of property that's been around for 80 years, and this proposal will keep it there at least another 20 years, used for recreation, used for sports activity, and used for family entertainment that we really need in that particular area. We don't have these community, I don't know what you call them, maybe activity centers for the kids, where you have a pool, where you have a place for them to go and recreate. We tend to have more gangs and that kind of thing. We would like to see a more family-oriented use of the property, and I think the kids would also benefit from that, especially when you have 55 acres proposed parkland along the Elmbarger corridor. Those houses down there really are in need of some kind of parkland. It's a highly dense area that really needs parkland. And the county, to me, has always been a provider of good parkland. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And next speaker. And I apologize, I'm struggling with your handwriting, but at least I got the Pena part.
It's Yalitza Peña, and I'm the Community Relations Director with Franklin McKinley School District. I'm here
Welcome.
speaking on behalf of our Superintendent, Juan Cruz. He would like to offer the district support for the proposal from Supervisor Chavez to designate approximately 55 acres of the fairground as a county park and work in collaboration with the school district to mitigate any impact that any of the other proposals may have on our adjacent transportation yard and Franklin Elementary School. Our elementary school shares boundaries with the fairground property, and there may be some opportunities that we could leverage resources to make open space accessible to our community. In addition, there are concerns that our neighbors have had with a section of that shared boundary that through this proposal may give us an opportunity to address. The district also is very much opposed to the recent request of building transitional housing facilities at the fairgrounds, and I strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to explore alternate locations which are not next to Franklin School, which serves approximately 650 students in grades kindergarten to 6th grade, and a Head Start Center serving the youngest in our community. Our commitment to our students, staff, and community is to provide a safe learning environment that prepares children for success. Children between the ages of 5 and 12 walk with their parents and the guardians to school, alone or in groups to and from school. If a transitional housing facility was built next to Franklin School, it would place those receiving services in close proximity with young children and introduce an element of safety that would be difficult for the campus to control. Our school district has a long history of partnering with the County of Santa Clara, most recently with the All-Inclusive Playground, in support of our community and our schools, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration. And we are in support of Supervisor Cindy Chavez's proposed use of the fairgrounds. Sincerely, Superintendent Juan Cruz.
Thank you for your comments. Timothy Brown, to be followed by Tony Cannella, to be followed by Hans Tonfelt, to be followed by Jan Higgins.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak today on this item. I'm Timothy Brown. I'm a union representative from SEIU, United Service Workers West. I'm here on behalf of our members that work at Fairgrounds, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. And we have had a union contract there for more than 30 years that provides good wages, family health care, fully funded by the employer, FMC. So we urge you today to adopt this proposal and to extend the contract so we can protect our future for our families and their children. And we have a good relationship with the company, with the FMC, and we urge you to vote to support the extension of their contract. And it will create a better future for all of us working there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on up, please. That's Mr. Cannella.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Tony Canella. I've been working for Fairgrounds for 30 years. And I would say first, thank you for your hard work. I know it's not easy to handle a nice county. Santa Clara County is a huge and it's beautiful. And I just want to say I like my job. I like to keep working and bring community together. All kinds of cultures come to the Fairgrounds to enjoy. And I know we struggle a lot about Fairgrounds because fighting and people go there and don't feel safe. But thank you for hard work. Try to keep these Fairgrounds going. And I would like to you guys say that keep the contract with the Fairgrounds. And it's open to the public, you know, and thank you for your hard work. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Thank you for coming. Hans Stonsfeld, followed by Jan Higgins, and then we'll be going to Samir Mehta, and I believe it's Prem Suri, forgive me if I can't read the handwriting, Casey Hill, Ian Anderson, and Mauricio Mejia. Welcome.
My name is Hans Stonsfeld. I've been associated with the Fairgrounds for about 45 years ago. Started with my children. I got interested in youth education. About 20 years or so ago, my wife got onto the FMC board, and I became aware of the fact that we have a property here that is an iconic property. I think they've called it a diamond in the rough. It really needs to be polished. But the only way you're going to attract any kind of philanthropy, and there are people out there who are willing to put in time, energy, and money into improving these facilities for the public. And to that end, it is very important that we do finally give a 20-year lease to FMC. Frankly, I prefer a permanent lease because I think this is a property that can become representative of Santa Clara County to the entire world. We can develop it into something like like we have, say, in Orlando, where Disney has put in something that draws people. But I also want to see that we pay attention to cultural activities and social activities. I grew up as a child in San Francisco. I went to Steinhardt, I went to De Young, I went to all the museums and the parks, and I think we have a property here that could be turned into something that will give us a shine throughout the entire world. But the 20-year lease is key to attracting philanthropists and their funding, and that's very important. We need to stop concentrating on trying to turn everything into more money and more money generating. We have to look at the other side of a human life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And Jan Higgins.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name's Ian Higgins. I'm the Chief Executive of USA Cricket, the national governing body with exclusive responsibility for governing the sport in the USA. And in turn, USA Cricket is licensed by the International Cricket Council, which is the global international federation responsible for the governance of the sport around the world. With more than 1.5 billion fans around the world, cricket is the second biggest sport in the world, and it's increasingly attracting younger audiences, women, girls and families through its short-form product 2020. And the ICC has long recognised the significant potential that cricket has to develop in the USA and for the USA to become a significant global force in world cricket. And that potential is built upon the huge number of people that are currently playing and consuming cricket in the USA. Nowhere is more popular in the USA than in this county of Santa Clara, where there are more than 200,000 first and second generation immigrants who have a deep passion and affinity for watching and playing the sport. Under the management proposal, USA Cricket and its commercial partner ACE plan to develop a world-class cricketing venue at the Fairgrounds, which would be capable of hosting regular domestic cricket matches under a new professional league that will take place in 2021. as well as hosting international competition and global events, the USA Cricket Administrative Office, and a high-performance centre and training facilities. This would provide the local community with the cricket content that we know that they will consume, the facilities that we know that they would use, and the opportunity for Santa Clara County to develop itself as the central focal point for the sport in this country. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And let me say thank you for the record to Ian Higgins. And I believe it's Samir Mehta.
Good morning. My name is Samir Mehta. I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for the last 25 years. I started a small company called Willow TV about 16 years back, broadcasting the sport of cricket in the USA. And at that time, we had about 50,000 customers, about 10,000 customers from the Santa Clara area. Today, we have about 4 million customers with about 450,000 customers from just the Bay Area. And we've seen the sport grow by leaps and bounds in the Bay Area over the last 20 years. The big issue is that kids who play the sport don't have a location to play the sport professionally. A team that wants to play the sport at a high level cannot reside in the Bay Area because there's just no grounds and there's just no facilities. So what we've started is an organization called American Cricket Enterprises that's fully funded, that would like to create a facility in the Santa Clara Fairgrounds with the support of the county and the FMC, built more like a community amphitheater with a pavilion so that it can mesh very well with the county fair. It's meant to be a world-class facility, and we hope that this will be the center of cricket in the USA. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Prem Suri. Sorry for the bad handwriting, but that's age.
At least I didn't call you Jan when your name was Ian, so there you go. Welcome, sir.
I represent Willow Cricket Academy. I have been involved with coaching youngsters in cricket for the past 20 years, and I've always found it very difficult to find a facility where we could coach kids, school kids, kids who are growing up. And now, with the introduction of USA Cricket coming in actively and ACE, and the proposal they're jointly working with Santa Clara County Fairgrounds, where they're saying that they would develop a facility for cricket, is what excited me and brought me to this forum, because I represent, as I said, close to 1,000 kids all over Bay Area who are really looking for facilities to play every weekend. These are school-going kids, and we just try to play wherever we can, whenever we can get the space and time. This facility will go a long way in developing this game at the grassroots level and engage a lot more students coming in from these schools. I really urge the board and the president to consider this proposal seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker is Casey Hill, to be followed by Ian Anderson and Mauricio Mejia. Welcome. There is a microphone right there in front of you, I promise.
Oh, okay, there it is. All right, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you briefly in support of this proposal. My name is Casey Hill. I'm the executive director of Veggielution, a nonprofit community farm that has stewarded 6 acres of public parkland at Emma Prush Farm Park for over a decade. In that time, we've had the unique opportunity to engage with thousands of local residents, many of whom are low-income working immigrants. I'm here today to raise up how critical it is, amidst ambitious plans for large revenue-generating partnership projects at the fairgrounds, to prioritize open spaces that are creative, welcoming, and easily accessible by local families at very low to no cost. Investment in green spaces and culturally specific programming helps to increase a sense of safety, ownership, and belonging in neighborhoods. I cannot stress enough that as more and more development comes to San Jose, it is essential to permanently preserve large public open spaces for residents to enjoy for community gathering in nature. New housing requires thoughtfully designed parks. Studies show that new green space initiatives are particularly effective when they meet additional needs. As Veggielution has successfully demonstrated, parks are best when they serve multiple community needs, as hubs for neighborhood events, as places to provide social services, and even as sites for innovative economic opportunity. Eastside Grown, our food cart advocacy program, was in fact dreamed up inside a city park. When considering the activation of the designated 55 acres of the fairgrounds as county park, we urge you and the Fairgrounds Management Corporation to be bold, innovative, and equitable, centering the voice of community residents and nonprofit partners. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Ian Anderson, Vice President of the San Jose Earthquakes. We were referenced as a potential partner in the soccer complex at the Fairgrounds, and we're here to support the FMC extension. As an organization, one of our top strategic priorities is to support increased access to athletic and recreational fields in the community. I'm sure you all are aware that there's a constant shortage of those fields here in the region. We're committed to addressing that, and we have been looking at numerous locations throughout the county for us to potentially do that. And from our perspective, the Fairgrounds it really provides an ideal location for fields for the community. It's accessible to the various folks who play, and it's also proximate to where we, the San Jose Earthquakes, play in the county. So we'd just like to lend our support to the initiative and the extension for the FMC. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next speaker, who I believe is Mauricio Mejia, yes? To be followed by Dan Oram, Scott Largent, Barbara Suet, and Serena, forgive me, Decora. If I misread that, I apologize. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, County Supervisors. I'm actually here in support of two things. I had a whole bunch of notes, but I'm just going to speak from the heart. County Supervisor Cindy Chavez, I'm in support of your proposal. I'm in support of the new executive director at the Fairgrounds. When I had a meeting with him and sat down and got to share his vision, it actually really excited me, and it really turned the leaf for me to bring and to put the word out to all the different type of concert promoters and event producers that are out there across the U.S. My history has been entertainment and concert promotions here in San Jose, in downtown San Jose in the core, and in the Fairgrounds in the past. Yesterday we had a visit from the largest festival promoters in the United States. They produced the Coachella Festival, they produced the EDC Festival. They came and never knew about the Fairgrounds, never knew. They do events up north, up in Napa, up in San Francisco, Oakland, but never knew that this land existed. And yesterday they left so excited that their text message as soon as they landed back in Los Angeles was, "Thank you for the opportunity, thank you for introducing us to the executive team." With the vision that the executive team shared and where they're looking at in the future, this proposal makes a lot of sense, because when people invest, especially outside enterprises, private enterprises invest, it takes a lot of money, energy, and resources. So we're excited. We're looking forward to this. We hope that this moves forward, and we hope that next year we can kick off the first festival, which we've named Valley of the Hearts Music Festival, which would embrace the Santa Clara Valley and its history. Again, we're in a global destination. We're in a melting pot, and there's no reason why Santa Clara County, San Jose, or the Silicon Valley does not have its own massive music festival that can embrace all communities and all cultures. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Dan Oram, to be followed by Scott Largent, Barbara Suet, and Serena Decora. Welcome.
Good morning. Good seeing you all. I'm Dan Oram, president of the San Jose Giants, and I'm speaking on behalf of approving for the FMC extension. As I said, I'm with the Giants. We live and work in District 7, and we're all about fun, affordable family entertainment. And I've always felt like the Fairgrounds has a similar vision and mission. It's a very important thing for the residents of Santa Clara County to continue to have options for that. And so we look forward to ongoing discussions with FMC about the potential for being at the Fairgrounds. We know we have a lot of work ahead of us. The main reason that I'm in favor of this extension is that I think FMC really needs a runway to put their vision into place, but also to give them time to do it accurately and appropriately for the county. I think too many times short-term extensions can lead to short-term thinking, and I think that in this case the longer extension is appropriate and can help drive, hopefully, the right decisions to make this not just a diamond in the rough, but actually a diamond in District 7. It's a very, very low-income district. We've tried to support that as much as we can as the San Jose Giants. Every year we give over 50,000 tickets out to families free of charge. And I think that the vision that FMC is showing is to also provide that kind of fun, affordable family entertainment for the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Largent, you're up next, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott Largent. I went to the, last time I was out at the Fairgrounds was for the Homeless Summit that Supervisor Cortese put on. I met a gentleman out there, and I go to these events just to kind of interact with other people that were homeless or struggling in our community. This man that I met out there, really nice old timer, disabled. He actually was in the Navy, so technically he's a war vet. He received a municipal code violation out of the city of San Jose for living in his motorhome. So rather than chalking the tires and giving a 72-hour notice, the shady anti-democratic city of San Jose has figured out different ways to absolutely screw people. This man right now had to put bail down on this. Okay, so I'm going to email you guys this guy's information, so maybe you can pull some strings, bump him up to the IDO, and get him an actual real attorney. Let's not give this guy some deal, push him off to the side, let him take his motor home, and let him live in the park. I don't think that's acceptable right here. I mean, this is shocking right here. There's a letter that was included. I'm sure the gentleman out there probably talked to you, Dave. I'm sure he gave you this letter that he wrote to Stinky Sam Licardo right here. I would hope people would pay attention to this. This guy fought for our country. He's disabled. He's living in a motorhome, and no way should we be charging him money like this. The reason I came up here to talk about this stuff is we've got a fairgrounds that has plenty of property. I know it's beating a dead horse, but what happened to just triaging the mentally ill and homeless, utilizing a space out there for 3 to 6 months, figuring out the people that can pass drug tests, vet them out. I can give you a list of 200 people today that will pass drug tests. They're living in their cars and motorhomes. You could put them out there and probably house them in 3 to 6 months. I'm vetting these people out myself. You are not. This is sad right here. You guys should stand up for this man. He doesn't deserve this. Thank you.
Barbara Sewitt, and then I believe it's Serena DeCara. And forgive me if I'm misreading the handwriting on that one.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Barbara Sewitt. I am a lifetime resident of Santa Clara County, and I've raised my children here. I'm also the current county council president for 4-H. And I know that a lot of youth today would like to be out here in support of this, but unfortunately, school beckons, and so that's where they are. But I will say on behalf of 4-H, 4-H is an international program for youth development. It crosses all sectors of life. You see it at fair with the livestock, but we also have science and technology, health and leisure, all kinds of sectors of 4-H where youth learn how to be involved in their community and help improve their community. The vision that FMC has is fabulous. We're really excited about it, not only to come and showcase our animals once a year and our exhibits, but also to be a part of a larger community that this property can offer and be involved in many more ways than just coming here 1 week. Our 4-H world does work for a year to bring their projects each year to the fair, and so not only will they get a chance to shine there, but we'll get a chance to be more involved with the communities and the people that are speaking today and cross all those borders too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let's ask our last speaker to come forward and help me with her proper name and proper pronunciation and proper reading.
You did great with the name. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Serena DeCora, and I'm the CEO of Paintball International. Along with my husband and partner, Michael DeCora, we built and have run the paintball and laser tag family recreational facility that's currently operating out at the Fairgrounds and has been there since 2003. Believe it or not, that's been 17 years. I thought it would be helpful today to speak for a few reasons. First, I know the FMC has been working very hard to make improvements to the overall operations of the property and is moving forward with the concepts and plans for a long-term vision that fulfills the needs and addresses the desires of this community. As an existing anchor tenant, serving families, companies, and the youth, we are the only tenant currently following the mandate of the board. We're serving those families, and we bring in about 50,000 people annually, about 1,000 to 1,200 a week, to the fairgrounds. And so we'd like to be part of the conversation when it comes to family recreation moving forward at the fairgrounds. For those who don't know us, because you may have been before your time on the board or you weren't involved in the 3 previous RFPs, we do have a long-term vision and a development plan to build a family recreational outdoor adventure park at the fairgrounds. We have provided this in a comprehensive way to the county in the past and are providing a short overview today for all of you. During the last attempt back in 2017, our facility was actually part of the final presentation that was submitted by Borelli Investment, who currently runs Casino 101 and the Bay 101 Technologies and notable other places here in San Jose. So our concept for a family adventure park, along with part of their final vision, was part of the final submission. Since much of today's presentation includes some of those same players, we thought it would be informative to provide everyone here with the key points of our vision and the financial letters that we've provided that shows that we have the ability to build something like this. So we are in support of the board moving forward with the 20-year management plan and agreement, and we look forward to our vision ultimately being able to come to life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me just confirm with the clerk. I believe that was the last of our public speakers. Yes, it was. All right. That brings the matter back before the board, and a reminder that we have 2 items before us, both item number 10 and item number 31. Thank you. All right. Comments or questions? Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Good morning. Hello. Yes. I just want to point out that earlier we were talking about long-term agreements, and it was pointed out that they provide certainty to lessees so they can make capital investments. And it doesn't relate to the fairgrounds. It's just an aside for me regarding what we're doing with the airports. And I agree entirely, long-term leases and agreements give certainty to people to make investments. I do have 3 requests for information to come back regarding this referral. First, I want to say I've been here 9 years. My chief of staff was here 30 years. He joked with me about 2 or 3 prior fairgrounds master plans having come and gone and been shelved. I think this one's got legs. I think something's going to become of this one, and I'm looking forward to being a part of the process as we go through and get there. I think there's going to be a change coming because of this referral. I would like to request that County Council and Administration come back with the long-term implications of designating the 55 acres as parkland, including the estimated costs of developing, operating, and maintaining the land. And all 3 of these items may be things, Supervisor Chavez, that you were already expecting would come back. I just want specificity of it. Bless you. Number 2, I'd like to better understand FMC's scope of authority and what checks and balances there will be over the next 20 years. And number 3, I'd like an off-agenda report back to the board about the 500 units of permanent affordable housing that the ledge file states currently exists at the fairgrounds. That was done before my time. I don't have any details of that, and the information that we've received doesn't quite mesh with that information. So I'd like to find out how those units were calculated. Thank you.
Supervisor Cortese.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward, Supervisor Chavez. And I too, I'm encouraged, I think like Supervisor Wasserman is, in terms of us staying the course this time, and part of it is because, Supervisor Chavez, you have incorporated by reference the vision that the board already adopted. In the board composition isn't 100% the same, so it's just encouraging to me that if this passes today, we've got some continuity going in terms of maintaining the vision that was set forth for this property. And I think that was one of the big things that has sort of flip-flopped or seesawed a lot in the past. Should it be developed? Should it be housing? Should it be parkland? Should it be whatever? And I remain very comfortable with the elements, I for one, We'll see if everyone agrees, but I feel very, very comfortable with the vision that's been set forth in our packets today, and Mr. Andrade explained earlier at the outset. My question number one is, and I'm going to preface it by saying I'm favorable toward some sort of parkland dedication or process that would involve preservation in a way that might involve an actual grant of property or something like that. And so I'm very comfortable today with at least sending that issue out for options to come back. But Abe, I wanted to ask you, when I look at the way you've sort of divided up the property in terms of how you would approach it at this point, I understand it's not set in stone, it's not something that we've adopted yet. Can you speak yet to where you might designate or recommend to us designating such an expanse of parkland in the overall map? I'm talking about the map where you have 4 or 5 different sort of, I won't call them parcelizations, but sections of the fairgrounds that some might remain, for example, for county fair use, others, you know what they are. But the reason I ask it is because it looks like there are multiple, there's more than one of those parcels or sections or areas that would involve open space, much like you would see in a park. So do you have thoughts on that yet, or is it just something, it's fine with me if it's something that you have to give thought to or want to work together with the administration on before it comes back. But if you have given it some thought, I'd be interested in hearing what you think about that.
Board Member Cortese, the map that I provided to you, which divided the fairgrounds up into 4 planning areas, was just for to allow us to get a better conceptual of and allow us to use it as a planning mechanism. But there's been no set designation of the 55 acres at this point, and I would be working with staff and to bring something back to the board on that.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would the general idea in your mind, because obviously you have these four areas designated for some kind of purpose, methodical purpose going forward, to try to insert this parkland option in and create an option that has 4 planning areas that would sort of revolve around or work around a parkland, or just take advantage of it? Would that be the idea, or would you just abandon the 4 areas and start from scratch?
Certainly, the planning areas really have artificial boundaries at this point, but the park area that would be designated would be built, and more than likely it could take up areas in planning areas 4, 3, and 4, and it could also be the site of our 4-H and Agricultural Educational Center, as well as some of the other proposed developments.
Okay, and my understanding, Supervisor Chavez, switching gears now to the proposed FMC contract extension, is that you're calling for essentially some sort of an out clause for the county. You're asking for some sort of out clause on the county side that would essentially allow us to terminate, but at the same time allow contractors, vendors, negotiators to know that it is our preference to have FMC there for 20 years, irrespective of any termination language that might at some point be exercised.
So part of the reason I wanted to send this back to staff is I actually think that's a really important question. The way I hope it would be structured is that any agreement that exceeds 1 year would have to be adopted by the board. So ultimately, the relationship between the vendor and us would be with us through FMC. And the reason I want to do that is I want to create the option for us to have a strong management team there, but at the same time recognize that the amortization of the property overall is something that the board would need to maintain control over.
Supervisors, excuse the interruption. I just want to clarify for the public. When you speak of approval by the board, you're talking about the Board of Supervisors,
Correct.
not the FMC board.
That's
yes.
correct.
Thank you. Apologies.
Yeah, I was really referring to the FMC contract itself, which I'm understanding you're suggesting a 20-year term to give them some gravitas with folks in the community that they're dealing with on a business level, but at the same time
Give us an output.
suggesting that the staff or council bring back a termination ability that would be something short of 20 years in the event that the Board of Supervisors or subsequent boards decided they needed to go in a different direction.
That's
for some
correct.
reason. Okay. And then lastly, this is also a request for information. I know Supervisor Wasserman asked for some information earlier, so I just want to add mine. There's been some history in this county, about 48,000 acres of it, of acquiring parkland, but not immediately developing it, investing operational dollars in it. Marshall Cottle would be a great example of that, which I can attest to. That deal was in place, to put it in perspective, and most of you know how long I've been in elected office before I was in elective office, and it was only when the county had the capacity to start investing in it that it did. But the preservation of that property, which we all know was a great act of philanthropy by Walter Cottle Lester, was captured, captured before it could go away, irrespective of the operational need. I would just like to have somebody go back through the archives and bring back to us dates of acquisition of parkland that this county has acquired versus date of activation of the parkland for public use. The most recent one I could think of is the so-called Owen Nolan Ranch on Mount Hamilton Road, which I don't believe has been activated yet. And I know this board, or at least 4/5 of this board, acquired it several years ago. I'm not complaining about that. I think there's reasons for that, whether it's Park Trust Fund property or whether it's some kind of park property or open space property that's held by the general fund. I just want to make sure that we have the information before us. If it's going to say what I think it's going to say, that it's not extraordinary for the county to go into a preservation mode on a piece of property for park purposes without immediately activating it and holding on until resources are available as a second step, if that makes sense. So I don't know who would provide that. I probably have our Parks Director pretty worried back there.
Don Rocha, the other Don Rocha will do it.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think we need to go through all 48,000 acres, but I'd look for some significant examples of that happening and how long it took, and just a paragraph on each one as to how that process unfolded between acquisition and activation. That's all I need for now, and we'll look forward to a motion at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, first I want to just congratulate you and your team on this referral. It is really, it's thorough and it's got a great level of detail and really puts forth an exciting vision. I don't mind at all that I wasn't part of the past 3 or 6 or however many iterations there have been. But from the very beginning of when I started running for this seat, I was asked about the fairgrounds. What's happening at the fairgrounds? What are you doing at the fairgrounds? And it actually is exciting to be able to have an answer. And I want to thank Councilmember Esparza particularly for making such an effective case around the current density of housing, the needs that are specific to that area, and why housing is not appearing to be the highest and best use of what we can do there. It's certainly exciting to have the sports teams show interest. That would be an exciting draw and a great opportunity for economic development. My personal priority, if we're just tossing in dreams today, is like Supervisor Cortese, lots of open green space and trees and trees and trees.
Put in trees. Got it.
Some trees would be good.
Got it.
Thank you. It's fascinating to sort of hear how each board member's experience on the board and with the fairgrounds shapes their thinking and their view. The good news is I'm not going to rehash 22 years worth of history, but I will just, and I'm getting a thumbs up from one of my colleagues on that, but I do want to say my views are to some extent formed by the fact that I served on this board from 1997 to the year 2000, when what do we do with the fairgrounds was a common question. And here we are all these years later, and I've been back for 7 years now, and this has occupied a fair amount of time and attention, but not yet come to any resolution. I want to share my views about the fairgrounds just more broadly and then more specifically with respect to this proposal. I think if you take it as, you know, the fairgrounds property in its totality, the time is not yet right to sort of identify the full potential of the property in terms of the public interest. And, you know, I stay away from phrases like highest and best use because that has some real estate connotations that to some people means, you know, buildings rising up into the sky. And that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how do we make sure that a public asset benefits the public? And there are lots of different ways it could do that. There have been lots of competing visions over the years, and we heard some today as well. But I have also been concerned that because it's sort of been a, you know, year-to-year proposition, I do share the view that it's been difficult for folks at the fairgrounds to make real progress if it's, you know, kind of don't know what's going to happen next year, next month, next week kind of proposition. So I do think that there needs to be a longer-term commitment to give folks a chance to create something there that truly does provide community value. But I don't see it as, quote, permanent necessarily. And, you know, forever is a very long time. And in our work, rarely do we do things that are forever. I had more of a 10-year time frame in mind, you know, just rolling around the back of my head. I kept thinking, we're going to have to give these folks 10 years if they're going to be able to put some reasonable amount of investment into the property to provide public benefit. And no magic to 10 years, arbitrary number. 20 is for me a stretch. I could probably stretch that far. I get very nervous when I hear people trying to go past 20 years because I think the world will change in the intervening 20 years. And what I like about this particular plan is that while no one has used this phrase, I think of it as land banking with public benefit in the interim. So, you know, the good news for all the board members is that term limits preclude any of us from being here 20 years from now. And if the item came back 20 years from now, I'd want to see the maximum in flexibility for the entire site. having given you the maximum in the opportunity to invest during that 20 years in the public interest and for the public benefit. So that's the threading of the needle I'm trying to see, which is preserving some flexibility long-term, by which I mean after 20 years, while still giving people the certainty they need in this next 20 years to invest in the site and do some good work. I will come back to Supervisor Ellenberg in a minute. Then I appreciated Supervisor Wasserman's request for some additional information on the park issues and Supervisor Chavez's indication that that was information she was hoping to get as well. I do, and I think Supervisor Cortese, commented about, hey, lots of different ways to handle acquisitions and subsequent development. So I'm sort of wanting to keep an open mind about that. If we're talking longer than the 20 years, that's problematic for me. So I want to surface that right now. I'm guessing, and that's all, and Supervisor Chavez may want to comment, I'm guessing that the reason it says not putting this in the park charter fund is because that's a fund that's already stressed. On the other hand, I'm wondering where does the money come from then to develop the park, and that may, again, tie into the comments that my colleagues have shared about what it is. But so I'm hoping that when the information comes back from staff, we'll get information about the range of possibilities in terms of park and open space, the range of possibilities about funding. If folks are hoping that the rest of the site's going to be a cash cow that pays for, and I mean that in the warmest and lovingest of ways, a cash cow that pays for the open space, then I think we're going to need to sort of see how that pencils out, or if it does, or if there's another source of funds. Because the council member is still here, I do want to say, I think parks and open space are for everybody, and I think that needs to be underscored. I think it's an environmental justice issue, but I also think we sometimes think that the words urban and parks don't go together. I think they do, and I think we have to sort of be mindful of making sure that those kinds of recreational amenities are available to all without regard to income level or their geographic location in the city or the county. So I just want to sort of underscore that piece. So I have more questions than I have conclusions today. I have the same question that I think was already raised about we want to provide 20 years worth of commitment, but year to year flexibility, and I think Supervisor Chavez, your comments about that's why board would have to approve certain contracts. It was helpful. For those who are here from various athletic organizations, love to see those amenities, but hope people understand that there are limits to the extent or ability of a public agency to be subsidizing private profit-making enterprises. So folks have to come with realistic expectations, I think, on that front. And I don't know if the cricket folks are still here. I think some of them had to go about their business, but I want to impose on you all a story from the 1980s. And when I was a Palo Alto school board member, and we were struggling with the fact that our fields and open space were overused. And I turned to somebody and said, I don't understand how we can have half the number of students, Mrs. Niss, this will be familiar to you, half the number of students in the 80s that we had in the late 60s, but still have more demand for our open space and green fields. And somebody looked at me and smiled and said, Title IX. And for those of you who don't remember, Title IX was the action at the federal level that said we were going to provide equal opportunity in a range of educational areas for young women as well as for young men, but particularly with respect to sports. And what it meant was that green fields and open space that had historically been used primarily by young men and by boys was suddenly being used by young women and by girls. And times changed. And in my view, that was a time when things changed for the better. And when I hear people talking about cricket, it makes me smile because we've got a different population today than we did 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 40 years ago. And so the demand for recreational amenities is going to change as well. Some of us in the room remember when people said skateboarding, that's not really a sport, only to discover that there was a pretty healthy complement of folks in the community who thought that it was. So I do think, and I guess I'm looking at you, Mr. Andrade, that we need to be sort of open to changing nature of recreational demands. Cricket, as I recall, takes up a fair amount of space, but I think it's a use that is at least intriguing to me in terms of the changing recreational demands or requirements of the community. With all that being said, I'm going to be an aye vote today, but with a very clear underlining of I can't commit to being an aye vote on a plan I haven't yet seen because it hasn't yet been more fully developed. But I do have those questions and concerns that I've articulated, and I want to see if we can thread the needle or properly balance the need for longer-term commitment while still preserving flexibility at the end of that period. Okay, thanks for letting me wander through that territory. And Ms. Ellenberg, back to you, and then we'll go to Supervisor Chavez to wrap up on the item.
I just want to correct on the record that when I used the term highest and best use, that was leftover real estate lawyer language that I haven't managed to excise. I really just meant the best use for our community and our community members. So
thank you, and
forgive
me, I did not mean to I wasn't referencing the phrase for your use. I was just saying I think sometimes that people misunderstand that as being a term that means one thing and one thing only, when rather clearly it does not. So thank you for that. And Supervisor Chavez, back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. If we could get the motion screen, I'd like to make a motion. I'm happy to incorporate all of the requests for information from my colleagues, and because I think they all make good sense. I do want to ask staff as they come back with a strategy for how we proceed, that they may need to give the board some options relative to kind of a stronger understanding of what the implications are, both for the open space and also for some of the investments we would like to have made by external partners. And then just two things that I want to make sure that I address. One, that that in order to get amortized investments, the reason we want all of these to come back to the board is so that we have an option as to which to choose yes and which to choose no. The reason we avoided the Park Charter Fund was frankly so I wouldn't make anybody up here uncomfortable with projects that were already on the list and make people feel like they're going to have to make a choice between something in their district and something in mine. That being said, my expectation was that the ability to have a financially balanced plan would allow us to use revenue and resources from the different projects that were on the property to be able to invest in the open space, number one, and number two, then therefore allow it to be positioned to receive grant funds from the state, for example, as they put some money aside for parks. And I also think there will be opportunities with projects that are coming up to be developed that are going to need credits, whether it's for parks or other things. I think a park of this size actually positions it nicely to receive those kinds of resources. So one of the things the staff would have to come back with are the pros and cons of the dedication of it being parkland versus a dedication of it being for 30 years park space. And I think if it limits our ability to fund what we want to make sure people have access to in the community, then the board has a choice to make as it relates to how we want to proceed there. So with that, I do want to thank all the speakers. I particularly wanted to thank Councilmember Esparza for your thoughtful feedback, and just to let my colleagues know that there's a lot of work under Supervisor Esparza's leadership on the Monterey corridor, which is one of the gateways to this property. So we want to really be partners there so we can get the city to play a leadership role in investing as well. So with that, those are all my comments, and I just wanted to thank my colleagues for your really thoughtful input.
All right, we'll ask all 5 mayors, please vote on the screen. That's been done, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. We'll announce that the motion carries 5-0, and we will say thank you again to all who came to either listen to and or speak to the item. That takes us, I believe, to item number 14, Madam Clerk. Is that correct? Supervisor Chavez, go right ahead since this is your referral.
Thank you. And I know we have people exiting the room, but I'm going to go ahead and start.
Please do.
Anyway, just because we have a lot to go through. First, I wanted to provide for my colleagues and the public the context of this referral. Then I will explain the problem we're trying to solve. The impetus for this referral and all the strangulation response-related work was prompted by the April 15th special hearing on sexual assault that Supervisor Cortese and I held with the City of San Jose. We learned more about this at our last board meeting. As a result of that, the board approved analysis and implementation of close to 50 recommendations on addressing and preventing gender-based violence. At the April hearing, the Office of the District Attorney, the Office of the Sheriff, Valley Medical Center, and service providers asked us to provide strangulation response services to victims, including forensic medical exams. This group of leaders, along with the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention, has already convened a work group and are gearing toward launching a strangulation response pilot no later than February of next year. The Strangulation Response Work Group has already identified immediate challenges that prevent victims from reporting strangulation and from seeking medical services and forensic medical exams. Victims who are uninsured or are undocumented are concerned about their ability to pay for medical services and medical forensic exams and reportedly decide not to report and seek medical assistance. Additionally, some of the victims have reported concerns relating to the billing information being mailed or otherwise made available to the actual perpetrator. This is more often than not puts them in additional physical danger. The Strangulation Response Group is coming to the Board of Supervisors December 10th with a protocol and implementation for the Strangulation Response Pilot. But in order for us to provide optimal services to the victims of IPV-related strangulation, this referral is asking the administration and county council to come back to the board on December 10th with a mechanism that would eliminate IPV and strangulation reporting barriers as it relates to victims seeking medical forensic exams and medical assistance of any sexual assault forensic exam programs that are located in the county. I'm asking for solutions that would identify mechanisms or establish a fund to pay for IPV and strangulation forensic medical exams and medical assistance for victims who are uninsured or undocumented, and solutions that would establish a mechanism that would guarantee that medical billing information for insured victims of IPV strangulation would not be made available to the perpetrator. This referral also requests that administration and county council work closely with the Strangulation Response Group to develop requested solutions. I want to close by bringing to light the very real dangers of IPV-related strangulation to the victims who are overwhelmingly women and girls. Put simply, strangulation could equal death. National Domestic Violence Hotlines cautions that a victim is 10 times more likely to be killed by a partner who has strangled them in the past. I want to read that again. National Domestic Violence Hotline cautions that a victim is 10 times more likely to be killed by a partner who has been strangled by them in the past. According to the San Diego-based Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention, strangulation leaves victims with serious, significant, permanent, or even fatal damage to their throats or their brains. A loss of consciousness can occur between 5 and 10 minutes, I don't know if that's minutes or seconds, and death can occur within minutes, days, or weeks of the attack. 1 in 4 women will experience an intimate partner violence in their lifetimes, and that's really critical. 25% of us experience this, and up to 68% will experience a near fatal strangulation by their partner. 38% of victims report losing consciousness, 9% were also pregnant during the attack, and 70% of strangled women believe they were going to die. Injuries left by these attacks are not always immediate or visible, and can be and are not always obvious to law enforcement or first responders. The San Diego Institute also noted that only half of the victims have visible injuries, and of these, only 15% can be photographed. The most common visible injuries are detected by infrared forensic cameras that can document tissue damage in the throat. Today, I'm simply asking my colleagues to take an additional step to protect intimate partner violence victims in Santa Clara County and enhance our ability to, and our chances of being able to save the lives by enabling access to forensic medical exams and medical services.
Thank you, Supervisor. Let me just check and see, do we have any speakers on this item? We do not, so why don't we bring the voting panel up on our screens. We have the recommended actions that are contained on packet page 2044. Supervisor Chavez has made the motion in support. The second is from Supervisor Wasserman for the record, and we'll ask all 5 members.
I have a
forgive me,
comments,
Supervisor
please.
Ellenberg.
Thank you. In addition to the considerations in the referral, which I would like to support, I want to add 3 additional requests, please. First, as noted in the referral, we learned about the specific focus in IPV on strangulation victims through a pilot at the Sheriff's Office and another law enforcement agency. I would like administration to also clarify in their report back how the Office of the Sheriff would work in coordination with other law enforcement jurisdictions. For example, who receives the call, who investigates, who's the holder of the data, and how do we assess the data without violating privacy rights of the survivor. Second, when administration has clarification on the VMC billing policies and procedures, with the agreement of President Simidian, I'd like them to report back at an HHC meeting prior to December 5th on that specific billing item under the monthly VMC operational report, including comparing the billing processes in place to support sexual assault survivors and other DV medical exams. And finally, I would like the report back on this item to include an alignment on county protocols like the one in the sexual assault draft protocol, which was adopted in March of this year. In that draft protocol, it's noted that sexual assault is addressed in other types of investigations that are addressed in existing county protocols, such as DV, child abuse, human trafficking, CSEC, PREA, and EMS.
Those are great additions. Thank you.
Without objection and hearing none. And Supervisor Chavez, I feel pretty confident, but I just want to get it into the record that the recommended action and direction to staff it would not entail any delay in standing up facilities in the South County or at Stanford Hospital in terms of
Absolutely
providing services.
not.
Just don't want folks to say we're still working out this new or additional protocol.
And as a matter of fact, let me respond to that, because that's would be the last thing we'd want to do. What I recognize, and I think you do too from this coming before Health and Hospital Committee, is that we're going to keep making improvements to the system while we keep moving it forward. And in particular, I just wanted to highlight that another body of work that the board has already approved, but that we've been working with our EMS partners, is to include a mechanism for properly recording domestic violence or sexual assault, particularly sexual assault, as one of the indicators on when they pull down their screen and say why someone's being transported. Because right now, we would be one of the few places in the country that actually even track that. So we're moving a lot of different activities while we're really encouraging staff to keep moving as quickly as they can to make sure services are available in South County and in North County.
Thanks very much for that assurance. We'll ask all 5 members, please make sure they vote on the screen. I believe all 5 members have now done so. Let's ask the clerk to please display the results, and we'll announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us on to item number 15.
Thank you. This item is an approval. I'm asking for a referral to administration to report to the board with options for consideration relative to a study on the public cost of gun violence in the county from 2000 to today. And I wanted to start by thanking Supervisor Cortese for his incredible leadership on gun safety, and I want to acknowledge all the work that he's done to pave the road to improving gun safety in the county. It's clear from the prevalence of mass shootings, especially in Gilroy this summer, that the high rates of suicide from firearms and the unacceptable injuries and deaths of young people from firearms, that we need stronger gun safety policies. I'm bringing this referral forward because the board and the public should understand the full scope of what gun violence costs the county and our community. In 2017, for the first time, the rate of firearm deaths exceeded the deaths by motor vehicles accidents, and 60% of those deaths were from suicides with a firearm. The latest estimate is that gun violence imposes almost a $229 billion in total annual costs on the United States, and that's 1.4% of our GDP, 1.4% of our gross domestic product. In California, the estimated gun cost of violence is over $18 billion, and over 3,000 people under the age of 25 were killed with a gun between 2013 and 2017. I know that this is infuriating for all of us who sit here, and the county's public health department and research reports on this topic have been really helpful. What we want to be able to do is quantify all the costs from deaths, hospitalization, emergency department visits, and that the public health department has already taken a look at, but also taking a look at what other areas that may be of critical cost to us, including mental health services, employer costs, criminal justice costs, police costs, and even the morgue in terms of how much we're investing. The study, once complete, will inform us of the options a county can take to improve gun safety policies. And those are all my comments.
Thank you. Do we have any cards from speakers? We do not. Do we have any questions or comments from members of the board? Supervisor Cortese, let's get the voting panel up on the screen, please.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Chavez for particularly including reference to the 60% of the firearms violence-related deaths that are self-inflicted or suicide. I know at one point you and I had a chance to look at the actual coroner's examiner's data, and it's something that came up over and over and over again at last year's firearms summit, which all of you endorsed. Among the 300 people there is that it is a compelling area to try to focus on to prevent deaths, and it seems like something that we can do to cut down the numbers significantly. So thank you for raising that. And I don't know if the County Office of Education, second point, County Office of Education can help, or if you already included in your thoughts, but to ask our school districts in the county what the cost of them preparing and responding to threats. Many of us have served on school boards, and I remember when we first started doing the code red drills, that being a sort of a significant, a hidden but significant cost to our school districts. And I think part of your method here is to try to assess the total public cost that's occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. That's a really great point.
Thank you. We do have a motion by Supervisor Chavez. If we can get a second, that would be helpful. Can we get a second? Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. Before we vote, Supervisors, Dr. Smith apparently would like to lean in, and I have one brief comment/request in a moment.
Yes, this is a fabulous idea. I just wanted to ask for a little bit of clarification. Collecting all this data is very, very critical and very important, but also will take some time. So I'm presuming from the nature of the referral that you want us to come back as soon as possible with some timelines and options for how we will do that, and you're not wanting us to just wait until we have all the data to come back.
You know, that's actually a really good point, Dr. Smith, and maybe the first thing would be to come back and just let us know what you think that workload would take and timeline, because some of this public health is collected, but I think to Supervisor Cortesi's point, there may be some partners we need to reach out to that hold some of that data. So I think if you wanted to come back with a timeline for and a work plan would be great.
Right. I'm thinking, you know, the coroner, the schools, the police departments, you know, certainly public health, the hospitals, some clinic stuff. You know, it has a dramatic effect, as you know, on every part of our life. And so I'd like us to come back with a thoughtful recommendation to the board.
And also, you may need to come back with a scope too. I just realized as I was listening to you that part of the reason I'm so interested in the public cost is I think that's something that's going to allow us to take a look at who should help us pay for that cost.
Oh,
and
okay.
so I really
Okay.
want to focus on the public cost of that.
Okay.
But I think if you're right that if you come back with a work plan, because some of the work is already done and some of it is not.
Right, right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Great job.
Thank you all. Supervisor Wasserman, I see your light is now on.
Thank you. I would just like to ask when the costs come back, and we went through this when we were trying to assess the cost of homelessness. Some things are very easy to cost. Other things are more confusing. For instance, our emergency room at Valley Medical Center is open 24/7. Whether we have 5 people there on one day or 15 people there on one day, we have the same staff costs, PG&E costs, depreciation, amortization of our equipment. It doesn't change. And what I've seen over time is we say, okay, for instance, we have a cost of the homeless in our jails. Whether there's a homeless person in the jail or not, we still have a correctional officer there and the light's on. We have a homeless person, for instance, and I'm just using homeless as one example of determining costs. A homeless person in the emergency room, there or not there, our cost is the same, whether no one visits our emergency room or 100 people visit our emergency room. So what I've seen, Supervisor, over my 9 years is a lot of times the same costs gets attributed for this and for this and for this. There's an auto accident, for instance, and we assess what it costs our emergency room. So I just ask administration when you come back, as best you can, to actually identify the costs associated with the shooting, for instance. And that's when you're bringing in psychiatrists and counselors and you're all hands on deck, and it's still going on, and the effort our district attorney is doing down south, victim witness and all, that's all been increased. And that I can see as direct costs, cause and effect kind of a thing. I would just ask in other areas when your study is done, whoever you direct to do that, that you look at, okay, are these costs because of this issue or not?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez, the one request I would make, if you're amenable to incorporating it, is that as we direct public health or any other part of the organization to pull this information, that it be that the work product come in a form that can be readily shared with other organizations, both academic and governmental or quasi-governmental. I'm thinking particularly of CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. Some board members may be familiar with the Dickey Amendment from the mid-1990s that specifically precluded CDC from doing this kind of research work, or at least was interpreted by the CDC as precluding it from doing this kind of work. So the place where, frankly, I think it would have made great sense for them to be engaged and do this kind of research has not been free to do it. There's been some recent change legislatively, but my understanding is not significant enough to move the CDC to feel like they can weigh in. So I'm hoping that the information is relevant not only to local efforts, but might inform the larger conversation around the state and the nation, and just would ask that the information be prepared with that possibility in mind.
I think that's excellent feedback. Thank you.
All right, then we'll ask all 5 members, please vote on the screen. And now that that's been done, we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the item has passed on a 5-0 vote. And colleagues, we are planning on a 12:30 recess. As I mentioned earlier, I'm guessing that some folks have arrived since that announcement was made. Then coming back at 1:30 for the Stanford matters. Issues that are not yet addressed at that time will be heard. We may be short one board member by that time, but I just, as we're trying to manage the agenda here today, wanted us to be mindful of that. In general, I'm not inclined to rearrange our agenda midstream, but I see we've got a number of folks. Can I ask, how many of you are here for the developmentally disabled housing item? Okay. Thoughts about whether or not we might take that item up next? Yes, no?
You also have a little crowd for another item.
And what is the little crowd for the other item here for?
The move to amend.
Ah, great, okay.
And I'm happy to move mine, wait for mine.
right.
I don't have any speakers on mine, so.
Okay. Colleagues, what are your thoughts? We have 20 pounds of potatoes to put in a 10-pound bag. I don't know how we're going to do that, but no disrespect to anyone who I just called a potato. That was not my intention, by the way. So Ms. Ellenberg's looking at me like, how tactless could you be? Pretty tactless, apparently. Thoughts?
If there's speakers on both, I would just suggest we take them in the order that the agenda set forth, because that would be what their expectations would have been coming in.
Great. Then I'm looking at item number 19, which would be the next of those two items, and then items 24 through 27. Without objection, colleagues, I'd like to suggest that those be our next two items so that we can take those up. Supervisor Ellenberg, not a perfect world, but is that acceptable to you? Good, thanks. All right. Then, Madam Clerk, sorry to throw you a curveball there in the middle of the meeting, but I want to make sure we get folks squared away. All right, that takes us to item 19, and who's going to be presenting on that one? Supervisor Cortese?
Yeah, I think that's me, President Smitty, and thank you very much. And I'll just open it up, I guess, and we can get right to the speakers and try to keep things moving. The board, I think, is very well versed on this issue, each and every one of us. The referral for me is really attached to a resolution prepared or co-prepared by our county council once we had requests from activists here in the community, some of whom I think are here to speak today. And as you know, this kind of effort has been going on across the country in terms of trying to mobilize public and private support for the notion of an amendment to the United States Constitution establishing that money is not speech. So I'm going to stop there, let the speakers speak to that if that's okay with you, and then we can come back.
Thank you. And apropos of our earlier conversation, I'm going to suggest that for both of these next two items, to see if we can't get them done by close to 12:30, that we ask the speakers to limit their remarks to 1 minute each. And I'll just say going in, I'm sympathetic and supportive. I voted for AJR 22, Assembly Joint Resolution 22, back in 2012 when I was in the state Senate. So this is familiar territory to me, and I think you've got a sympathetic audience. With that in mind, let's ask Herb Engstrom, Craig Dunkerley, and Georgia Platts, and Brian Carr, and Jerry Hunt to make their way up. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Herb Engstrom, resident of District 5, representing the Move to Amend organization, which is a nationwide organization with hundreds of volunteers across the country working for a constitutional amendment that would allow the regulation of money in politics. I think there are 10 of us here to speak. I first want to talk about corporate rights. We've had a Bill of Rights for 230 years, which means that rights should be permanent and immutable. But corporations are certified under state law, which means they can be decertified under state laws, and so these rights are not permanent. Therefore, I am requesting a yes vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engstrom. Thank you for respecting the time limit as Mr. Dunkerley comes up.
Greetings, supervisors, and thank you each individually for some of your past support of our efforts. My name is Craig Dunkerley, South Bay coordinator for California Clean Money Campaign. We are, of course, asking you to support the wording of this particular resolution today. But as you may know, there have been several states and many other municipalities and local governments that have passed similar resolutions. So while we are asking you to support this particular one, we don't know what the exact wording of a 28th Amendment might end up being. And so wanted to just point out that really our overarching purpose today is to encourage you to support, to bring this to the attention of the country, to add Santa Clara County's voice to the growing chorus of voices across the nation, that we need to do something about money in politics.
Thank you very much. That takes us to Georgia Platts, to be followed by Brian Carr. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Georgia Platts, and as you know, our community has an affordable housing crisis, and I volunteer with an anti-poverty group that works on issues like affordable housing, and every year we go to Washington, D.C. and meet face-to-face with the staff up in Washington. And right now, we are focused on affordable housing, and when I was talking to one of the aides, he said he was increasingly worried about the success of big money in politics to shrink government down to basically nothing. He says constituents come with pressing needs, and he's worried that eventually we'll not be able to get any legislation for the people. They say money is speech, and that speech can't be limited, but right now big money in politics is putting a mute button on constituents. I hope you will pass this resolution because we need to level the playing field for constituents and the big money interests.
Thanks so much. Brian Carr, to be followed by Jerry Hunt.
Thank you. I'm Brian Carr. I am a member of the Move to Amend and the Sierra Club, and I've asked that a statement by the Sierra Club be distributed to all of you. Also hope you have an opportunity to look at the op-ed that was published in the Mercury News webpage. Your action is important because progress must begin at the local level. Money is so dominant at the federal level that despite strong majorities in favor of reducing the cost of prescription drugs, enacting common sense gun control, including background checks and addressing climate change, almost nothing has been accomplished, and I think we all know why. The Koch brothers reportedly spent about $900 million in the 2016 election and were able to target and defeat opponents in the primary. So thank you for adding your voice. Thank you to Supervisor Cortese and his staff for bringing this action.
Thank you very much. And as Mr. Hunt makes his way up, I'll also call up Rob Means, Renee Harris, John Fioretta, and Bob Lord. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Hunt, and I'm a retired CPA. Healthcare in the United States is 50% more expensive than anywhere in the world. That excess cost relates to the influence of the private health insurance industry. Because the Supreme Court has equated money as equivalent to free speech, the health insurance industry has millions of premium dollars to influence legislative activity. We need to regulate campaign financing. Your resolution will help create a wave of support for federal action. The best, least costly solution is a single, publicly transparent, nonprofit entity such as Medicare for All to be the sole principal financing source rather than private health insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Means, to be followed by Renee Harris, John Fioretta, and Bob Lord. Welcome.
Too often when corporations assert their rights, real people suffer. Take gun control, for an example. When people across the nation are advocating and organizing to address the epidemic of gun violence in the United States, and supermajorities of Americans want more regulation of guns, many observers point to the political influence of the National Rifle Association as the main cause of inaction. We're finding out it's costing us $18 billion here in California, and the CDC was also banned from getting statistics, all because of the NRA that acts like a big multi-million-dollar bully with a bullhorn. NRA never backs down from its hardline positions. Instead of apologizing or going on the defensive, they go on the offensive and demand that lawmakers make it easier for more people to carry guns in public, and they very frequently attack the integrity of those who want to crack down on loose gun laws, all because they get to use money.
Thank you. Renee Harris, John Fioretta.
Good afternoon. Thank you. First, I want to say for taking the burden and the willingness to be elected representatives. I'm District 4. I've been a Santa Clara County citizen for 44 years. and I'm with the Move to Amend effort. You are in the business of decisions. Democracy is the decisions we make. We strengthen or weaken. From the start, we were given a republic where supreme power rests in the citizens who are entitled to vote. Decisions have eroded and are eroding the fundamental principles of our democracy. Power now is heavily invested in money. Corporations, special interests, lobbyists serving themselves and overwhelming us. Citizens United made it legal for corporations and unions to take funds and spend them from their general treasuries. How do we compete with big money? Please vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the clerk to display the voting panel as Mr. Fioretta makes his way up to the microphone, to be followed by Mr. Lord.
My name's John Fioretta. I live in District 2. I'm a volunteer with Santa Clara County Move to Amend. I support the resolution. First, I want to thank Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Cortese and their staffs for their assistance with this matter, and in particular, Supervisor Cortese for introducing it. Significant support exists for this resolution throughout the country. Public opinion polls show overwhelming support. Nationally, Move to Amend has collected nearly 470,000 signatures in support of a similar resolution. Nearly 20 states and hundreds of local governments have passed measures supporting a similar constitutional amendment. Locally, 5 cities in our county have done so, including San Jose, and Zoe Lofgren and Ro Khanna both support it. Recently, the South Bay Labor Council specifically endorsed this. If you pass this, you will be the largest local government to, in fact, support this. So thank you for consideration.
Thank you. And next speaker, please. Come on up.
I'm from District 4, Bob Lord. Quoting from the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that people are created equal, that they were endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Rights that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among people, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it. It's time for an alteration. The resolution before you today, supporting the 28th Amendment to the Corporate Constitution of the United States, that money is not speech and corporations are not people, is a step toward democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's our last speaker, Madam Clerk. The clerk confirms that it is. That would be time for a motion. If you'd like to make such a motion, Supervisor Cortese has done so. Supervisor Chavez has seconded. Comments, if any, from members of the board? Seeing none, we'll ask all 5 members. Please vote on their screens. That's been done. So let's ask the clerk to please display the results and announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thanks very much. And while we don't want to stifle anybody's speech, we try to limit outbursts here in the chambers. Thank you. All right, that takes us then to items 24 to 27, and colleagues. Oh,
Just wanted to thank them all for coming,
Please.
President's Committee, and thank you all for coming down to testify and for your work prior to today.
Thank you. And on items 24 through 27, I see Keeley is at the bench there. Would you like to provide some introductory comments, sir?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Keeley, Office of Supportive Housing. In March 2019, the board approved $10 million for the development of affordable housing for individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities. Today's recommendations would allocate $10 million for 3 projects, one each in the cities of Palo Alto, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale. Collectively, they would produce 214 new apartments, 60 of which are set aside for persons with intellectual or developmental disabilities. If everything moves forward as planned, all of the developments would be completed and fully leased up by the end of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. And the total number of apartments was how many again, please?
It's 214 total apartments, 60 set aside for persons with intellectual or developmental disabilities.
Got it. Thank you. I have cards from Jan Stokely, Cheryl Klein, Scott Falcone, David Grady, Jeff Darling, and Francisco Valenzuela, and we'll ask you all to limit yourselves to a minute. So topic sentence, please. That's
great. Thank you. Thank you for your support, and I hope you'll vote to fund the 3 projects in Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Palo Alto. The projects have been the result of several years of organizing and advocacy by families of adults with developmental disabilities in each of those cities, with significant city support and developer commitment. The county funding is what it's going to take to move the projects ahead to apply for state and federal funding. And I'd like to ask you also to signal your support for the next $10 million installment on the promised $40 million. Affordable housing projects require several years lead time, and it would be very helpful for our advocacy efforts on behalf of people with developmental disabilities if you would signal your support for that next installment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is David Grady. I'm with the State Council on Developmental Disabilities for the Central Coast region. And I just would like to share a quick personal story. Yesterday I was at a meeting of self-advocates, men and women with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and at that meeting they were talking about all the good work they're doing in the community. A group goes to a local community college and talks to students about eliminating the R word. Another group was working with the municipal department of a city to repair sidewalks so the people in wheelchairs can make it to their program without risking their safety. And finally, a group talks about the volunteer work they do at parks to clean up the mess that's left on weekends. All these are good community efforts that our folks are doing. But the most important story was Erica, who gave a quick announcement that she had moved from her family's home. She's a middle-aged woman. She moved from her family home into her own apartment. She has 3 roommates and she has her own room. Encourage you to support these 3 projects as well as the $10 million for next go around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Cheryl Klein.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Klein. I'm the board chair of Palo Alto Housing and involved in the development of Wilton Court. First, I want to thank you for your leadership and the decision to set aside $40 million of Measure A funds to help build affordable housing for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Measure A has and will continue to help our most vulnerable residents. Putting together an affordable housing development is a puzzle. So many pieces that need to fit together. All of the projects before you today have challenges: finding land, getting community buy-in, moving through entitlements, and securing funding. One of our challenges at Wilton Court is the size of our land. Our half-acre parcel will be densely built to maximize our impact. On just 20,000 square feet, we will give 59 households stability so they can thrive. We are building underground parking so that we can maximize our community space and the number of apartments. All of this drives up the cost, so your support today means that much more and brings us closer to solving the Wilton Court puzzle. Thank you.
And our next speaker.
Hi, Jeff Darling, San Andreas Regional Center. I'm the Associate Director of Community Services. Here to ask for your support and also to thank you for your leadership in making this funding available. We will certainly be there with the usual services and supports people need to be successful in the housing, as is always the case in set-asides such as these. And I look forward to showing the 57 other counties and the 20 other regional centers how we did it here.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Scott Falcone. I'm an affordable housing development consultant, and I'm working on Wilton Court with Palo Alto Housing Corporation. So just want to thank the county very much for your support for this project and echo Jan's request about moving the next tranche of funding up soon so we can use that for other projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there. Thank you, Supervisors, for this opportunity to speak. Everybody already said what needed to be said in regards to the support, so thank you. And I'm not sure about the plan, but the one thing that I hope is included is the outreach to the community on the inclusion and sensitivity to people with developmental disabilities. We're experiencing right now some issues with certain residents in areas that we're developing residential homes. And what's happening is there's residents who, because they don't know our population, are against someone moving into their community. The best quality of life that these individuals have is the opportunity to be in the community, to be included, and to be accepted. But when you come up against residents, when you come up against neighbors who really don't want you there, it makes it harder for someone to transition, and especially for the parent, for their loved one to transition into a neighborhood. So I hope with these projects, which are great, that it includes a inclusion plan to educate the other residents who are going to be living there. Individuals with developmental disabilities have behaviors that some people don't understand. I'm hopeful that'll happen. Thank you for your support.
Thanks so much, and I believe our final speaker on this item today is Liz Niss. Ms. Niss, welcome.
Thanks to all of you. I appreciate being here. I want to thank you for the $2.8 million that I hope you will vote for. I think you all know how difficult it is to do affordable housing, especially difficult in Palo Alto at the moment, and I realize that our reputation from time to time may suffer from that lack thereof. I also realize that I am the last speaker between you and lunch, and that is always a tenuous place to be. So let me say thanks. I hope you will continue to keep us in mind. This particular population is so grateful to have housing. We frequently have seen people at the mic in tears about needing housing, especially for this particular group that we're addressing today. So thank you for this. I realize this was a special set-aside. We recognize that, and want to thank you all. Have a great lunch.
Thank you. Colleagues, just a little background on these items, if you can bear with me before we go to recess and work with the volunteers downstairs. Let me turn to Key Lee again. My understanding is that the Wilton Court project is the one project that we were not able to fully fund the gap. Is that essentially where we are?
That is correct.
Yeah, and just colleagues, so you know, that's in Palo Alto in my district. I've heard from people who expressed concern about that and a desire to see if we couldn't do more somehow. I've indicated that that wasn't possible because with $10 million, it really is a zero-sum game, and that would mean going to one of the other projects and essentially shorting them on the recommended funding. So I'm supporting the staff recommendation today. However, I did appreciate and want to call out the fact that on item number 27, page 3 of the report, packet page 2758, that the staff indicates that they will, that while the developer's request for that project, and this is a different project, the Sunnyvale Block 15 project, while the developer's request for county funding is a maximum of $4 million, the developer would strive to reduce the county loan amount by applying for additional financing opportunities as they become available. I left out the list, and that's under leverage. And the reason I'm highlighting that, colleagues, is because there is the potential, however minimal it may be, that the acquisition of additional funds would then free up some funding that might be reallocated. Mr. Lee, am I getting that right?
That is correct.
Then what I'd like to do is ask the clerk to please display the voting panel, and I will move the staff recommendation, but with two, and thank you Supervisor Chavez for the second, but with two addenda, the staff recommendation plus a direction to staff that if additional funds are forthcoming, because the other two are available, I should say, because the other two projects do not fully draw down the funds that have been allocated, that they be reallocated to Wilton Court so that we aren't going through this again, the project that is the one of the three that came up short. The second direction would be that we direct staff to identify potential sources of funding in the next budget for the second tranche that we have indicated is our intention to fund. I want folks in the community to understand, unless we adopt a budget with those funds in it, the money is not real. What I did here today, however, was a request to express our continued support for the program. We have previously said $40 million. We have previously said let's try and do $10 million a year so that as projects come up in the process, there's funding available. So I'm trying to do two things here with the three things. move the staff recommendation, indicate the use for undrawn funds if they end up existing, which they may or may not, and also to direct the staff to specifically address the second tranche of funding in the current budget process. I see Supervisor Cortese is waiting. Oh, so he wants me to stop talking. All right, thank
have a
you.
comment.
And before we display the vote, Supervisor Chavez, did you have anything else? Your mic
I
is
just
still on.
wanted to say I support all three of those. I want to add, both of those. I want to add two additional considerations. One is I wanted to ask staff if we could do a formal meeting with SARC to better understand how we get other IDD clients that are part of, that may not be part of SARC now, becoming SARC patients or SARC, have a SARC relationship. And I'd like those discussions to be formal. Like I'd like a formal letter to them saying, we'd like to talk to you about how we deal with the other 10% of the folks that we have on our list to determine whether or not their services could be available to them. So that's one request. And then the other is that I appreciate very much the point that Supervisor Simidian raised about monies that may become available. I'm also interested in if any of the projects don't fully get their funding, at what period of time do those funds get reconsidered for distribution? So for example, is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? I don't know if we have a timeline already set for that.
Usually it's about 24 months
Okay.
after sort of the commitment. It can vary depending on the project, but usually if a project we deem is sort of infeasible, 24 months after the board has allocated funding, we'll sort of bring back recommendations to the board.
So one request I would like to make is if you could do a 12-month check-in so we don't get to the 24th month and surprise a supervisor that something's not being built in their district, I think would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all 5 members have voted, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. And the motion carries 5-0. Thank you all to those of you who came and who have been part of this effort for years and years and years. Colleagues, that means that it is 12:36, so without objection, we will recess. And a reminder to all that we will head down to the basement to express our thanks to the volunteers who are having lunch even as we speak. We're going to basically barge in on lunch, and then we will be back in these chambers at 1:30. Thank you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. The hour of 1:30 having arrived, our recess is over. We are back in session. We have one item that is a not to be heard before item, and that, of course, is the Stanford GUP item, item number 12. That being said, there are a couple of items that it might make sense to take up if board members are agreeable, particularly because, as I indicated this morning, and I want to reference it again, we do have one colleague who needs to leave at 4 p.m. hard stop today. That's Supervisor Ellenberg for recognition of the holiday. And so session will go forward if we have unresolved issues, but we'd like to take care of as many issues as we can prior to that time, obviously. And we think that we have a few that we can manage relatively expeditiously. So colleagues, without objection, what I'd like to suggest is that we take up Supervisor Ellenberg's referral, which is item 18, then deal with item 22, the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Report, and provide direction to staff there. I think that can be done relatively expeditiously. I'm also informed by Supervisor Chavez that the issues that were raised in connection with item number 79 may have been addressed in the intervening hours, so that one might be a possibility to simply take action on expeditiously as well, and then head into the Stanford GUP issue at that time. And appreciation to supervisors for their accommodating these items coming up before their items place on the agenda. But we're moving a lot of parts, and I appreciate everybody's cooperation. So we are back in session. Madam Clerk, thank you for taking us to item number 18. Supervisor Ellenberg, this is your referral. Go to it.
Thank you very much. Second Harvest of Silicon Valley estimates that 1 in 3 children in Santa Clara County are food insecure. We know that many kids and families rely on free and reduced price school meals during the academic year, but only 13% of those children also take advantage of the summer meal program to receive federally funded meals. One barrier to expanding the reach of the summer meal program has been the lack of resources to provide meals for the adult caregivers that bring children to sites such as libraries or parks to receive those meals. This past summer, through an inventory item funded by our board, more than 6,000 caregiver meals were provided to more than were provided in support of more than 27,000 children's meals. Those children's meals brought in nearly $100,000 in federal reimbursement to our county. Providing caregiver meals reflects our values as a county to take a whole family approach, leverages federal funding, and helps families stretch county food assistance programs like WIC and CalFresh during those vulnerable summer months. Through this referral, I would like us to explore options for ongoing funding for caregiver meals and outreach to expand the reach of the summer meal program to reduce child hunger. And I'm asking for your support.
Thank you very much. We'll ask the clerk to display the voting panel on the screen. We'll see if there's anyone here to speak to the item. Madam Clerk? There is not. And we'll ask board members, if they don't have comments or questions, to lean in and vote on the screen. And that item may now be displayed so that we can announce a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 22, Madam Clerk. This is the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Report. And we have a status report, I believe, as well as a request for direction from staff. And we do have one card on this item, forgive me. And but why don't we go ahead and have a brief staff presentation from either Mr. Williams or Ms. Doyle or both. I'm not sure Ms. Doyle knew we were going to make this jump. There you are. You did. And I'm hoping that the clerk of the board knows how to make the equipment work. There you go.
Oh, hello.
There you go. You do.
Hi, Megan Doyle, clerk of the board, and with me is Laura Trice from County Council. And we're here before you because for the solicitation process for the Office of Law Enforcement and Correction Monitoring, we heard back from the ad hoc committee that they are ready to make a recommendation on which finalist to go forward with negotiations. So we're here to seek direction from the board.
Thank you. And why don't you remind everybody who the ad hoc committee is?
The ad hoc committee is President Simidian and Vice President Chavez.
Thank you very much. All right. We do have one card on this item. Anything from County Council before I call the speaker?
Nothing to add. We're available to answer questions.
And why don't we ask your staff member to introduce herself for those who do not know her?
Laura Trice, Lead Deputy County Counsel.
Thank you, and thank you again for your help, Ms. Trice, and Ms. Doyle for the assistance in this process. We have a card from Ron Hansen. Mr. Hansen, if you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Ron Hansen. I am affiliated with PACT, People Acting in Community Together. After more than 3 years of county and community efforts, we at PACT are pleased that a selection will be announced today for filling the Office of Custody and Law Enforcement Monitoring. The importance of this office cannot be overstated. Long needed, this office will provide transparency, accountability, and where needed, corrective actions throughout our county's law enforcement, justice, and custody operations. By adding this office to the jail reform efforts already underway by the sheriff and this county, we anticipate the acceleration of the jail's climate transition from a corrective to a restorative environment. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your comments. And colleagues, this is item number 22. The recommended action, as you can see, is both to receive the report and then also to approve the selection of one or more of the finalists and authorize the clerk of the board to commence contract negotiations. At this time, I should indicate that there were 5, we'll call them finalists, who were screened at the staff level by both the county counsel's office, I believe, as well as the clerk of the board's office. Those 5 groups all interviewed with our community panel. There were about a dozen folks, more or less. And they provided commentary on what they saw as the strengths, the weaknesses, the attributes of all 5 of the proposal submitters who were finalists. Then Supervisor Chavez and I, as your subcommittee, had an opportunity to review all of those comments, to read all 5 sets of submissions, and then we had a preliminary choice in mind, which we wanted to confirm by having a direct face-to-face interview with principals from the firm. Based on all of that, I believe Supervisor Chavez and I are both prepared today to recommend to our board the selection of OIR Group, one of the 5 applicants. That's OIR Group. And I would ask the clerk to display the voting panel on the screen. I'm happy to make that motion. So it's the recommended action contained in item 22, packet page 2061, with OIR Group as the designated finalist, and that would be the group. Comments or questions from members of the board? Supervisor Wasserman.
Yes, please. Just a little 20,000-foot view on why that selection?
Sure. I think, and I will turn to Supervisor Chavez in a moment for her take as well. I think OIR Group had both, well, very important from the hearings we conducted about what oversight and monitoring should look like was the fact that while we wanted the office to provide oversight and monitoring for both law enforcement out in the community, but also obviously for our jails, so we wanted somebody who could deal with both, acknowledging that they require different kinds of expertise, that they are different experiences, so we wanted someone who either had those, that dual capacity, if you will, either on board or through relationships with other partners who would be part of the exercise. OIR Group brought that to the exercise. Wanted somebody who had a range of experiences that was relevant to the work we would be asking them to do here in the county, and they had a deep wealth of experience specifically here in California, elsewhere as well, but specifically here in California, in communities large and small, including playing a long-time role in the monitor's office in LA County, which is sort of a big one to get your arms around. So we know that they've been down this path before under challenging circumstances. While they are based in Southern California, I don't mean to be flip when I say we did not hold that against them, but the fact that they had substantial experience, number of clients here in Northern California, gave us some reassurance that they would have familiarity with issues here in Northern California, but also a presence here in Northern California. And then to tease that out a little bit more, and again, Supervisor Chavez will speak for herself, but I think it's fair to say we both were concerned about the fact that there be a real presence here in the county. What that means and where that might be physically located to be determined, but in the county, so that we weren't constantly talking about, can we get so-and-so to come up from Southern California? And they committed to that going forward as well. So depth of experience, range of experience, familiarity with California law and the distinctions between a sheriff's office, for example, and a police chief's office, which are significant, relevant here. Willingness to make the commitment to actually have folks at their desk here in Northern California, in the county, all of those things contribute. And the last thing I would say is, I think they had some clarity about, well, I shouldn't say I think that, they demonstrated real clarity about understanding what the roles and responsibilities of such an office might be in a way that I thought was crisper and more well-defined than the other applicants.
Thank you. If I may hear from Supervisor Chavez, too. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. The only other two things I would like to add is that you may recall that when, and I know, Susan, this is, I think you might have even watched some of this as you were campaigning, but as you might recall, we were asking for a very big envelope of skill sets. One that they could handle overseeing enforcement, and the other was the jails. And within the jails in particular, the complication that we have with medical and the complicated relationship we have between the sheriff's department and the county itself in terms of whose responsibility what is. And I felt like they were going to bring a lot more experience to that debate or discussion, and frankly help us think a little bit about that in the future. And then the other thing I'll just add is that I did see earlier the sheriff and the undersheriff, because I think they thought we were hearing this earlier this morning. So I'm sorry we moved this kind of quickly, but I'm glad to see so many members of the Sheriff's Department here. I think that the other thing we felt like is that they had a very strong understanding of all of the partners, both those that were our employees, but also how to work with the community and integrate those two together better.
Thank you both.
Other comments or questions? Then the motion stands. I think Mr. Williams and Ms. Doyle and Ms. Trice, the one thing I would add to it is we understand that the negotiations will take time, but would like to ask that, if possible, that this be wrapped up before the end of this calendar year.
We will try.
Got it. Okay. All right. Let's ask all 5 members, please vote on the screen. We need a couple more board members to cast their votes. All votes have been cast. Let's ask the clerk to please display the results, and the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, that's going to take us to item number 79. This is an item that was removed from consent earlier in the day at your request, I believe. And then
Yes, thank you. I want to move that we approve item 79 with the direction that the prevailing wage for glaziers be confirmed for Division 8 of the scope of work. Colleagues, this added language does not change this contract, but allows for the company and the union to resolve a subcontractor issue.
Staff, that works for you? All right, let's see. I get the voting panel up on the screen. And we got a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg and a second by Supervisor Chavez, and we'll ask all 5 members, please vote on their screens. Waiting on a couple. Supervisors, when you're ready. Supervisor Cortese, you good to go on this one? I don't want to rush you if you're still reading materials, I understand. All right, all 5 members have cast their votes, and we'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much. Okay, that takes us then, in the odd math of the day, back to item number 12, which is the Stanford GUP, and why don't we ask the clerk if you could bring up the cards that you have on this. We can get a rough sense for how many people we have to speak. Okay. And please bear with me for a moment. Colleagues, I think we're pushing 40 speakers. How much time would you like to allocate under that set of circumstances? I'm getting looks right back at me. We have a suggestion for a minute and a half. The chair thinks that's a reasonable time. We're going to ask people to limit their remarks to a minute and a half. I know some of you are anticipating 2 minutes. Please try and cut to the chase if you possibly can and get to your key point right up front. If you remember the concept of topic sentence from high school English, this is the time to bring it to bear. And the clerk will set the clock for 90 seconds, minute and a half. And before we do that, bear with me, please. Even more. Folks, if you do want to speak, please get your cards in right away so we can make sure everybody gets heard and manage time effectively. Bear with me. All right, thank you very much. We are at item number 12. For the record, I know the County Council wants me to establish a good record. For the record, item number 12 is a public hearing regarding the Stanford University General Use Permit, and we have a number of items contained therein. So what I'm going to do is ask the department staff to first present a report. We'll hear that report, colleagues. Going to ask board members to hold off on comments or questions except for brief clarifying questions, if any, after the report. And all of us, myself included, will have to try and exercise some discipline, I'm sure, because there's a lot to unpack here. But what I want to do immediately after, or as close to immediately after we get the staff report, is go to the applicant, Stanford University, in consultation with County Council. They've been advised they have 10 minutes to present today as the applicant. We'll then take all of the speakers who have turned cards in. The applicant understands that those who are participating in the application are not then to repeat as speakers subsequently. Then when we get to the point where the public hearing is closed, which will not be today, we will give the applicant another 5 minutes to wrap up, rebut, close with anything they like at that time. And let me just confirm with Ms. Gallegos and Mr. Williams, do I have the sequence right?
That's correct.
Mr. Williams, okay. Then we've announced the agenda item and the fact that there's a public hearing. We're now going to ask the department staff to provide us with a verbal report to supplement the materials that are contained in our published agenda and packet.
Good afternoon, Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive, and I'm going to introduce some of the staff and consultants who have worked on this project. On the dais to my left is the Planning Director, Jacqueline Anshano, and to her right is Rob Eastwood, who is our Planning Manager. In addition, in the audience, we have Greg Stepanovich, who's our outside counsel, and Al Herson, who's also an outside counsel, Lizanne Reynolds of County Council. In addition, we have Paul Mitchell with ESA, our environmental consultant, Lilia Scott with AECOM, a transportation consultant, David Dozema, a Nexus Study consultant, and at the table to my left is Elizabeth Pianca, our lead of the general government section. And then to my far right is Marianne Nictus, our unsung hero, who's a planner with M Group. And then to my immediate right is Jeff Bradley, who is the principal with M Group and is also the project manager for this particular application. I wanted to also note for the record that all of the 28 attachments in this packet have been submitted, and they're there in the packet available for everybody. And then lastly, before I turn it over to Mr. Bradley, I wanted to note that this is noticed as a hearing because we have the permit application before you. But as alluded to by the board president, it's a little bit like a study session insofar as we have a really long presentation. And we hope to carefully and clearly present to you the significant conditions, and so that we hope will provide a foundational knowledge in your consideration of the permit application. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bradley.
Before we go to Mr. Bradley, I should just indicate at the last workshop that we had, colleagues, we got organized to hear from public agency representatives first in the sequence of speakers. That was a practice that seemed to work well at the Planning Commission. Have not had the opportunity to do that today, so we're just going to take the cards in the order that the clerk has handed them to me. We'll try and do that again if we can get ourselves organized to do so at the next meeting, which is on October the 22nd in the city of Palo Alto. But I wanted everyone to know today that when the cards came in, and we're going to take them in the order they were handed to me. All right, Mr. Bradley, thank you for letting me insert that.
Thank you. Jeff Bradley, M Group. So today we will review Stanford's general use permit application, the environmental impact report for this project, the administration's recommendations on the general use permit, changes to the Stanford Community Plan, an overview of items related to public school facilities, the water supply assessment that has been prepared for the project, as well as the development agreement application. We'll begin with the general use permit application that Stanford submitted back in late 2016. The application is for the development of 2.275 million square feet, net new square feet of academic and academic support space on the campus. In addition, there would be up to 2,600 student beds, which would comprise 1.225 million square feet of development. And that amount of development would be anticipated to last until approximately 2035, or approximately 17 years from GUP approval. This is a total of 3.5 million square feet of net new space. In addition, the application includes several other items, including 550 faculty and staff housing units, 40,000 square feet of child care or trip reduction space, and 50,000 square feet of temporary construction surge space. This rate of growth is consistent with the recent historical growth rate of 1.2% per year. This also represents approximately 20% increase in building area for the campus. The existing academic and student housing development in the Stanford Community Plan area consists of approximately 16.9 million square feet currently. With the addition of 3.5 million square feet Stanford is proposing in its application, the total development would be 20.4 million square feet of both academic space and student housing. Stanford proposes changes to the land use designations for two sites as shown on this map in the black circles. As you can see, the golf driving range on the left has changed from orange to purple. Stanford proposes to change the land use designation of this approximately 20-acre site currently developed with a golf driving range from campus residential, medium density residential to the academic campus designation. Moving over to the circle on the right, Stanford proposes to change the land use designation of approximately 4 acres consisting of 10 assessor parcels currently developed with faculty and staff residences and a student housing facility from academic campus to campus residential low density to reflect the existing and planned uses. The proposed land use map amendments affect the same parcels as the zoning amendments. The driving range site would change from R3S medium density campus residential to A1 general use zoning. The faculty housing sites would change from A1 general use to R1S low density campus residential. The administration is supportive of these changes. Moving now on to an overview of the EIR, Environmental Impact Report, prepared for this project. The EIR was prepared as what's known as a program EIR, or a programmatic EIR, because this approach is appropriate for a series of actions that can be characterized as one large project. A program EIR ensures consideration of cumulative impacts that might be dismissed in a case-by-case analysis. The EIR evaluates potential environmental impacts from the projects proposed by the university, including those specified in the general use permit application, proposed amendments to the zoning map, and proposed amendments to the community plan. The EIR, in addition to evaluating the proposed project, evaluates 6 additional project alternatives, which are listed here on this slide. The housing alternatives were in response to substantial public comments on the acute shortage of both market rate and affordable housing in the immediate area. It should also be noted that the no project individual use permit alternative would require an amendment to the community plan because policy GD states that development within the AGB may only be permitted through a general use permit approved by the county. The proposed project and the 2 housing alternatives have significant and unavoidable impacts in the cultural, noise and vibration, transportation and traffic, and off-campus housing consequences categories. Alternative A, also known as the full housing alternative, has significant and unavoidable impacts in the air quality category. The final EIR concludes that alternative A, in addition to the other significant and unavoidable impacts, would result in 3 significant and unavoidable air quality impacts. The administration recommends that the board adopt and certify the Stanford University 2018 Final Environmental Impact Report as completed and in conformance with CEQA, and to adopt additional housing alternative A, conditioning the project to require a minimum of 2,172 housing units and a maximum of 2,892 housing units and a minimum of 2,600 student beds and a maximum of 2,807 student beds. Alternative A's total number of housing units and student beds was identified by the EIR as needed to meet 100% of the housing demand generated by Stanford's proposed project. State law requires an analysis of long-term water supplies for large projects. Based on public comments received, the water supply assessment has been updated since the Planning Commission meeting. Changes involving responses to severe drought conditions in the future to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan necessitated this update. The conclusion of the updated WSA is that sufficient water supplies will be available to serve the Stanford campus under the proposed project and housing alternatives A and B. The approval of the general use permit is a quasi-judicial action that requires a finding of compliance with factual findings for a use permit as required by the county's ordinance code. This should look familiar from our previous meeting, where the zoning ordinance requires 4 major findings to be made in the affirmative before a use permit can be approved. These can be summarized as A, conformance with policies, ordinances, and other requirements. B, the site itself is suitable for the use and development. C, the proposal will not impair the surrounding area or any natural features. And finding D, the proposed use states that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. This last finding, D, has 7 detailed findings related to it that go into more detail regarding the following topics: parking and loading, site access, water quality, noise, odors, dust, and lighting, traffic congestion, erosion, and finally storm drainage. If the board does not make these findings in the affirmative, then a general use permit cannot be approved. The county code also provides guidance on conditions of approval. The general use permit includes conditions of approval that regulate the development over a long period of time. The zoning code provides useful guidance on what provides the basis for the conditions of approval. These are stated here. A, avoid or mitigate adverse impacts. B, preserve the integrity and character of the zoning district. C, implement general plan policies and other adopted programs and policies. And finally, D, promote basic health, safety, and welfare. This is the mechanism that provides the basis for the conditions of approval that ensure implementation of community plan policies and support the findings of promoting basic health, safety, and welfare. Turning now to the administration recommendations on the general use permit itself. The recommended conditions of approval include a phased approach to development to ensure that development occurs over the expected time frame and major traffic and housing conditions are satisfied before proceeding to the next phase. As you can see on this slide, the phases simply break up the development into 4 equal portions of 25% each. We will summarize the major conditions of approval addressing important issues including housing, traffic, and open space, and some other items as well. Starting with housing. As the board is well aware, there's an acute housing crisis occurring in the Bay Area, with the North County area in particular experiencing it strongly. The area in and around the community plan area has a very high proportion of jobs to available housing, with nearly 3.5 jobs for every housing unit in Palo Alto. Extremely high home values make it difficult or impossible for many people to find housing of any type. Additional development and job creation at Stanford will further exacerbate the local housing shortages absent a strong policy response. As a result, the county directed the preparation of a nexus study to document the needed new housing to meet both the market rate and affordable housing demand generated by the project. This resulted in 2,172 housing units, which includes 933 affordable units to address the academic space demand and 16% inclusionary affordable units to address the market rate housing demand for additional affordable housing. The housing conditions of approval, as recommended, include a minimum required amount of both affordable and market rate housing based on the Nexus study documented need for 2,172 units. All of the market rate housing would have to be provided by Stanford. A minimum of 70% of all constructed housing is required on campus. Up to 30% can be provided off campus, but within a 6-mile radius. Approximately 60% of the affordable housing could be provided by payment of the academic space affordable housing mitigation impact fee, with the balance required to be provided by the university. The recommended approval of the project is conditioned on the premise that the findings must be met, and that in order to meet the use permit findings for both public health, safety, and general welfare, and to carry out the numerous community plan housing policies, significant amounts of new housing must be provided for faculty, staff, as well as other workers. This shows the increase in housing above the project application, which requested 550 housing units. The Nexus study documented the need for 1,622 more than that, for a total of 2,172. At build out of the general use permit in 2035, the housing situation would look like this, with less than a quarter of Stanford faculty, staff, and other workers living in on or off campus Stanford housing. The remainder would still be in non-Stanford housing located throughout the Bay Area. The purpose of this slide is to show that the universe of Stanford employees is large, and those who choose not to live in employer-provided housing would be replaced by people who would be agreeable with that arrangement. Under existing conditions, nearly 60% of Stanford-provided housing is located off campus, and just over 40% is located on campus. The conditions allow up to 30% of the required new housing to occur off campus, with a minimum to be 70% on campus. If these conditions were put into effect and implemented, assuming the 70-30% split is utilized, when the required amount of housing is provided, the ratio changes to 45% off campus and 55% on campus. This is a recap of the required amount of new housing units, not including student housing beds. Of the total housing, 1,131 would be affordable, and just over 1,041 would be market rate. Last September, the board took legislative action to approve the housing ordinances, which resulted in a decision to address affordable housing up to 80% of area median income. But the housing policies in the community plan are the basis for the balance of the affordable housing, i.e. from 80% to 120% AMI, and full market rate housing supported by the Nexus study. The basis for this includes the police power to protect for public health, safety, and welfare, use permit finding 5.65.030D, that proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare, use permit finding 5.65030 that the proposed use conforms to the community plan and current community plan policies H1, H4, H5, H6, H7, and implementation measure I4. Housing policy H7, for example, requires that new housing development occur commensurate with population growth and academic development approvals on campus. Through the GUP, establish conditions to require construction of needed housing prior to or concurrently with approval in increases in academic space. Changing topics now, we're going to switch over to transportation and traffic issues. Any housing-related questions? The transportation standards contained within the recommended conditions of approval include a 3-tiered system where Tier 1 is no net commute trips, a peak hour, and 3-hour peak period. Tier 2 is no net new reverse commute trips, including a peak hour and a 3-hour peak period. And Tier 3 is average daily trips, defined as the average daily traffic counts over a 24-hour period every weekday, not including weekends. So flesh out these concepts a little more. Tier 1, when we talk about peak hour and peak period, no net new commute trips, we're talking about AM trips coming into the campus in the morning and exiting in the afternoon or early evening. For Tier 2, no net new reverse commute trips in the peak hour and the 3-hour peak period. In the morning, these trips are leaving the campus, hence the name reverse commute trips, when most of the faculty, staff, and other workers are coming into the campus. So those are known as reverse commute trips. And the same dynamic occurs in the afternoon or the early evening in the PM, when people are coming into the campus when everyone else is leaving. And the average daily trips is the 24 hours weekday traffic count that captures all of the traffic associated with the campus throughout the entire 24-hour day. The conditions include the utilization of baseline traffic levels, where exceedances above that are discouraged or not allowed. For example, in the commute trip direction, under the existing rules of the 2000 GUP, the baseline was set back in 2001, and Stanford has not exceeded it and resulted in a violation in any year since then. These new conditions would add a peak period to that. So instead of a 1-hour peak hour, there'd be 2 3-hour peak periods, and that baseline would be set using existing data prior to phase 1 commencing. For reverse trips, the peak hour and peak period baseline would be set prior to phase 2 to allow for all of the existing development authorized under the 2000 GUP to be permitted and constructed and occupied. There would also be, at the end of phase 1, before phase 2 commences, a requirement to prepare a reverse commute trip management plan to allow Stanford an opportunity to document how they would meet or exceed these requirements. Average daily trips follows a similar pattern where the baseline is set prior to phase 2, and there is a requirement to prepare an average daily trips management plan. In terms of what does it mean to be out of compliance, for commute trips, the standard is 1% above the baseline. The baseline includes a 90% confidence interval, starting in phase 1 for 1 year only. For reverse commute trips, the trigger amount is 2% above the baseline, also including a 90% confidence interval starting in phase 2. Violations of that would occur if the traffic was over the baseline and the trigger amount and the confidence interval for 2 out of 3 years, and that would trigger the requirement for the deficiency plan. Once the deficiency plan is in place, 1 additional year only would be considered an exceedance. Finally, Tier 3, average daily trips. The baseline is 3% above the baseline. The 90% confidence interval has been added, and starting in Phase 2, based on a traffic management plan, if there was a 2 out of 3 year exceedance, that would be a consequence, but only when linked with a consequence from a commute trip, reverse commute trip standard as well. Starting in the first column with the commute trips, the consequence of a traffic exceedance is 1 year only, and then the item would go to the Board of Supervisors and would be asked to make findings if the traffic had indeed exceeded the baseline, and if development shall be suspended for 1 year until compliance is achieved. For reverse commute trips, at the end of Phase 1, there would be a reverse commute trip management plan, and if it were violated 2 out of 3 years, that would trigger the requirement for a reverse commute deficiency plan. Additional exceedances requires a board hearing, a publicly noticed board hearing where development shall be suspended. Average daily trips follows the same pattern for reverse commute trips, but the final exceedance under a deficiency plan would only trigger suspension of development if commute trips or reverse commute trips were also an exceedance for the same annual monitoring period. A quick summary showing that trip credits, cut-through trip adjustments, and parking adjustments are made for all 3 metrics, which is a change and in response to both input from the Planning Commission and from Stanford regarding feasibility. In response to the Planning Commission and Stanford concerns about feasibility, a number of changes to the conditions have been made to address these issues. Number 1, the confidence interval has been added to both reverse commute and ADT standards where that was not included before. Number 2, allow trip credits and cut-through adjustments to be used for ADT. Modified consequences to allow for the intermediate steps to encourage improvements over time and allow for Stanford's programs to respond based on experience working with the standards. These include the trip management and deficiency plans for reverse trips and ADT to be utilized prior to any suspension of development, which would require a board finding of noncompliance and suspension of development at a public hearing rather than the Planning Commission. In exceedance of ADT, with an approved ADT deficiency plan is in place, while an approved ADT deficiency plan is in place, would only occur if there was an exceedance in the commute trips and or reverse commute trip standards and triggers. Overall, this provides an approach that has been recalibrated and provides for more deliberation and public process and input at the appropriate times for both the Planning Commission and Board, and provides Stanford more opportunities and time to engage with solutions. Moving on to other conditions that are not housing or traffic. In terms of the academic growth boundary, all development under the general use permit is distributed in one of the development districts within the AGB. The community plan changes as recommended by the department include an updated academic growth boundary policy that increases the 4/5 vote requirement from 25 years from the year 2000 to 99 years from when this GUP is approved. The foothills are also protected by open space and field research zoning designations that significantly restrict development. The conditions of approval before you require preparation of a municipal services study. I'd like to point out there is a policy in the existing community plan that has not been changed as part of this process, and it simply reads, identify urban service levels and service needs of Stanford residents. If Stanford is not providing an appropriate level of urban services to its residents, require that Stanford either provide any needed municipal services, pay in lieu fees, or contract with the appropriate agencies to provide them. His study would determine which services shall be provided, the location of services, and appropriate service levels for each service. Language has been added to indicate that the study should be based on comparable municipal services provided in cities in Santa Clara County and reviewed by the Board of Supervisors. 2 conditions have been recommended for deletion, as childcare is covered by the municipal services study condition, and parks was added to the municipal services study to reduce the number of studies. Moving now to the administration recommendations on the community plan amendments. Again, the community plan is the general plan for the Stanford Community Plan area and guides all development within the plan area. There's three categories of changes to the community plan: background text to update outdated background information, accommodate changes proposed by Stanford, and updates necessitated by Stanford's general use permit application. The department is recommending the county update and amend the community plan in several areas, including revising and updating key strategies, policies, and implementation measures to both guide and address potential impacts from ongoing development on the campus. Chapter 1 of the community plan discusses growth and development. Within this important chapter, the department proposes the following changes. Development proposed by the GUP application exceeds the 17.3 million square foot limit established by policy LU3, land use 3. The proposed amendments would establish a new development cap of 20.4 million square feet of academic/academic support development and student housing. Furthermore, the AGB is proposed to be extended from its current lifespan of 25 years to 99 years and requires specific factors to be considered. We'll provide now a brief overview of the public school facility issues as related to the general use permit and the community plan. School facility impact fees of approximately $4.2 million would accrue to the school district under build-out of the general use permit based on the current fees in effect for residential development. The fees are $3.79 per square foot. For commercial development, it is currently 61 cents per square foot. In this case, commercial development includes academic development, academic support space, as well as student housing/beds. The other issue of note is the potential future public school site designation. The administration is recommending the relocation of the potential future school site on the community plan land use map shown here from an area outside the AGB near Page Mill Road, just on the east side of campus there, the light blue star, to a location near Page Mill Road on the west side of campus within what's known as the West Campus District on the west side of the campus, which is within the AGB near Sand Hill Road. Relocation of the previously designated potential future public school site is more centrally located to where students will live and where there is currently housing development along Sand Hill Road. The relocation does not mean any change of policies recommended by the Planning Commission on the school site redesignation. Brings us to the administration recommendations on the development agreement application itself.
At this time, I wanted to make some prefatory remarks as we enter this portion of the presentation. As the board is aware, the way we are processing this development proposal is the standard practice, and we've been doing this for 169 years. It involves staff conducting environmental analyses and providing mitigation measures, preparing conditions of approval, and other analyses in order to help you make the findings that we are not going to have development that's detrimental to health, safety, welfare, and some of the other findings that Mr. Bradley identified above. and that, in effect, this is a responsible development. The review and processing of development applications, it's a regulatory process. It's not a negotiation. And I make this comment because during the Planning Commission and in many of the comments the public have made, they have conflated the usual regulatory land use application process with development agreement negotiations. And I wanted to, have that clearly set forth in the public record. As you know, though, last year, in 2018, the board did approve amending the zoning ordinance to allow for development agreements. And so that is available generally as a tool. And we did receive a referral last year in September to authorize us to possibly explore this with respect to this application. And we did, in fact, on October 16th of last year, report back and did present a proposed process. We were asked to identify what a negotiation process would have as some of its features. And what I want to communicate to the board is, in fact, we did endeavor to adhere to what was set forth, including the board had established an ad hoc committee. We have presented monthly reports to Hewlett on the status of discussions. I just submitted yesterday my 10th report. We have endeavored to have a public process. So in fact, back in November 29th, we had what we described as a community listening meeting to entertain from the public what they thought would be community benefits that would be worthwhile. We did conduct a meeting on November 30th with Stanford to establish the ground rules for a negotiation. And then later in March 14th, there was a town hall meeting that was attended by both Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Chavez, where, again, we tried to update the community with respect to the status of these conversations. And I did try at appropriate milestones to provide some updates. But let me pivot to what I think is more important in this conversation, which is the substance. So, as you know, Stanford University did provide 2 offer letters, one in January of this year and then one on June 24th, right before the Planning Commission took its last action. And I'm going to turn over the presentation in a moment back to Mr. Bradley, where he will provide staff's analysis of their offer letter, both in terms of the benefits that they are offering in the letter and also the concessions that would be required in exchange for those benefits. And I think the takeaway is that, frankly, the county negotiation team and Stanford were very far apart. And this will be illuminated by the presentation.
Before we go to the presentation, let me just ask the applicant to perhaps huddle. We do have a card from Catherine Palter. It says applicant presentation. We've also got cards from other parts of the applicant's team, including Jean McCown, Whitney McNair, and Ellen, I believe it's Poling, from Farron Piers, one of the consultants. As I indicated earlier, we'd like to ask you to use your 10 minutes to bundle those up. So that's the plan. If you want to put your heads together to make sure that your presentation is organized within that 10 minutes, I wanted to give you that reminder at this time. Again, anyone who's a Stanford affiliate of any other sort who's not part of the application team, whether you're faculty, staff, student, alum, whatever, is perfectly welcome to speak for the minute and a half that we've got set aside. But the applicant team, we do ask to coordinate and be within that 10-minute period as announced earlier and as is the custom and practice of our board. Thank you. Let me go back to staff and to the consultant. So, Mr. Bradley, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you. Looking at the next slide. Looking at the development agreement offer letter summary table, which is what you see here, prepared by the university, it is clear that nearly all of the items described as community benefits are in fact part of either three different things. Part of ongoing efforts to address housing needs under the 2000 GUP. That would include Escondido Village and Middle Plaza projects. Or 2, part of the project application itself, such as the first one listing 2,600 beds for $1.41 billion is part of the proposed GUP. or already required by the recommended conditions of approval, which would be the 1,307 workforce units. The main transportation community benefit is listed as the TDM program that is needed to comply with the existing no net new commute trip standard. This leaves about $30 million for transportation and $138 million for schools, which reduces the total from $4.7 billion with a B to $168 million with an M. Rescinding the affordable housing ordinances and agreeing to accept all of Stanford's proposed changes to the conditions and the community plan would result in the loss of recommended condition approval that would undercut the findings needed to be made, as well as eliminate important community protections. As discussed, Escondido Village and is further described in attachment BB, B as in boy, a BB is your very last attachment in your package. The public record for Escondido Village is very clear, is for existing graduate student housing demand. The documented need through the Nexus study is for net new workforce housing. Escondido Village addresses 2,000 general use permit graduate student housing demand. Moving on to Middle Plaza, staff's position is that Middle Plaza also addresses existing demand going back to the development occurring under the existing 2,000 general use permit. The new housing needed and is included as recommended conditions of approval is from future demand from future net new development. Stanford is proposing to provide 100% of the documented need of 2,172 units, which is good news. However, county staff finds that half credit for units at Escondido Village is not appropriate, given that this is graduate student housing that is being built to address existing demand. And we discussed Middle Plaza. The Middle Plaza, along with smaller projects, such as the net new 5-unit Cabrillo Dolores subdivision, is accounted for as existing housing to serve existing housing needs. For these reasons, staff believes the true adjusted number of net new units offered by Stanford is 1,307 and will be used for comparison purposes. In terms of affordable units, the proposal is 39% less than the needed amount as documented in the April 2018 Nexus study. In terms of both affordable and market rate units, the proposal provides only 60% of the amount needed as documented in the Nexus study. Under the DA offer, the traffic conditions would be rolled back to the standard set in the 2,000 general use permit, which focused solely on peak hour, peak direction traffic. In conclusion, under the development agreement topic, there is no development agreement between Stanford and the county for the board to consider at this time. As a result, the administration recommends denial of Stanford's development agreement application.
Let me expand upon that comment for just a moment, because this was something that that arose as a comment by planning commissioners, and there were a couple of planning commissioners that were interested in seeing a development agreement as part of this package, and it said, notwithstanding that desire, we don't have one. And so our recommendation to the planning commission, as well as now to the board, is that we approve this permit with the conditions and mitigations and other of the recommended actions that are before you today, and treat this as our typical land use application.
Looking forward to the next steps. We have 2 more meetings.
President, are we holding questions until the end? Because I know you said that at the beginning, but there's been a couple times when they've asked if there are questions, so I just want to be clear.
Thank you. I would like to say, I think we have only a few more pages, or a page or two at most, 1 page. Why don't we wait just a moment, then we'll take questions, and I will literally come down the row in order. And again, going to ask that they be relatively brief if we can, so that we can get to the public. I want to make sure that the applicant gets heard while all 5 members of the board are here, and that the comments from members of the public get heard as well. So back to you for the wrap, and then I'll go to Supervisor Ellenberg, Cortese, Wasserman, Chavez, and Simidian in that order.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. This is the very last slide. Just pointing out that our next meeting is scheduled for October 22nd at 6 p.m. in the evening at a different location at Palo Alto City Council Chambers, which is in their City Hall building on the first floor. And then 2 weeks after that, we have the planned third of three public hearings. Today's the first public hearing. October 22nd would be the second public hearing. November 5th would be the third and final public hearing back here in this room, the board chambers at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Questions from the board, and again, if we can keep them relatively brief and clarifying, then go to the applicant, go to the public, then come back for more questions and comments and discussion by the board, time permitting. Ms. Ellenberg, questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions, thank you, about the process. How many times did the ad hoc committee meet with the Stanford application team? You mentioned the November meeting, Sylvia. Was there another meeting after that?
That's correct. There was a meeting in November to establish ground rules, and then there was a meeting scheduled for, I believe, April 30th that was subsequently canceled.
Nothing between November and April, though.
That's correct.
And then,
Forgive the interruption. That is the case because there was no longer a process after the initial meeting while we were waiting for the conditions of approval. And then by the time the conditions of approval were produced, we ran into the circumstances that were described. Excuse the interruption, but I thought that might be, we were all waiting for the conditions of approval during that period of time.
got it, thank you.
That was my comment as well, was that staff, it took us a while to finalize the conditions of approval, and those were necessary in order to establish the regulatory baseline and thereby understand what truly fell within the universe of community benefits. That's why that was so important to have down first.
Okay, I just want to ask one other question now, and then I'm sure I'll have more later after I hear the applicant and the public comment. The letter that was received from Stanford on June 24th, did your team or the ad hoc committee perceive that as an opening salvo to begin negotiations or a final offer?
I don't believe that the county team construed that as a final offer to that last question. It was one of two letters that were offered to us, and we convened as a team and analyzed that and concluded that it wasn't much different than the letter offered in January. And it was offered just as we were about to finalize, actions at the Planning Commission. And so at that time, we presented the analysis that we presented to you today to show them our thoughts with respect to that. And then again, made the point, we don't have an agreement to approve.
But there was no even beginning negotiations?
At that time, yes.
At
That
any
is correct.
A slight clarification, if I may.
Please.
Supervisor Chavez and I are Supervisor Chavez and I, and sometimes we are formally the ad hoc committee. The negotiations broke off consistent with what staff has said, but I wouldn't want people to think that Supervisor Chavez and I had not been contacted by the university or in touch with them. And as some of you will know, as recently as September the 11th, the two of us met here in this building with five representatives from Stanford University, specifically at their request. So even though that wasn't technically a meeting of the ad hoc committee, those conversations have continued.
Okay, I'll hold the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Cortese.
Yeah, along those same lines, and I appreciate the question from Supervisor Ellenberg. I went back after the last discussion we had here where the county executive indicated in so many words, and if you want to correct the record, that's fine, but that staff wasn't charged with negotiating, that the board put an ad hoc committee in charge of that. And you sort of just reiterated that, President Simitian, by saying you and Supervisor Chavez met with Stanford, and that constituted negotiations. But I'm the one who brought the referral forward on
Forgive me,
September.
Supervisor, I didn't say that that constituted negotiations.
Why don't you characterize what you just said again?
That's all right, I just wanted to
Or
make
we
it
can
clear
play
for
back
the
the
record.
video.
I just wanted to be clear about what I did or didn't say.
Supervisor Ellenberg asked if there were any negotiations with Stanford, and then she said, after she heard the response, therefore there were none. I thought you corrected the record and said there were some because you and Supervisor Chavez met with the team, with the Stanford folks.
And
That's
as-
what I thought I heard. I'm just trying to clarify before I move on to what I want to say here.
And as I indicated a few minutes ago, I was clarifying that there were occasions when subsequent to the cancellation, the expiration of the ground rules expired, so there was no more ability absent new ground rules to continue having the meetings. As you heard from staff, the meetings with the ad hoc committee and the university were suspended. Ms. Gallegos, I'm looking to you to confirm that that's right. What I was trying to do was make sure that we had in the record full disclosure. I didn't want people to think that Supervisor Chavez and I had not been in touch with the university. They reached out, they asked to meet with us, or in some instances talk to us by phone. And I can't speak for every interaction Supervisor Chavez had, but we certainly did meet with them, but not in the capacity as the ad hoc committee. That may seem a semantic or legalistic difference, but I think it's important for people not to be confused about whether or not there were or were not conversations. Just trying to provide full disclosure. Supervisor, back to you.
I appreciate that clarification. And so I'm just trying to set the record straight because I did not expect the response I got from the county executive last time, so I wasn't prepared with the minutes and with your actual motion that set this process into motion by the Board of Supervisors on a unanimous vote, as I recall. In any case, the minutes, according to the clerk, say that the recommendation was approved. And at the October the October 16th board meeting, according to the report to the Hewlett Committee thereafter by this same staff, it says, at the October 16th board meeting, the board authorized county staff to enter into a negotiation process and appointed 2 members of the board to serve as an ad hoc committee providing guidance to county staff. One of the approved actions by the board was direction for the administration to report monthly to Hewlett and Transportation Committee on the status of negotiations with Stanford, thus this report. So I didn't see anywhere in there or in the actual motion or the staff recommendation that we approved any authorization for the ad hoc committee to negotiate directly or to cease and desist negotiations without coming back to the board. That's my take on it. And so much like last time we discussed this item, I'm still in search of how did negotiations cease and desist without a report back to the board. So I went back to the recommendation, the staff recommendation of that October 16th board meeting, which you moved, President Simidian, and again, it passed with the clarification that you wanted a 2-person ad hoc committee of you and Supervisor Chavez. That was part of the staff recommendation. But you moved the recommendation, which I agree to. I still agree that the staff recommendation of that particular time, October 16th, was a good one. So I don't regret my vote at all. But it says that this is what was supposed to happen if the board elected to proceed with negotiation of a development agreement. There are a series of negotiating points. It's called clarification of expectations. Increase the proposed level of affordable housing funding and subsidy value to exceed the level of affordable housing resulting from the housing ordinances. Express a willingness to include other benefits in response to interests expressed by community members, and affected jurisdictions in the 2018 GUP process. For example, school site dedication or ongoing funding and other benefits relating to transportation and traffic mitigation, sustainability, open space, drainage, and development that are not otherwise covered by the conditions of approval. Express a willingness to reduce the scope of proposed applicable rules to be held constant during the life of the development agreement. Accept an extension of the 2018 GUP application timeline to allow negotiations to proceed and express a willingness to modify the conditions by which Stanford would execute a development, including reconsidering its condition as community benefits, its community benefits offer is contingent upon not making substantive modifications in the 2018 GUP environmental mitigations beyond the proposed draft environmental impact report. My question is, were any of those negotiating points tendered to Stanford in response to either of its development agreement letters that were received in negotiation? I'm hearing you tell us that they didn't offer enough units. I'm hearing you tell us that there were other deficiencies in what they were offering. What did you tell them, and by what means did you use to do that? Is there a writing that goes back to them? Did you consult with the Board of Supervisors? And at a point in time that I missed, I'm trying to find out how you counter-offered, or if you counter-offered, based on the direction that the board gave originally on October 16th.
So the board did form an ad hoc committee, and the county team looked to that ad hoc committee for direction. That was the way, as we understood it, it was structured, that we would get our guidance from that ad hoc committee. And so we met regularly. In fact, I'm grateful for the time of both supervisors, because literally we met weekly with respect to this process. And in fact, when the two offers, both in January and in June, were provided, we did convene as a group to analyze those. Prior to that second letter, the county had communicated to Stanford that if it wanted to re-enter into negotiations, that there were two conditions that we thought were important that they meet. So one is to conduct negotiations in an open, transparent way. I will say that we found that, and this is our perspective, that comments that were made in private meetings didn't necessarily match comments that were made in public meetings. And so to eliminate that, whether it's true or not, because people have different perceptions, whether it's true or not, we felt that the best way to address that would be simply to have meetings in a sort of an open and transparent way. And then secondly, we said we would like the school funding offer that was negotiated between Stanford and the Palo Alto Unified School District to be either equal to or better than that deal, and that not be contingent on a DA, but perhaps be contingent on something else like an improved GUP. And so we didn't get a response back expressing its willingness to accept those two conditions. And so as a result, we were in this circumstance where we suspended the negotiations and canceled this April 30th meeting. But there were, I want to make this point, communications that were occurring between the county and Stanford.
Okay. I haven't seen any document in my packet that is a response to the documents that they've submitted. So I'm concerned about that. As to their willingness, and I'm assuming what you're alluding to or implying is that there needed to be an open, transparent public process, and Stanford was unwilling to participate. But as part of the motion that Supervisors Subcommittee made on October 16th of 2018, we outlined 7 very, very prescriptive steps that needed to be taken in terms of public outreach and input. Conduct a public workshop near Stanford University. It doesn't say contingent upon them showing up. Invite staff and elected official representatives representing public agencies and cities near Stanford to attend a scoping meeting to discuss community benefits. Conduct a second public workshop to advise public of updates concerning proposed community benefits and receive input on draft terms, which I don't think happened based on listening to you, at the point in time in negotiations at which proposed community benefits are identified. Invite staff and elected officials representing public agencies and cities near Stanford to a second meeting to discuss preliminary community benefits to receive input at a point in time in negotiations at which proposed community benefits are identified. 5, conduct a third public workshop near Stanford University to present and receive input on the proposed final development agreement terms and community benefits in conjunction with the proposed EIR mitigations, which are just coming out, and recommend, I added that, I'm sorry, and recommended conditions of approval. At the conclusion of the development agreement negotiations, but prior to the Planning Commission public hearings on the 2018 GUP in 2019. That didn't happen. Did the third public workshop happen before the Planning Commission meeting with a proposed final development agreement terms and community benefits? That did not happen, did it? I'm just reading what the board ordered up. And to my knowledge, the board hasn't vitiated or voided this direction. So I just want to know if it happened or not. That's all I'm asking.
You're correct. That is the process we outlined in the October 16th report. And we did adhere to that process up until the point where we no longer had the ability to be able to proceed. And by that I mean, we did have the initial meeting, I think it was November 29th, where we had, as I described, a community listening meeting. And then in lieu of having a meeting, 'cause it's difficult to get all of the cities together in one meeting, we instead asked Mr. Bradley to meet with all the relevant jurisdictions, which he did. And then the point where we couldn't adhere to this process is when we didn't have community benefits to showcase and have people comment on. That's where the process stopped.
Okay. My concern is, and I'm going to sort of skip over paragraph 6, which talks more about community benefits being done in conjunction or in appropriate timing to the EIR, which I tend to remember was a major point Supervisor Simitian made at the time. 7, provide periodic development agreement process status reports to the Planning Commission, which you say you've done, and full board at regularly scheduled hearings. What's the timing on that? Your words, throughout the development agreement negotiation and public input process. When did you say the process terminated? When did you say the process terminated? I'm just looking for a date. It started in October when we adopted this recommendation that I just read, and when did it stop?
Sure, 2 comments. One is...
I'm just asking for a date so I can continue.
Yes, sir.
What date?
So, may I make the other comment, though?
I'm happy, I'm sure the chair is, to have you make whatever comments you want. I just want to know what date this process terminated after October 16th, 2018.
The process didn't terminate. It was suspended April 15th. And then my second comment simply is that you're right, the staff report said report to the board, but we saw that as being superseded by the discussion that occurred at that meeting where it said no, report to Hewlett. And so that's what we were trying to adhere to.
Right. It says to report to Hewlett as well, but it says report to the full board. And you're telling me that after we ordered this work up, that in October of 2018, in April of 2019, you ceased and desisted on the negotiations. It is now October of 2019. To my knowledge, this is the first report to the full board a year later, but more troubling, 6 months after you ceased and desist the negotiations. And today you're coming and asking for us to reject a proposal from Stanford, despite the fact that you haven't followed the direction of the board. You certainly haven't apprised this board member, because this is my only opportunity to convene on this subject. I'm not on the Hewlett Committee, and I'm not on the ad hoc committee. And I don't want to mischaracterize what Supervisor Ellenberg said, but what she said makes me feel like there really wasn't a board-approved response to Stanford's attempts to negotiate a proposal with us, to their offer. Let's just call it an offer. And I'm troubled by that. And maybe it's because I'm biased in some way, but in all of my professional career, public and private, when somebody tenders an offer, it is a responsibility of the agents, of the principals, and we are the principals, to communicate that offer to the principals and allow them to approve it, to reject it, or to counteroffer. And you're doing that today, a year after, for the first time, a year after negotiations were supposed to commence, and that troubles me. And I don't think it's okay, and I'll conclude here, President Simitian, I don't think it's okay for staff, for the administration to make a unilateral decision to dispense with the direction of the board without coming back to the board and at least letting us know that it is your preference to do so. Had you come back in April and explained whatever was going on, I don't know how I would have voted on that day or how I would have reacted. Please continue, please discontinue. I don't know. But I was denied that opportunity. And now we're dealing with essentially the biggest land use decision-making process since I've been here. And I don't know how to make up the lost opportunity, the opportunity cost for me. And I don't know what it is for Stanford or for the public, the stakeholders, the people who wanted to participate in this. I don't know what that opportunity cost is, but it feels like a huge lost opportunity to me to weigh in on a timely basis. So I apologize. I know you want to move on. I'll try to keep my remaining comments today to a minimum, if I make any at all, President Simitian, other than we'll leave it at that. But I do appreciate your patience in letting me walk through this, and I hope, if nothing else, it explains my concerns and my frustration with the position that I feel like I've been put in terms of an inability to respond both to constituents and to anybody else involved in this process over the last year. Thank you.
Supervisor Wasserman, clarifying questions at this point. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I want to start where Supervisor Cortese left off and just make a comment to my colleagues. I think in this instance, what I'm troubled by, truly troubled by, Supervisor Cortese, is that I, for one, and I think this is true for Supervisor Simitian, fully intended to conduct negotiations on behalf of the board. And I never want to be in a position where I'm extending one of you because we didn't get our work done. And in this instance, I want to draw the attention a little bit away from the staff and more to myself and mostly to Joe. No, I'm kidding. Mostly, but to both of us. I'm totally kidding. But to your point, you raise a series of really important points, and I just want to give you my perspective on them. One is that my understanding had been that the opportunity really was to create an opportunity for us to have a discussion about community benefits. And it is true that one of the challenges was waiting for the conditions of approval to come from staff so that we were better able to understand what would be a benefit and what wouldn't. I will say personally that we, like all of you, received a number of letters from Stanford that asked to discuss community benefits but that started far below what the conditions of approval were. So what that meant was that for us to open up negotiations, we would essentially begin by negotiating, the way I perceived it, by negotiating against ourselves. And in particular in the area of affordable housing. And so while we did have problems with the ground rules, and while we had problems with, really with those ground rules and really with being able to work together in the most recent meeting we had with staff, and I apologize, I intended to copy you and to write to Stanford, but I was having a hard time putting what I'm about to say to you in words, which was We met with them, and they gave us just they said there were only 4 things they were concerned about, but the most important thing they wanted to do was create an element of consistency. What came back?
Certainty?
Certainty, I'm sorry, thank you, certainty. I'm sure Bob was writing a big note to me, certainty. What was of certainty, the challenge is that what came back to us was not elements solely of certainty, but really asking us to take, I thought, a giant step below the conditions of approval. So I felt even in that exchange where we tried to extend one more opportunity for us to have a development agreement, I couldn't come to you all and say, hey, let's start negotiating at this place, because I felt like it was so far below. And I think the point that you raised, Dave, about what someone's starting position was a critical point, because at the time we were having this discussion, not only was the offer relative to affordable housing so far below what we were looking for, but the discussions that had happened with the school hadn't been completed. So the thing I was worried about was trading off the interests of children, frankly, with the interests of affordable housing. And I didn't think that that was an appropriate place for us to start. That all being said, I will say to you in particular, but to the board in general, but to you in particular, it was always our intention, and I can speak to mine personally, if possible, was to have a development agreement, in part because of my comfort level from the city of San Jose, and seeing how those are something that we could use to get much done. But the other was because when the board, all of us agree that this is a path we should take, we should do our very best. And I just want to assure you that I believe we did our very best to live up to the spirit of what we were trying to accomplish. And I feel very badly about the communication with the full board. So I wanted to say that just before we went on. I have a question for staff, though, if I could. I'm interested in the 1985 agreement that we currently have, and I'm wondering, what are the implications of that agreement being dissolved or not used anymore as a basis for our partnership or relationship with Stanford? And I ask that because their most recent letter had a part in it about I think a kind of a lack of need to provide municipal services. And since that seems like a core component to the agreement, do we need it anymore? Is it something that we should be evaluating as part of this process?
So, I think the 1985 agreement is probably a separate conversation in a lot of ways. It really provides kind of a baseline framework for why Stanford lands weren't incorporated into, the city of Palo Alto, back several decades ago. But I don't think it's really directly a part of the conversation of what should happen here.
Well, the reason I'm commenting on it is that under the Stanford's provision of municipal services, under a letter that I think it may have come last night, there's a section of it that says, essentially, it doesn't appear that they have to provide, in fact, it says specifically, the agreement establishes no obligation that Stanford provide municipal services. My point is that if they're raising this as a core issue relative to the conditions of approval, should we in fact take a look at the 1985 agreement? Because it seems like it has some precedence to at least one part of what they're asking for.
I mean, we can certainly look at the letter that, if it was just submitted last night, and we can provide a response to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. That comes to me. I am going to try and keep my questions relatively brief and limit them to questions, just because I do want to get to the applicant and the members of the public, again, particularly since we're going to lose one of our board members at 4. I'm going to ask this question twice, however, at the beginning of my questions and at the end of my questions, just because I want to underscore it, and the reason will become readily apparent. There's nothing subtle or nuanced about it. Ms. Gallegos, Mr. Bradley, the university, the applicant, has asked for 3.5 million square feet of development approval, more or less, yes?
That's correct.
It is the staff's recommendation before us today, and the Planning Commission's recommendation on a 7-0 vote to give them development authorization for all 3.5 million square feet. Yes?
That's correct.
So that is your recommendation. Give the applicant everything the applicant has asked for in the way of development authority. One more time.
That's correct.
Thanks. Could we go to page 15, please, of the overhead, the PowerPoint? Thanks. This is the zoning ordinance of the county, yes?
Correct.
Which means it's the law and we have to follow it, yes?
Correct.
And I thought I heard you say earlier, Mr. Bradley, that we could not approve the project unless we can make all of these findings. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So that means that we, in order to approve the project, we have to make a finding that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare. Is that correct?
Correct.
And looking down at item number 5, the finding there is the use will not substantially worsen traffic congestion affecting the surrounding area. So we cannot approve the project unless we can make that finding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, one more time. You're recommending that 100% of the requested development authority be granted to the applicant? Is that correct?
It is a programmatic approval for 3.5 million square feet, subject to subsequent architecture and site approvals, yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the applicant then, colleagues. I want to make sure we hear from them. I'll have more in the way of comments and questions later, but I do want to get to the applicant and make sure they get heard while we're all still here. Ms. Palter, have you put your heads together to figure out how you'd like to present? And obviously, it's your 10 minutes. You can use it for any combination or permutation of your team you'd like.
Sure. So let me just clarify. Whitney McNair is not part of the GUP team. She's here, I understand, as the Executive Director of Faculty Staff Housing, wanting to provide her perspective as a staff member. Gene McCown was here speaking at the request of a faculty member who wrote a letter, and he couldn't be here. He wanted to read it into the record, so that was what she was intending to do.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to, with the consent of my board colleagues, I'm going to, Ms. McCown's now gone, yes?
Pardon me?
Ms. McCown, oh, you're still here.
She's still here, yeah.
Ms. McCown's been a regular part of your application team, has been in our offices, and has been part of the advocacy effort for the last couple of years. We don't let folks speak on other behalf unless they have time to allocate. Ms. McGowan, you've been through this process. You know how this works. I want to be flexible, but I also want to respect the rules of the board. So if you want Ms. McNair to speak just today, but in future she'll be considered one of the development team, as will you, as will Ms. McGowan, and certainly as will Fair and Piers, who I understand it is your paid traffic consultant. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
And she really just wanted to offer her ability to answer questions.
Great. Well, then that'll
Okay.
that'll
So
be
is it okay if somebody else from Stanford reads this letter into they submit a card?
As long as they are not double dipping on time, the answer is yes. But somebody who's part of the development team really should be part of this 10 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you. Good afternoon, President Simidian and members of the board. My name is Catherine Palter. On behalf of Stanford University, I would like to thank the county for the time and attention spent on our general use permit application over the last 3 years. Together, we are building on a regulatory framework established in 2000 that allows Stanford to slowly add research and teaching facilities over time while comprehensively addressing environmental effects on our neighbors. Stanford's project seeks to benefit our region by advancing teaching and research while simultaneously addressing important community interests. If approved, this permit will allow Stanford to invest in state-of-the-art facilities that enable contributions to pressing challenges facing our community and our world in research fields such as Alzheimer's, cancer, cybersecurity, and climate change. Today, I would like to talk about 3 sets of issues that we believe need to be resolved in order to achieve a successful path forward. These 3 issues are, 1, the few proposed conditions of approval that we believe are infeasible; 2, additional housing, which we believe can only be provided through the mechanism of a development agreement; And 3, community benefits, which also can only be addressed through a development agreement. First, there is the issue of the conditions of approval. Over the course of this process, we have heard that Stanford is seeking a development agreement in order to limit mitigations. This is simply not true. We have committed to fully comply with all mitigations in the county's final environmental impact report. Out of the more than 100 conditions of approval proposed by the county, we have concerns with only 3 that we believe are infeasible, open-ended, or discourage housing development and an open campus. We believe there are constructive ways we can work together to modify these 3 conditions to achieve the county's policy objectives while also ensuring that Stanford is able to build its new academic facilities and provide the housing that we all want to see come to fruition. In the very brief time we have had to review staff's newly proposed changes to the conditions, we have confirmed that they do not yet adequately address our concerns. We need to sit down together and work this out. Second, there is the issue of housing conditions of approval. We have heard that Stanford objects to providing more housing. This is also incorrect. As I believe you're aware, Stanford already is proactively and voluntarily constructing more than 1,500 housing units as we speak. With these units, combined with the number we have committed to under our development agreement proposal, Stanford will be addressing 130% of the housing demand created by the general use permit. The additional components of our offer include building below-market units on Stanford's campus and accelerating the development of below-market rate housing. We would very much like to discuss our development agreement housing proposal with the county to determine together whether there are alternative ways to address the critical housing needs in the county. However, I would also like to be clear on one important point. We believe that the proposed housing conditions extend beyond the legal authority of the county. That is why additional housing can and should be discussed within the construct of a development agreement. We want to provide the housing. We simply want to do it through a mechanism that resolves conflict. Third, there is the issue of benefits provided to our neighboring communities. We have heard that Stanford's $4.7 billion development agreement proposal package, including our proposal of $168 million for schools and transportation improvements, does not represent community benefits. No one has refuted that Stanford is committed to spending this amount of money on housing, transportation, schools, and other community benefits, above and beyond the cost of building the academic facilities that form the core of our project. The only disagreement is how to characterize these investments. Are they provided through existing programs as part of the project or as additional benefits on top of the project? The bottom line is that regardless of how you characterize these investments, Stanford is committed to invest $4.7 billion in housing, transportation, schools, and other community benefits as part of the permit and the development agreement. As you know, a development agreement is the tool routinely used in local land use entitlements that allows an applicant to invest in community benefits in exchange for the predictability and assurances that their project can proceed under a stable set of rules. It is regularly used for large, complex, long-term projects. Some local examples include Netflix in Los Gatos, the City Line project in Sunnyvale, and the very recent Gateway Crossing project in Santa Clara. The approval of USC's Development Plan 2030 by the City of Los Angeles also included a development agreement. And over the years, Stanford has entered into 5 development agreements with our neighboring jurisdictions. Without exception, if the project involves a development agreement, that agreement is part of the approval package that is then evaluated by elected officials in open public hearings. That way, when the decision makers are deliberating about whether to approve a project or not, they have a full understanding of the benefits that can be realized in the community. We know of no applicant anywhere who would invest hundreds of millions, let alone billions of dollars, in the items that the community requests, much of them front-loaded, without receiving assurances that it later will be able to construct the full amount of the facilities it seeks to build. Without such predictability, the applicant would make these substantial front-loaded investments in community benefits, and then a future Board of Supervisors or City Council could pass additional fees or other requirements that would make the remaining facilities prohibitively expensive or even impossible to build. A development agreement provides certainty to all parties. The community is certain what benefits they will receive, and the applicant has assurances with regard to completing their proposed development. It is important to emphasize that a development agreement is the only legislative tool that can provide such predictability. There's no other. We have heard concerns that development agreements are not transparent. That is incorrect. First, a development agreement has exactly the same transparency as the conditions of approval, since both are presented to the public and evaluated in the same way by elected officials in open public hearings. In addition, there are multiple ways to structure the negotiations themselves for desired transparency. And last month, we conveyed to Supervisors Simidian and Chavez that Stanford would be willing to use whatever negotiation mechanism the county thinks best. We have heard concerns that development agreements remove all flexibility for the county to evolve future regulations. That is also incorrect. The state's development agreement statute recognizes there is a balance between maintaining flexibility in key areas for legislators while providing certainty to the applicant. Our letter to Supervisors Simidian and Chavez, dated September 17th, describes this balance in detail. We believe we can further address these concerns during negotiations. Some wonder why a development agreement is needed today, since the 2000 general use permit did not include one. The answer is that Stanford did not seek a development agreement in 2000 because we were not asked at that time to provide benefits outside our academic mission anywhere near the magnitude that we are being asked to provide today. So I think you can appreciate an appropriate need for assurances given this scale. That is why Stanford views the permit and the development agreement, which will enable the provision of housing and substantial benefits for the community, as well as land use predictability for Stanford, as a package. With this general use permit, we have an opportunity to support a thriving county, community, and Stanford for the next 2 decades. To do that, we seek to work together to create feasible conditions that Stanford can implement and to identify the package of community benefits to be included in a development agreement. This will enable us to provide much-needed housing, transportation, schools, and other benefits now, while evolving our academic research and teaching offerings over time to serve an ever-changing world. Because of the reasons I have just laid out for you, we respectfully request that after hearing from the public, the county continue the hearings on our project and development agreement to a later date in order to allow an opportunity for Stanford and county staff to make every effort to negotiate terms of a development agreement to be considered at the same time as approval of the project. We don't make this request lightly. Much is at stake for all parties, and we sincerely believe that if we can sit down and talk with the county, we will be able to reach consensus on an approval package that works for the county, the community, and Stanford. Thank you. We are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. If you'll stay put. Questions? Ms. Ellenberg.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that report. You described that Stanford is willing to do everything that falls within the general, with the conditions of approval, but want it to be outside of, I'm just repeating from my own education as well, but are interested in doing it in a separate agreement so that you will have surety about your ability to fully develop the space over the terms of the development agreement. That's correct?
There's 2 aspects of the conditions of approval. There are 3 that we believe are infeasible, and then there are ones having to do with housing that we're at a disagreement of whether they belong in the conditions or the development agreement. And we believe they belong in a development agreement. But yes, to your overall question, that development agreement allows us to front load a lot of these benefits and still have certainty that we can build our academic facilities.
And the corresponding loss to Stanford without a development agreement is having to comply with a list of conditions without assurance that each of your subsequent projects during the length of the GUP will be approved?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all for now, but I'm still thinking.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. This is obviously on my radar every single day in one way or another. And where I go back and forth, depending on who I happen to meet with or talk with, is what can be accomplished in the DA that can't be accomplished under the GUP. And I'm certainly one looking for benefits to the Palo Alto Unified School District. I have to tell you, every time I speak with somebody different, I'm less and less convinced that we can't accomplish all we want under the GUP itself and not needing a DA. And I wondered if you could restate, because I know you just said in your 9 minutes now, your perspective on why a DA is needed. I'm still confused. I'm still not convinced.
Well, I can give you a couple of reasons. One is, as I said, we still have a disagreement that all of that housing could be required under the conditions of approval. The other aspect of the conditions in the ordinance is that housing benefits would be provided over time. And what we've offered in our development agreement proposal, which is again a starting point for discussion, is that we would provide 100% of the BMR units that are required by the ordinance passed by the board last fall, and 75% of all of the housing during the time when 25% of our academic facilities would be built. That's something that we would feel comfortable doing because we know that the remaining 75% of our academic facilities could proceed the way we all agreed to at the end of this process.
Thank you. On those two items, if I may, through the chair.
Please.
Thank you. The first item, as far as front-loading the housing, we have a housing crisis now, building housing sooner than later, I'm all for it. What I'm not yet convinced is, why can't that just be in a condition of approval and not in the DA? That would be one. Number two, you referred to the amount of housing. From the PowerPoint slide, from the staff reports, from all that I've heard and emails and our meetings and everything else, I think it's not so much a disagreement about the housing being resolved in the GUP or in the DA. I think there's a fundamental question on the number of houses to be built. And I forget which page it was in here, but the delta between what I'm hearing from staff here and what I'm hearing from Stanford basically is Stanford asking for credit of housing they have built in our building, and us saying the mitigation for this new proposed project is like 2,000, I'm off a little bit, but 2,000 new units. You get to the same 2,000 by allowing for 1,400 or 1,500 that have been recently built and are being built, and then offering another 500. And I'm just rounding numbers. And I believe our staff is saying that proper mitigation for the size of the development is 2,000 new units. Are you disagreeing with the number of units, or if they're required in the GUP versus the DA, or both?
Well, I think first what I would say is we haven't had a chance to talk about this to see where it is. What we've done in our first application was recognize the incredible investment Stanford's making right now. Stanford is building 1,300 apartments on campus for our existing graduate students who will move out of the surrounding communities, freeing up housing there. And we actually are under construction with another 215 faculty staff units right now. So Stanford's been very proactive on a voluntary basis to provide housing supply that's going to open in the next year. And so the difference here is a credit toward market rate housing of 865 units. That is the disagreement there. So, but again, this is something we want to talk about. But it seemed reasonable to us that if we're going to spend $1 billion on 1,300 apartments, it should be recognized in this calculus somehow.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for now.
I'll have a follow-up question on that point. Supervisor.
Thank you.
Chavez, I'm coming this way, please. Well, I'm going to stay on this point then before I go to Supervisor Cortese. Bear with me, sir. Ms. Balter, on the housing issue that Supervisor Wasserman asked about, my understanding from the staff is that the staff, after looking at the Nexus study, concluded that in order to mitigate the housing demand associated with 9,610 new folks on the campus, we needed to see 2,172 units of housing. Mr. Bradley and Ms. Gallegos, is that correct?
Yes, that number is from the Nexus study.
Great.
That's
now,
correct.
I've been told by university officials that you're challenging the 2,172 because you don't think the Nexus study justifies the 2,172 based on the methodology. Is that the basis for you saying you don't think we can require the 2,172 units, or is there some other basis?
We've never seen a precedent where an applicant has been required to build market rate housing.
Okay. Then you've asked for credit to Supervisor Wasserman's question for half of the units that are being built at Escondido Village. In both the application that was submitted 3-4 years ago and in not once but twice your comments to the Planning Commission, you acknowledge that those housing units are to meet existing demand from students. Am I remembering that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So your position is that housing you chose to build to meet existing demand from students should be used to mitigate future demand from workforce folks who have not yet arrived. Is that your position?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need. I just that's why I was taken aback by the fact that you said that you were committed to invest $4.7 billion in the future, because $1 billion of that is development that you've already done to mitigate impacts from prior development, as opposed to money that you'll be spending in the future to mitigate future impacts of workforce development. So that's the point.
That student housing was not required as a mitigation. That was something we proactively decided to do to bring those students onto campus, which in effect frees up the places that they're living now, which is where the workforce can move into once they've been vacated.
Duly noted. And again, just for the record, you're saying that housing you chose to build to meet existing student demand should count as mitigation for development not yet authorized and workforce participants who have not yet arrived on the campus going forward. Okay, I think that part's clear.
The other thing I'd like to add with these questions is, again, what I'm explaining is what we put forward in June. And what we really are looking forward is to have a chance to talk about these issues, because in a vacuum, we're trying to put forward what we think meets the needs of the county in the best way possible. There could be another way to shift these resources and do it a different way. What we really want is to have a chance to talk about it.
Ms. Poulter, I'm going to ask you a question, and ordinarily I wouldn't get this personal, but given the implication of the question, have I ever denied any request from the university in the last 2.5 years to meet with you all? Ever?
No.
Okay. How about Supervisor Chavez as the second member of the ad hoc team?
No.
Have you been able to meet with staff?
Less frequently than we could before.
Okay. And you had 5 members of your team who met with Supervisor Chavez and me just last month, yes?
Yes.
And she asked for a letter, which letter you provided, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just don't want folks to think that there's no communication when I think people have been working pretty hard on all sides to make sure that we got quality time together. All right, I'm going to see if there are any other questions. Supervisor Cortese, you've been waiting patiently, and your light is on, so go to you,
Thank
sir.
you, President Spinney. Just one question, Ms. Poulter. Earlier, when I was talking about the process and so forth, and asking some questions about that, I read the clarification of expectations in the motion that Supervisor Smitty made in October of 2018. The first bullet point says, increase the proposed level of affordable housing funding. Let me back up. It says, given that Stanford's development agreement application does not offer community benefits, the administration recommends proceeding with negotiations only if Stanford first agrees in writing to incorporate all of the following elements. First bullet, increase the proposed level of affordable housing funding and subsidy value to exceed the level of affordable housing resulting from the housing ordinances. It doesn't appear to me that you did that. I would have asked the same question had this been brought to the board last April. Mm-hmm. And to my colleagues' credit, who on the ad hoc committee who have attempted to negotiate, and to Supervisor Chavez's comment about not wanting to negotiate against ourselves, this being the direction of the board, can you explain, and I realize it's a similar question to Supervisor Simitian's, why your opener wouldn't satisfy bullet point number 1?
So a little bit of history about the impact fee ordinance that was passed last year and considered by the board last year. The Nexus study brought forward a maximum fee that could be charged of $143 a square foot. And that would result in about 900 units. After some discussion at the board, it went back to staff. Staff came back with a recommendation for a fee of $68.50 a square foot, which equates to about 575 units. And that was what was approved by the board last fall. And at that time, there was a clause that was very important to the board that if Stanford came forward with a proposal of below market rate units that met or exceeded the requirements of the ordinance could be rescinded. And that was part of the whole package. So when Stanford made its proposals both in January and in June, we showed with math how we were able to do that, how we were able to not just pay the fee over time, but front load it, build it with housing, but actually build the units and show that it was more of higher value than the ordinance that was in the passed in the fall.
Yeah, for whatever it's worth, it doesn't appear to me, and I'm not a negotiator or part of a negotiating team, but I certainly would have said this to you had I been. It doesn't appear to me that you opened up the negotiations at any point by expressing a willingness. This is what it's all that's asked for, not a number of units, but a willingness to increase the proposed level of affordable housing and subsidy to exceed the housing ordinances. And I just have to say, irrespective of all my concerns about process, and you heard earlier, it's problematic for me or it would be, to go forward even today with good faith negotiations as a board member, unless these 5 bullet points are expressed in writing by Stanford, essentially verbatim. So, we said this is what we want, and you can't start any negotiation without both sides at least agreeing to what the expectations are. And if it's already been said by or implied by some of my colleagues, I think by putting specific housing numbers out that are different and don't appear to exceed the level of affordable housing in the ordinances, it's very difficult to proceed to step 2 of the negotiation, or to talk about all these other things in these other paragraphs like school impact, transportation, sustainability, open space, and so forth. So I think it's a big obstacle, and I just want to express that because this is probably my only chance to do that in a public setting. Thank you, President Simidian.
I should go back and check. I think that we may have responded by letter saying that we were willing to engage on all of those points, and we can go back and verify that. But thank you for your comment.
I'm just going by what we have here before us today. Thank you, President Simidian.
Thank you. I will have comments later about the DA process, but I want to hold off on those. Ms. Palter, however, I noted, even if it wasn't really apparent to you, you did have a minute or so left at the end of your remarks before you said you'd take questions. So if you want to bring some other member of your team up, whether that's Ms. McNair, whether it's Ms. McCown, whether it's the Fair and Pierce representative, I want to make sure that you get to use your full 10 minutes. So at this time, I'll let you turn and look beseechingly perhaps at your 3 colleagues and see who has one more thing they want to say.
Okay. So did you say Ms. McNair can go ahead?
Ms. McNair, I see her standing, and if she wants to come forward and offer either a thought or offer herself up as a resource, that's fine. After those questions, she may or may not. She's moving this way. That's good. Thank you.
I think I'm going to go with my 1.5 minutes and not take the remaining 1 minute of Catherine's
If you
time.
take the 1.5 minutes, go to it.
All right. Okay, my name is Whitney McNair. I'm the Executive Director of Stanford's Office of Faculty and Staff Housing. So I manage the housing once it's built. My role requires me to have a pulse on the needs, wants, and desires of faculty and staff on all housing-related matters. I do this by meeting with many faculty and staff, learning about them, and through surveys to understand their needs. While there's a lot of public discussion about what and where Stanford's GUP housing should be built, there seems to be a real disconnect about what the potential residents of the housing really want or need when looking for a home. Not everyone wants to live in employer-provided housing, and we have survey information to support that point. Our workforce make choices about where to live based on a whole host of reasons. They want to live close to their caregiver, in a place where their spouse can easily get to his or her work site, because they like the school where their kids attend, near their extended families, or in a house with a large yard, just to name a few. Also, market rents around the campus are the highest in the Bay Area. The requirement to build 70% of the market rate housing on campus is only exacerbating the problem for our workforce, and that we are placing new housing in the most expensive market. When it comes to housing Stanford's population, I urge you to pause and really learn what will appeal to Stanford's workforce. Housing is so much more than just a number of units to satisfy a condition of approval. I urge you to get this right and to sit down with Stanford and collaborate through a development agreement, because this really takes creative thinking to solve this and get the housing just as designed.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go, colleagues, to the speakers who have been patiently awaiting or anxiously awaiting. I have a card from, I'm going to call off 3 or 4 to stretch, so if you can line up, we'll move through these. Volney F. Van, I believe it's Dalsum, the third, MD. Frank M. Longo, Stephen Graham, Diane Howard, and Janet Borgens, and then we'll pick up from there. Welcome, sir. Thank you again for your patience.
Thank you. I timed this for 2 minutes as opposed to a minute and a half, so I'll try and focus on speed rather than nuance. Thank you. My name is Vol Van Dalsum. I'm a nearly lifelong Santa Clara Valley resident, born here in San Jose. I'm here to speak in support of Stanford's general use permit application, and also that you focus on a development agreement with Stanford. I was privileged to attend Stanford as an undergrad and a medical student, and after finishing my training in diagnostic radiology at UCSF, I was on the medical staff at El Camino Hospital for 27 years. In 2007, I joined the faculty of Stanford Medical School, where I'm now a clinical professor and associate chair of outpatient imaging and community radiology. Stanford moved its medical school from San Francisco to the main campus 60 years ago in order to facilitate future collaboration between its doctors and campus-based researchers. This decision has been extremely fruitful and impactful to this day, with the proximity of the medical center resulting in multiple joint projects and ventures with multiple schools and departments, including but certainly not limited to chemistry, biology, engineering, and computer science. These advances have then been deployed nationally and internationally, and 30 seconds left. Concentrating on research and relatively arcane diseases and conditions was Stanford's previous hallmark. Now that we have Stanford Healthcare as opposed to Stanford Hospital and Clinics, Stanford Healthcare has become an important part of our local community's health, providing excellent primary specialty care while still maintaining justified national and international reputation. Stanford Healthcare doesn't exist in a vacuum on campus. Every advance and improvement on the main campus either directly or indirectly benefits the medical center. We do require new facilities to be developed on campus to accommodate and respond to changes and advances in teaching and research. I believe my time's up. Thank you.
Take a breath. Good, well done. Thank you. All right. Frank Longo, you're up next, to be followed by Stephen or Stephen Graham. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this time. My name is Dr. Frank Longo. I'm a professor at Stanford. I'm also the chair of the Department of Neurology at Stanford. I'm here to speak in support of Stanford's GUP application, but this is important. I'm also here to speak in support of my patients and their families who live in Santa Clara County, and that second part is very important. We offer some of the best care in the country for these patients. Many of our services at stroke, epilepsy, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's are unique in the county. Indeed, they're nationally preeminent. For us to be able to provide those services to the people that live in this county, I have to recruit and retain some of the best faculty available in the United States. My ability to recruit and retain those faculty is dependent on their ability to have a predictable and reliable and developed development plan, because they want to engage with the entire Stanford campus, whether it's computer science or AI. If I can't recruit them and I can't retain them, other universities around the country will solve my problem. They'll be happy to take my neurologist. Those faculty will be okay. They'll end up at other universities. The people who won't be okay are the patients who live in this county. I am here representing them for you. Please don't let these patients and families down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Stephen or Stephen Graham. You'll let me know which.
Let's go with Steve.
Okay.
My name is Steve Graham. I serve as Dean of Stanford School of Earth, Energy, and Environmental Sciences. The faculty and students of that school, in collaboration with many others on campus, work tirelessly to understand the world around us, to identify and predict hazards, and find approaches that can be translated by governments into actionable policies that benefit their citizens. Those efforts include the many challenges we face right here in Santa Clara County: wildfires underscored by PG&E's cutoff of electricity tomorrow, the flooding that occurred in San Jose 2 years ago, the climate effects on crops grown in the southern part of the county, shortages of fresh water for civic and agricultural consumption driven by warming climate and increasingly erratic weather, sea level rise affecting low-lying and often low-income and underinsured neighborhoods close to the bay, and of course, earthquakes. Stanford already has partnerships addressing many of these issues with Santa Clara County and the city of San Jose, but there is so much more to do. We seek to bring truly impactful sustainability benefits to the county, to the state, to the country, and to the world. To do this, we will need to build new laboratories, teaching facilities, and spaces to convene the community partnerships I briefly described. In this, we need your help. Everyone will benefit. I urge the county to reach consensus with Stanford now on a development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Howard, to be followed by Janet Borgens. Honorable, welcome.
Good afternoon, President Samidian, Vice President Chavez, and honorable members of the board. My name is Diane Howard. I'm the Vice Mayor of Redwood City, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of my community as well as my colleagues in the county included in the 6-mile radius of the proposed Stanford expansion. My key message today is to emphasize that in regard to Stanford's expansion, all impacts associated with this project that affect our surrounding communities must be addressed and mitigations agreed upon before we move forward. Today, I want to speak specifically to the child care impact to our communities if this expansion is improved. One of our City Council's top priorities this year is increasing access to affordable child care. There is a crisis in our community due to the lack of child care spaces available to families and the rising cost of child care. Costs have gone up by 27% over the last few years, and at a time when many in our community face displacement over rising rents, rising child care costs deepen the burden on our families. By adding 5,500 new jobs, Stanford will dramatically increase demand for child care. Those demands will not be met solely on their campus, will exacerbate the crisis that already exists. These new jobs would equate to approximately 300 new child care slots needed at a construction cost of $42,000 per child care slot. At the Stanford main campus, currently, they are not meeting their needs. There are waiting lists. I urge you to support mitigation for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Borgens, you're up next. Welcome.
Good afternoon. When Google or Facebook or any other large business employer comes before you and dramatically increases their employee base, their new office campuses contributed new property tax and for local services. Not so with Stanford. When Stanford dramatically increases the number of people studying or working at the university, the exact opposite happens. New development is exempt from property taxes. So at the same time as needs for education, needs for community services, needs for public safety are all increasing because of new workers and students, local governments will have less money than ever to meet those needs. Stanford properties are exempt by law. And until that law is changed, we need to hold non-property taxpayers, property owners, and developers accountable for their development impacts. As it stands today in San Mateo County, $1.2 billion assessed property value is off the property tax rolls and $420 million in Redwood City alone for last year. This is before the dramatic expansion that is before you, and the impact of that expansion will undoubtedly hit San Mateo County as well as Santa Clara. Stanford currently owns or leases over 3,000 acres in San Mateo County. That's roughly between the size of Willow Glen and Campbell. When Stanford buys an existing apartment building off their campus to lease to its faculty or students or employees, that housing goes off the tax rolls. But those individuals still need schools for their children, parks to relax in, and emergency medical care and public services to provide for them. So who foots the bill? Everyone else.
Ms. Borgens, before you step away, would you just identify yourself and?
I'm sorry, Janet Borgens, Redwood City Council.
Thank you, just for the record. And up next, Molly Forstall, Tom Du Bois, Nolan Sivian, Jane Mark, Melissa Stevenson Diaz.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Molly Forstall, and I'm here to speak in support of Stanford's general use permit and urge you to work together on a development agreement now. As a resident of Santa Clara County for 3 decades, I've experienced firsthand the value Stanford brings to its residents. As both a Stanford parent and a member of the National Advisory Board for Stanford's Public Service Center, I've seen many examples of tremendous service work that Stanford students do in the surrounding community. Many Stanford programs provide opportunities for students to work with Stanford's community partners on social and environmental issues through Stanford's Cardinal Service efforts. For example, Stanford Community Impact Fellows work full-time for a year at Life Moves, a nonprofit which provides interim housing and supportive services to homeless families and individuals right here in this county. Another program is the Sustainable Urban Systems Initiative, a course series where students apply technical and policy analysis skills to address critical urban challenges in our region. Students' teams work with local community partners on preparing for increased flooding risk due to climate change, as well as on affordable housing challenges. Given there are so many benefits to having Stanford thrive here, I urge the county to complete a development agreement that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to continue its academic mission. We need to see your commitment to Stanford's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tom Du Bois.
Tom Du Bois, the Palo Alto City Council. I think either I or Councilmember Allison Cormack have met with all of your offices to express our concerns and ask that you fully mitigate impacts through conditions of approval and then possibly have some additional agreements for some of the other issues. You have letters from the City of Palo Alto that quantify the impacts of the 3.5 million square feet in the heart of our town. Transportation and transit impacts alone are over $250 million. Housing is critical. Avoiding impacts from the reverse commute is critical. Please include a requirement for Stanford to provide spaces for construction workers living in RVs during construction. And Palo Alto also supports additional agreements to address the concerns of our school district and to address the concerns of nearby San Mateo cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Nolan Sivian, to be followed by Jane Mark and then Melissa Stevenson Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Nolan Sivian, and I'm here representing Pan Pacific Mechanical, a Bay Area union contractor. We're currently working to complete the new Stanford Hospital, among other projects on campus. Stanford is a meaningful contributor to the community and should be allowed to build housing not only for faculty and students, but also for low-income families. They are respectful of their surrounding community and have laid out plans to benefit the region as a whole. Pan Pacific believes that Stanford should be permitted to move forward with the project. Beyond approval to build, we are also concerned with the stipulation that construction cannot start until 8 a.m. This will require our staff to put in more hours on the road, away from their families, adding to Bay Area traffic congestion. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Jane Mark, to be followed by Melissa Stevenson Diaz. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board President Simitian and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Jane Mark, Planning Manager with the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. The district's mission is to preserve open space, protect natural resources, and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education. We understand that the Stanford University General Use Permit requires a 4/5 supermajority of the county supervisors vote to modify the Stanford University academic growth boundary. We also understand that based on the county's sustainable development study, Stanford can accommodate the new facilities within this AGB well into the future. On August 28, 2019, the District Board of Directors unanimously approved a resolution to support the County Administration and the Planning Commission's recommendation that the County Board of Supervisors extend the 4/5 supermajority vote required to move the Stanford University academic growth boundary for an additional 99 years to continue protecting the important open space lands in the county. We're here to submit our district board resolution for the record so that the Board of Supervisors can consider. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and the clerk will step over and take that from you for the record. And that takes us to Melissa Stevenson Diaz, who will be followed by Stephen Chu, Jose, I believe it's Esquinela, Priya Singh, and Devin Ryan, Dustin Schroeder, Shelby Parks. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, President Simidian, members of the board, and county staff. I'm Melissa Stevenson Diaz, and I am the city manager for Redwood City. Appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on Stanford University's proposed expansion and ask that these would be included in the public record. We share your staff's concern about the real likelihood that this proposal will only worsen the crippling jobs housing imbalance in our region. Numerous times in the staff report, both written and today, your staff mentioned the regional nature of this housing crisis. Notably, the recommended conditions of approval expect that housing will be constructed outside of Santa Clara County. As Councilmember Borgen shared just a minute ago, when Stanford constructs or purchases housing, that property is no longer subject for property tax. In Redwood City, property tax is our single highest form of revenue and funds essential services, police and fire, paramedic, library, and parks and recreation. Stanford officials recently informed me of their intention to acquire a newly built apartment building in Redwood City. Because of this property tax exemption, in the first year alone, the city will lose about $100,000 in property tax revenue just for that building. That amount is ongoing, increases over time, and is in addition to other holdings within Redwood City and Santa Clara County. This means that we'll have now at least 400 new residents who would expect and deserve public services, but less money, not more to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Chu, Jose Esquinela, forgive me on the pronunciation if I'm misreading that, Priya Singh, Devin Ryan, Dustin Schroeder, Shelby Parks. Welcome.
Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Stephen Chu. I'm a principal at Inuit Architects, and I'm speaking today to express my support for Stanford's proposed general use permit and ask that you consider working together now on a development agreement. Over the past 2 decades, I've worked with Stanford University on various building projects, including Cantor Museum, Bing Concert Hall, and currently ChemH and Wu-Tsai Neurosciences Institute. Speaking from experience, I can say that Stanford is dedicated to the creation of significant buildings that are sustainable, lasting, transformative, and most importantly, accessible, creating civic architecture that brings individuals together to share knowledge and experiences, whether it be for a building, a world-class concert hall, and a museum where artists can display and perform their works, or creating a hub for research and collaboration of top minds in our scientific community. These facilities enrich our community and increase its offerings. I urge you to reach a consensus with Stanford now on a development agreement and approve feasible conditions of approval that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to further its academic mission. Thank you
very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jose Escanrela. I am the member president of SCIU Local 2007, and we represent the almost 1,300 service workers on the Stanford University campus at SLAC and the School of Medicine. First of all, we want to thank you, and we appreciate your efforts for affordable housing for workers in the county. Also, we want to say that if the county decides to engage in development agreement discussions, we would support a development agreement as long as it includes affordable housing for the service workers that help the university carry out its important mission. Second, we believe Stanford can help mitigate vehicle trips by creating additional Marguerite shuttle service to East Palo Alto, where we have over 130 members residing, and where many more workers that Stanford employs could also benefit from the shuttle service to the campus from East Palo Alto during working hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Priya Singh.
Good afternoon. My name is Priya Singh, Chief Strategy Officer at Stanford Medicine, and I'd like to read this letter on behalf of Stanford Medicine leaders, including Dean Lloyd Minor and our CEOs David Entwistle and Paul King. We want to express our support for Stanford's proposed general use permit and request that you reach consensus with the university on a development agreement and a set of reasonable and feasible conditions of approval. Stanford Medicine serves the local community with timely, preeminent care, treating more than 70,000 patients in our emergency department last year alone. We also provide complex care in diverse areas, including cancer. Our researchers and clinicians remain at the forefront of this battle, providing patients in Santa Clara County with access to the latest breakthroughs in immuno-oncology, genomics, DNA sequencing, and promising clinical trials. The construction of the Stanford Cancer Research Building outlined in our proposal would enable us to increase our local community's access to cutting-edge care. We believe it's time to work collaboratively to address the interests of all stakeholders and request that the county engages in constructive development agreement discussions with Stanford. This will certainly provide benefits that address the interests of the community while enabling Stanford to fulfill its academic mission. Thanks for allowing us to share the importance of this matter with you.
Thank you so much. Devin Ryan to be followed by Dustin Schroeder.
Hello, I'm Devin Ryan. I'm a resident of Stanford Staff Housing, and I have heard a lot of comments regarding Stanford Staff Housing not paying property taxes. For clarity, our Stanford housing neighborhood of University Terrace is paying over twice as much in property taxes as comparable neighborhoods in Palo Alto with the same real estate value, hundreds of thousands of dollars more. The reason for this disparity is Prop 13. Now, I can't blame longstanding residents in the region for making out like bandits under this wealth concentrating law, but watching residents and council members parade up here and act like it's the new Stanford housing that would be a burden on services and not, in fact, their poor city planning and lack of paying a fair share of taxes is becoming ridiculous. I would ask these residents and the county to please stop thwarting growth at every turn because our cities really need it. I agree with the council member from Redwood City about holding non-property taxpayers accountable, so I look forward to these complaining residents to volunteer to pay fair market value property taxes. New residents in Stanford housing will mean more cars because these are families, not factory cogs. And spouses and children may go elsewhere during the day, so the conditions of approval need to reflect that. But these residents will also pay way more in taxes to support community benefits and services. Stanford is an incredible nonprofit institution that saves lives, educates students and researchers how to save the planet. By entering into a development agreement with Stanford and creating feasible conditions of approval, the county can take advantage of the opportunities Stanford provides while helping enable the fantastic things the university gives the world. Thank you.
Dustin Schroeder, thank you. And Shelley Parks.
Hello, Dustin Schroeder. I'm an assistant professor of geophysics, and I want to talk about this term impact. So to me, the impact of this space is the capacity of my colleagues to do their research and educate students. My colleagues are working on stopping forest fires. They're working on technology that allow paralyzed people to gain control of their limbs. They're working on, in my case, climate change and sea level rise, or in reducing the cost of access to medical testing around the world. These are among the best things we do as human beings, and that is what this development allows us to do. But what's tragic to me as an educator is the message this is sending to our students. We have some of the most talented, capable students, and despite the state of the world we've left them, they really want to use their skills to make the world better for everyone, to solve problems facing us. And I want to be able to tell them that smart people who care more about others than themselves can overcome narrow self-interest. But then I come here, and I hear that a 1% change in traffic can stop us from building the dorms we need to expand the opportunity of a Stanford education to low-income students, irrespective of their need around the world, and the impact that that has on their families and communities. I can't imagine being a person who cares more that it takes more time for me to go to the country club than I do care about these students. And I would encourage everyone here in my community to see the opportunity that by just sitting in traffic, you're doing more to address climate change, to preserve democracy, and to make it a better world than most people have the opportunity to do.
That takes us to Shelby Parks and Nova, and forgive me, I think the last name is Maurice, then Mike Dorsey, and Christian Ortega, and then Mona Tekandani. Forgive me on that one. It's a long name. Shelby Parks.
Okay, hi, I'm Shelby Parks. I'm with Stanford Coalition for Planning and Equitable 2035. And we want to emphasize that the permit we're discussing today is about the physical space taken up by Stanford University. This conversation is not about the academic quality of our university, and it's irrational to assume that quality will scale with size. Yes, this is a place of great opportunity, and we do want to see the student body grow, but only if it's accompanied by full mitigation, which will only improve the network of support that those students receive. There's a pattern here of people commenting, highlighting the wonderful things that Stanford does, and they are super wonderful. But then in the next sentence, these folks are saying, we urge you to participate in a development agreement. We want to remind everyone in the room that the development agreement isn't necessary for the expansion plan itself to go forward. There's a false link being established there, and I just want to call that out, and thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, for asking that clarifying question. We hold that Stanford's conduct throughout this process has not aligned with its alleged values and its mission statements. One of them is to collaborate with local partners to tackle regional challenges such as affordability and transportation. We think it's a mockery of these local partners to set up teams to meet with them, take up their time, and try to solve problems of affordability while actively suing the county over affordable housing ordinances and asking for housing conditions of approval to be cut in half. It's hypocritical. The social benefit brought by Stanford's research and outreach initiatives cannot outweigh the wrongs they will commit if they refuse to mitigate the affordability issues that they are causing in their own backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nova. Is it Maurice?
Yes, it's Maurice.
Good afternoon. My name is Nova, and I'm a junior at Stanford and also a member of Scope 2035. And I'm here today to discourage the board from pursuing a development agreement. One of the largest dangers of a DA is that it happens behind closed doors, which is not in the best interests of many community stakeholders. Moreover, Stanford is proposing trade-offs that will undermine mitigation members and slash community benefits from the conditions of approval. Stanford makes it clear in their DA application that their first goal is to negotiate away their affordable housing obligations. They seek to cut the number of below market rate units required in nearly half. This is a non-starter. Keep in mind that these units were calculated only based on future growth and don't even account for the high demand of thousands of current workers, as Supervisor Smithian pointed out earlier. Each and every one of these 933 units is imperative. To echo the county staff analysis, the real value of Stanford's proposed benefits package is only about 3.6% of the $4.7 billion number you may have heard in these hearings or seen in targeted ads. For these reasons, we will not support a DA unless the following conditions are met. 1, the process is transparent and open to the public stakeholders. 2, the number of market rate and below market rate units in the draft conditions of approval are not reduced. And 3, Stanford upholds its previous financial commitment to PAUSD. Lastly, we want to stress that we do not think Stanford is going to back out of the GUP if the DA doesn't happen. We believe this is an empty threat. As students, we see Stanford is operating on campus as though this permit has already been approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Dorsey, I believe you're up next, sir. And then Christian Ortega. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, President Simidian. My topic sentence is that public-private partnership equals development agreement. We all know the proposed and the understood advantages of public-private partnerships. Get all the advantages of one powerful partner and all the advantages and contribution opportunity of the other partner. That's exactly what we have the opportunity to pursue here, and I would encourage you to pursue it. A development agreement will facilitate long-term planning. Long-term planning reduces risk and it increases predictability, which is exactly what you just heard Dr. Longo say we need to attract the best physicians to Stanford Medical School. And of course, it's true across all of the professional schools. A financial analyst would tell you that when you reduce risk, when you reduce unpredictability, you reduce risk. That has the effect of reducing the required risk premium, which has the effect of reducing cost of capital. When you reduce cost of capital, that means there is more capital available, in this case, for social purpose. That's why I encourage you to pursue a development agreement. That is how we, the public, can achieve the maximum public benefit. Through my discussions with people from Redwood City, they were very, very satisfied more than satisfied with their development agreement negotiations with Stanford and are very pleased with the benefits that they have received. The same thing could be achieved throughout the county of Santa Clara through the medical school, the law school, the business school, and the School of Earth Sciences contributing to the public good. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker.
Supervisor Smidian.
Yes.
Just want to ask everyone's pardon. I need to leave so that I can prepare for the observance of Yom Kippur. And due to the great modern advances or not of recording, I will be able to hear the remainder of the comments on Thursday. I will listen to the rest of this hearing. So please excuse me all.
Thank you very much. And we have cards from Christian Artiga, Mona, and forgive me, I can't quite make out the name. It looks like.
Good afternoon, members of the board and county staff. My name is Christian Artiaga, and I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Union Local 405. Speaking on behalf of 4,300 men and women, members of Santa Clara County, some of which have joined me here today. We are here in support of Stanford's general use permit application. We are proud of our partnership with Stanford. Stanford has a proven track record of environmental leadership and responsible land management. Stanford has earned a fair project review process and the feasible project conditions. Stanford has a long history of working with reasonable carpenter signatory contractors that pay the standard area wages and benefits on all jobs all of the time. Responsible contractors that support the state certified carpenter apprenticeship program that create pathways to opportunities for apprentices, journeymen, men and women, single mothers entering the workforce, and our returning veterans. Stanford GUP plan positively influences more than just Stanford and the surrounding neighborhoods, but also in the working class. We urge you, members of the board, to reach consensus with Stanford now on the development agreement and approve feasible conditions that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to further its academic mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mona? Yes. And I apologize. Help me with the last name, Mona.
Tekchandani. Greetings, supervisors. My name is Mona Tekchandani, and I wanted to take a moment to bring to your attention a letter that was submitted to you by Avichal Garg and Yin Wu. Mr. Garg and Ms. Wu could not be here today, but sent me to relay their comments. Thank you for your time. I will now read what Mr. Garg and Ms. Wu prepared. My wife and I have been residents of Santa Clara County for 15 years. My venture firm is headquartered in Palo Alto, and my wife's startup is headquartered in Mountain View. We are writing to express our support for Stanford's general use permit and respectfully request that you move forward with Stanford's proposal as it stands. Stanford is a world-class institution that is deeply embedded in our community, and we should not overlook the significant long-term contributions to our communities. As we have lived and worked within miles of Stanford for over a decade, my wife and I are very sensitive to both the housing and traffic issues in our communities. We believe Stanford is doing more than its fair share to help address both of these issues. We should also be mindful of not expecting Stanford to solve all of our problems. For us to truly address housing issues, traffic challenges, environmental challenges, and education, the residents of Santa Clara and California need more significant, holistic public policy improvements. With that, I hope you will support Stanford's future land use plans and approve a general use permit and development agreement together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tekchandani. And now that you've said it, I can see it quite clearly there, if only I had read it clearly the first time. Donna Garten. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Donna Garten, Stanford alum, and I'm reading this letter on behalf of James Higa, also a Stanford alum and resident of Santa Clara. Although I can't be here today at today's meeting, I'm traveling on business. I feel strongly enough to write a letter, and I thank you for the opportunity for having this read and submitted on my behalf. I arrived in the Bay Area in 1976 as a bewildered 18-year-old from Okinawa. I am full of gratitude for how Santa Clara County has transformed my life. Stanford has been a big component of that. I received my education there. My daughter found the medical care she needed at the Children's Hospital. My son's curiosity was enriched by the performances, museum visits, and summer camps on campus. As the executive director of a local community foundation, I support many nonprofits and organizations for whom the University and Cardinal Service Initiative is a valued and integral partner. The growing inequity gap, affordable housing, mobility and congestion, and creating sustainable circular economies are some of the defining issues of our generation that I tackle in the work of my foundation. If there's one thing I've learned in this work, it's that radical collaboration is essential. Bringing diverse resources, expertise is the path forward to new thinking and solutions. Housing, transit, and education are critical challenges in our county. Critical challenges require radical collaboration. It's in that spirit that I express my support for the Stanford General Use Permit and urge you to reach a consensus. Coming together is more important than standing apart. Stanford is part of the solution, not the source of our problems. The challenges we face grow more severe by the day. I urge you to support Stanford's future land.
Thank you. All right, Nancy Mueller, Roseanne Faust, Betsy Nash, Cecilia Taylor, Susan, I believe it's Meany, James Sweeney, and Lenny Siegel. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Nancy Mueller, and I'm here to speak in support of Stanford's general use permit. Regardless of these past negotiations today, I urge you all to work together on developing this development agreement with Stanford. You have to do it together, and you can make it work. As a resident of Palo Alto since 1965 and successful entrepreneur producing Nancy's Quiche, I have seen and experienced firsthand the incredible value Stanford brings to Santa Clara County and its residents. Without Stanford and its commitment to teaching, research, and service, this community would not be what it is today. The benefits the university had provided made this community one of the most desirable in all of our country to live. Since the university's founding, when Palo Alto had fewer than 1,000 residents, Stanford has worked to balance the needs of the university with the priorities of the community. Stanford benefits the community with advanced medical care, museums, performances, athletics, all available to our greater community, and more. Stanford has educated leaders throughout the world, and today we can't begin to count the many companies, industries, nonprofits, and entrepreneurial ventures started and run by the brilliant minds at Stanford. So please start and complete discussions around the details of the development agreement and continue to deliver benefits to our greater community, allowing Stanford to further its academic mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Roseanne Faust, and then Betsy Nash, and Cecilia Taylor, Susan Meany.
Good afternoon, President Simidian, Vice President Chavez, and members of the board. My name is Roseanne Faust. I'm the president and CEO of SAMCETA. I'm also the former mayor in Redwood City who successfully negotiated the development agreement with Stanford. Albert Einstein said, "In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." Opportunity is a set of circumstances that makes it possible to do something. Creativity is the act of turning new and imaginative ideas into reality. I'm here before you today to ask that you reopen discussions with Stanford to effectuate a potential development agreement. Because what did we get in Redwood City that a development agreement had? We got tuition subsidies. We got executive education speaker series. We received entrepreneurial boot camp classes. These were things that we were able to discuss and bring forth to the full council. I thank you for your time. I appreciate all that you do, and I hope that you will look at this as an opportunity to get back to the table to discuss what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Nash, to be followed by Cecilia Taylor, Susan Meany, James Sweeney, and Lenny Siegel. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nash, and I serve on the Menlo Park City Council. As I mentioned at the last board meeting, Menlo Park, like other cities in the area, continues to struggle with inadequate housing availability and housing affordability and traffic congestion that chokes our streets. Stanford's proposal to expand under the 2018 general use permit will further aggravate these already serious problems, and it is hard to overstate the adverse impacts. One of the biggest impacts of Stanford expansion is that it creates new demand for housing for Stanford's students, faculty, staff, and other workers. Stanford wants other communities, such as Menlo Park, to house a significant number of these people. However, cities do not have available land for this new housing. Stanford does. When Stanford takes over an existing housing complex, either built or proposed, it takes away housing units that cities are already counting on to house workers for existing jobs, and it does nothing to help the jobs housing imbalance. This was the case you heard about in Los Altos, and it has many detrimental impacts. So please require Stanford to fully mitigate the impacts of its development activities on all the neighboring communities in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, including building necessary housing on their own land. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia Taylor, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Cecilia Taylor, and I am the Mayor Pro Tem of Menlo Park. I'm the first elected representative for my community in multiple decades. My community, the Bellhaven neighborhood, is isolated from the rest of the city. We are bounded by Highway 84, which is Willow Road, the Bayfront Expressway, the connection to the Dumbarton Bridge, and the 101 freeway. We are surrounded by weekday traffic, locked in the neighborhoods in the mornings, and locked out of our neighborhoods in the evening. The morning traffic period does not end until after 10:30 a.m., and the afternoon traffic begins again around 2:30 p.m. I believe equitable development is necessary and achievable. It requires an intentional and thoughtful focus on eliminating inequities and barriers. Good governance in land use, zoning, policy, and programs provides a healthy, safe, and inclusive guideline moving forward. Good governance also provides a voice and influence in the decisions that shape our neighborhoods and cities. Equitable development can reverse patterns of segregation. Equitable development can reverse disinvestment. Equitable development can prevent displacement and promote revitalization throughout our communities. We, the City of Menlo Park, are united with San Mateo County, along with East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Atherton, Portola Valley, and Woodside. Please require Stanford to fully mitigate the impacts of its development activities on all our neighboring communities.
Thank you. And Councilmember, I have to tell you, as you were standing there, I kept thinking you were waving at me, and it turned out you were just swiping on your tablet. So I just...
but I'll give you a wave.
It's good. All right, it's good to see you. Thank you so much. All right, Susan, is it Meany?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then James Sweeney, and then Lenny Siegel. Come on up, folks. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Susan Meany, and I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for over 25 years. I am here today to urge the board to engage with Stanford to deliver a development agreement. I strongly believe that Stanford is core to what makes our community such a desirable place to live. When I reflect on my daily life, so much of it is enhanced by the fact that Stanford's in my neighborhood. I've started many days with runs on the dish, attended wonderful cultural events at Frost and Bing, and loved taking the continuing ed classes. Stanford is a big part of what makes living here engaging and interesting. More importantly, when my daughter needed surgery as a small child, I was so thankful to have the care and facilities available to us at Packard. I'm fully aware that that might not have been the case had Stanford not been able to plan, invest for, and update their facilities, which then allowed them to attract the great doctors that we had. Our strong economic base definitely contributes to traffic and critical housing issues that need to be addressed, but a lot of that is third-party corporate interests. Those issues, while critically important, should not and do not negate the need for Stanford to continue to evolve. We see so much antipathy in our country today, and what gives me hope is the ability for all of us to work together at the community level to get things done and improve people's lives. It is imperative to our community that we honor our good fortune, work through our differences, and find a path forward with a development agreement that addresses the real challenges we face, but that also allows Stanford to continue its legacy of excellence and community engagement.
Thanks for your comments. Mr. Sweeney, you're up next, and then Mr. Siegel. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jim Sweeney, a Stanford faculty member. Stanford proposes negotiating a legally binding development agreement. Stanford would be totally irrational, in fact foolish, to accept a new GUP with upfront conditions of approval, absent of fully negotiated legally binding long-term agreements such as a development agreement. The reasons are well known in economics and are often described as dynamic inconsistency or dynamic inconsistency of agreements. Without a legal binding agreement, Stanford could first meet the upfront conditions for approval, expecting future rights, but afterwards the next county supervisor will have strong incentives, the next county supervisors will have strong incentives to require additional Stanford commitments in order for Stanford to keep the rights that were promised but not legally binding. That is the essence of a dynamically inconsistent agreement. Stanford would be foolish to enter into such an agreement, and as a faculty member, I urge Stanford to walk away from the GUP proposal unless they and the county negotiate and sign a legally binding long-term development agreement. Thank you.
And Mr. Siegel.
Good afternoon. The Stanford Corporation, which owns not only the academic campus, but the research park, the hospital, and the shopping center, is the root of our region's jobs, housing, and balance. I know I started working to get Stanford to build housing, particularly for its low-income employees, way back 5 decades ago. Stanford has never stepped up fully. They take care of their faculty, they're doing more for their students, but they haven't taken care not only of their own employees, but they don't provide housing for the people who work in the industrial park, or the research park as it's known today. You've heard from surrounding cities, including my own Mountain View, that building housing in our communities or buying housing doesn't help us. It just helps Stanford. Stanford should be required to build housing on its own land, to build it on the shopping center, on the research park like Mountain View is doing, as a way of addressing the jobs, housing, and balance. It's the best place for people to be. If people want to live elsewhere, they can. If they want to rent to people from elsewhere, they can. But that's the solution to the jobs, housing, and balance, locating housing that's needed on property that's near Stanford. And they've got plenty of it, they just don't use it adequately. I've been hearing people talk about how Stanford contributes so much to our community. Lots of companies, lots of people contribute to our community, to the world. We still have to abide by good planning, so make Stanford do it as well. Thank you.
We have cards from Kelly Snyder, Eamon Byrne, Forrest, Jeb Eddy, Eric Filseth. Why don't we start there? Kelly Snyder, are you with us? I will come back just to make sure they haven't stepped out. Is it Eamon Byrne? Come forward, please. Then Forrest, then Jeb Eddy, then Eric Filseth. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Eamon Byrne. I'm a postdoc, that is a postdoctoral research scholar at Stanford University. I'm also a council member for the Stanford University Postdoc Association called SURPASS. Postdocs, for those of you who don't know, are researchers who have completed a PhD but are yet to attain a tenure track or permanent position. Postdocs are not considered to be graduate students, they are not faculty, and they are not staff officially. But there are approximately 2,300 postdocs employed by Stanford, none of whom are housed on campus. Around 100 babies are born to postdocs each year. On average, postdocs work at Stanford for 3 to 4 years, some substantially longer than this. As researchers and teachers, postdocs are essential for the pursuance of Stanford's core missions. The most important missions for postdocs are housing and childcare. Specifics will be conveyed in a written document, but in essence, we would like for the GUP conditions of approval to include provision for accessible and affordable housing and childcare for postdocs. On-campus provision of these facilities will reduce traffic around the county and limit postdocs' reliance on county resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Forrest, then Jeb Eddy, then Eric Filseth.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Forrest Peterson. I'm a research assistant at Stanford University in the School of Engineering, and I'm about to give probably the very quickest dry run defense of my life. So I think we have slides that are going to come up. And I'm going to quickly go through what's called an integrated performance model. It was fairly easy to set up and to produce. And what this is a three-dimensional model adding in other essentially dimensions of information so that you can view the GUP instead of thumbing through 200 and I don't know how many pages it is. Maybe it's 1,000 pages. It's a lot. I parsed through quite a few of them myself at this point.
All right, why don't we pause for a moment while we let the tech team get organized. And would you say ready, begin when you're ready to begin? got our attention. I'll give you that. Okay. Should we take some other speakers and let you work through the tech issues while we're waiting? Is that, I'm getting a thumbs up.
That sounds good.
All right, colleagues, with your permission, I'll move through the rest of the speaker cards, and then we'll see if our clerk staff can work through the tech issues with the presenters, okay? So I think that was Forrest, who is with Jeb Eddy for this presentation. Eric Filseth, why don't you come on up, Mr. Mayor, and then we'll go to Steve Monowitz.
See Supervisor Waterman on the air guitar here. Is that what it is?
That was okay. And Hal Mickelson, and Vince Rocha, and David Lennox, Mario Kicki, Ofer Elitzer, and then we'll try the presentation at the end if we can get the technical issues resolved, please. Okay? Mr. Filseth.
President Simidian, supervisors, and staff, thank you very much. Eric Filseth, Mayor of Palo Alto, also Stanford class of '83. And I want to thank the supervisors and the planning staff for the thorough, thoughtful, and especially transparent approach that you folks have taken on this matter. It's very much appreciated by our public, otherwise known as my boss. And we wish Stanford well in executing their project in accordance with the approval conditions. Stanford did not create the challenges that the region faces, but we all are where we are. If our region is to continue to thrive, then we're all going to have to embrace the full mitigation, reality-based approaches to housing and transportation, public transparency, and other principles embodied in the county's process. So thank you again for your leadership in this matter. And a side note, I want to note that last week our own city council directed our city staff to update our own Nexus study in preparation for our city raising our affordable housing impact fees to match the county's. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Monowitz, then Hal Mickelson, then Vince Rocha.
Good afternoon, President Simidian, supervisors, staff. My name is Steve Monowitz. I'm the Community Development Director for the County of San Mateo, and I'm here once again to ask the supervisors to ensure that the impacts of Stanford's growth on San Mateo County are fully mitigated. At your last workshop, Supervisor Cortese indicated that he didn't have a clear sense of what we meant by full mitigation. So in response, I'd like to refer you to the letter that was submitted to President Simidian on April 24th of this year, which I entered into the record at the last hearing. And I'll summarize some of the highlights of that letter, which was signed by both the county and 6 cities, in which we state that full mitigation consists of addressing the demand for over 2,000 off-campus housing units. According to the EIR, about 27% of Stanford's population lives in San Mateo County. That percentage of housing is over 600 units at a cost of over $196 million to build. Full mitigation includes addressing the impacts on roadways and intersections upon which Stanford relies. We have worked with our local jurisdictions to identify the extent of the needed improvements, and that cost comes at over $4.5 million. There's $15 million in needed bike and pedestrian improvements, $5 million in stormwater management, and over $6.5 million in lost tax revenue that needs to be recouped to provide the public services.
Mr. Roberts, before you step away, the 6 cities, are they Redwood City, Atherton, Woodside, Portola Valley, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto?
That is correct.
Great. Thank you, just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hal Mickelson. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Hal Mickelson. I'm a 40-year resident of Palo Alto and a low-wattage civic volunteer in the community. I'm here to provide the strongest possible support for the university's position, specifically support for a development agreement that will provide significant benefits for the university's neighbors, including front-loaded benefits, and all in keeping with meeting reasonable, workable, achievable conditions of approval for the GUP. Let's take just a second to talk about history and context. Old story. People who visit the campus with me are astonished to hear that for a long time, way north of 90% of undergraduates have lived on campus. At present, 97% of undergraduates live on campus. 66% of graduate students already live on campus. This is something that other comparable universities simply can't match. If we were talking about the University of Chicago or Harvard or Columbia and it needed to improve its academic facilities, they would be knocking down buildings in the adjoining neighborhoods. So this is an exceptional opportunity. Stanford has a record which is deserving of respect, and when it says that it's looking for a development agreement that will be of benefit to the community, I think that should have great credibility. Thank you very much.
And Vince Rocha, you're up next, and then David Lennox, and then Mary O'Kickey.
At some point, we're ready.
Thank you. I'm going to hold off just to make sure that when the time comes, we're not delaying any of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, President of the Board of Committee and Supervisors. My name is Vince Rocha, the Senior Director of Housing and Community Development on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We're here in support of Stanford's general use permit application. Stanford has been responsive to the needs of the concerns of the neighbors and the community, and I believe they'll bring much needed housing and transportation improvements and funding for our schools. We are proud to count the university as a longtime and valued member of the leadership group. Throughout its 128-year history, as I believe the person speaking before me has said, Stanford has been a leader in addressing the regional housing challenges on campus by housing their students. The proposal front loads the delivery of affordable housing units, including, I believe, about 575 of them that our region desperately needs. Meeting these housing challenges is critical now more than ever during our current housing crisis, and we are proud Stanford is working to be a part of the solution. All we're asking is that the county reach consensus with Stanford on a development agreement and improve feasible conditions of approval that will deliver benefits to the community and allow Stanford to further its academic mission. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker is David Lennox. Come on up, sir. You've been waiting a while. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm David Lennox from Stanford, and I'm reading the letter from Professor Jeff Kosef, Director of the Stanford Wood Institute for the Environment. The Woods Institute, over the course of the last 15 years, has created knowledge and solutions in the areas of water supply, natural capital, sustainable fishing, and renewable energy. But we've also had a profound influence on how Stanford conducts its business and its operations. Stanford is on track today to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2025. Today, Stanford is recognized as one of the 10 most sustainable campuses in the country. As a scientist and an engineer, I deal with uncertainty every day. Making decisions in the face of uncertainty in our predictions, as well as the efficacy of our data and knowledge, is something we have to do. However, at the same time, our research is strongly focused on reducing the uncertainty and therefore improving the quality of our solutions. What Stanford is asking for through the development agreement very much resonates with my scientific ethos. Stanford has agreed to invest a significant amount of money in the future as part of the GUP, and to do so without assurances and minimization of risk would be fiscally irresponsible, especially given that a large fraction of the proposed investment represents an opportunity cost to the research and teaching mission of the university. As a faculty member, I'm supportive of this use of Stanford's funds, and I'm equally supportive of the need for the investment to be conducted through the development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Mary O'Kickey. Forgive my standing. I'm just trying to do some good back maintenance here.
No, I understand. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, board members. I'm Mary O'Kickey, a resident, longtime resident of homeowner in Palo Alto. I thought that Stanford's GUP application presented a great opportunity for Palo Alto to once again work with Stanford, like we have for more than 100 years, on issues that are important to all of us: wildlife, biodiversity, education, and others. As a member of the Community Resources Board, I committed myself to this process. Initially, Stanford hosted open houses that had tables staffed with employees to answer questions. Now we've had more than a year of public comment meetings, where most of them, not the one today, but most of them turn into forums for residents to air their grievances against Stanford. There's no correction of misstatements or misrepresentations made during these meetings, no challenges to some of the stated beliefs. So I've been disheartened to see the animus in my community that has formed, and that Palo Alto seems to have embraced the outrage culture, as it's now called. Discussion is not happening. We have elected officials, as we've heard today, sowing doubts about a core principle and value of our state, indeed all 50 states, even the poorest states, and that is they've been indicating that property tax exemption for charitable nonprofits results in a loss of millions of dollars to our community. There is no lost revenue. We cannot lose what we don't have and are not entitled to receive. We cannot look at our churches or hospitals or schools and quantify them in terms of how much tax they would generate if only they were something else. Oops, out of time.
One last sentence.
Yes, and then I just wanted to thank Devin, who corrected Stanford leaseholders pay property taxes, people, all of them.
Thank you. And is it Ofer Elitzer? Please, welcome, come forward.
Thank you. My name is Ofer Elitzer. I'm an affordable housing developers counsel, and I've worked with many affordable developers in the Bay Area, including helping Stanford look at affordable housing issues in the past as well. Suffice it to say that I'm supportive of Stanford's GUP application and request for a DA. I won't reiterate those points. I do want to point out that with respect to affordable housing, obviously you guys know it's quite complicated, difficult to do, requires a lot of money. A couple of points that should be notable about Stanford's plan is that they're offering something like 400 of immediate development of affordable housing units. This would be on Stanford's own land. Land is a high cost factor in these affordable housing developments. Stanford would provide that in this instance. And they would be doing this without the requirement for public subsidy from the county, which is rare. In fact, I don't know if you have any other affordable housing developments that are going forward without request for subsidy of that variety. And then the last point to think about with Stanford's plan is that even in their market rate housing, unrestricted housing for their faculty and staff, they often provide substantial discount off of market rate. And so there's an element of naturally occurring affordable housing in Stanford's portfolio, which warrants your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us back to Forrest and Jeb Eddy. And gentlemen, again, within the constraints of a minute and a half each, let's see what you can do. We'll hope the technology serves us well.
Thank you very much. So I'll just jump right into this.
Please.
So everybody recognizes this, so I don't need to spend a lot of time there. Everybody recognizes the bubble. I live in the bubble. I enjoy the bubble. This is a little bit of a bigger view. Most everybody will recognize it. They'll see the large development of the towers at the bottom there. And this is what Stanford looks like essentially to anybody who's doing planning. This is the different zones of Stanford, and this also shows what Stanford would look like in the build-out under the current GUP. You can see the additional buildings in white, housing in light gray, existing housing in dark black. This here is looking at the current population, the anticipated population, and the change in population, the growth rate for the GUP, and seeing that these are...
I just want to show the 7,500 people, a lot of people.
Okay.
Next.
So this is what's important is building this out. There's over 50 intersections, up to 100 total that have been presented in the GUP. But this here, you can see relatively how much traffic there is in intersections. This shows the delay in seconds for each of those intersections. And you can see over there on the far side, that's the Dumbarton Bridge, which is where some of the largest delays are. In building this, it became clear that the delay from Stanford over to the Dumbarton
comes from Sand Hill Road as cars are winding through city streets and to try to get to the Dunbar Bridge. There's no direct route.
And going to your colleague now for his minute and a half as well.
Keep going.
Now,
I'm on the thing.
we're going to ask you to swap. Sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander. Didn't mean to call anybody a goose or a gander. I don't want to get in trouble on that one. I know that's not the mascot, so, all right.
Well, we're clearly trying to show a bigger picture of the traffic impact than is ever possible from reading the existing documents. This one's very hard to see, I'm sorry, but the piles, the tall towers, one is at Sand Hill Road, one is at Page Mill Road, and the other is over at Facebook. These are the giant bottlenecks which are not addressed seriously in the GUP. And I think it's an opportunity for Stanford and you guys to work on a major regional problem. Not just the small potatoes of individual intersections. So when we see you in Palo Alto in a few weeks, we will say, here's the model of the cut-through traffic from East Palo Alto that they're experiencing right now with no mitigation at all. From Harvard University, 90% of their people commute by sustainable means. The drivers waste 2.5 weeks a year in their cars. We have school age impact. This one, last one I'll show you really, the TDM points out that there's been a very nice decline in the number of commuters driving in single cars. That is true between the year 2002 and the year 2012. But in the last 5 years, this graph from the annual report shows no improvement at all in taking cars off the road through the TDM. So I hope you will question Stanford. Maybe there's better information now, but I looked up and confirmed this again.
Thank you very much.
We need regional approaches.
Thanks. You'll make the presentation available to board members and their offices, yes, and to our planning staff? Got it.
Everybody
Good.
Here.
All right. We'll ask that it be shared with board members as well and their staffs. Thank you both. I do have a card still from Kelly Snyder, who was not here when I called the name earlier. Let me just see if Kelly Snyder is here. Okay. Had to leave, apparently. And let me just confirm with the clerk that we have no other cards. We do not. All right. Then that concludes the public comment portion of today's meeting. I'm going to go back and see if there are questions or comments. I do have some. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to hold off so we could get to the applicant and the speakers. But let me start at this end with Supervisor Cortese. Anything more, sir? No? Supervisor Wasserman? Supervisor Chavez? All right, then staff, you get my questions. And I want to tee these up. And for those of you who are not familiar with this process, I'm not asking these as rhetorical questions. I'm asking these because it's important that we create a public record with certain information in the public record. And so that's what I'm hoping to accomplish here today. I want to go first to the housing issues, and I'm looking at both Mr. Bradley and at the Deputy County Executive, Ms. Gallegos, and also Ms. Pianca from our County Counsel's office. And I just want to be clear on the housing issues. The 2,172 housing units that are called for in the conditions of approval reflect the calculation of housing units needed to meet the demand created by the 9,610 people who are coming. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, there are 4 different ways that the applicant could comply with the expectation of 2,172, understanding that some of the processes are limited or don't apply to all of them, but building on campus is one way, yes?
Correct.
Building within a 6-mile radius is another way, yes?
Yes.
Getting an exception, which is allowed under the conditions of approval to go beyond the 6-mile radius under some circumstances, is another way, yes?
Yes.
And simply paying the fee is another way, yes?
Affordable in lieu impact fees are available up to a certain amount.
All right. So there are 4 different ways to meet the housing demand that the university is preparing to generate with 9,610 people. For the record, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now, we've had some concern expressed today about whether or not the expectation of 2,172 units is supportable. My understanding is that that information came from a Nexus study, yes?
Correct.
Okay, I'm not going to ask the Nexus study guy to come up, no disrespect, but it's been a long day already. So my question is this. My recollection is that when you presented the Nexus study, Mr. Bradley, Ms. Gallegos, Ms. Bianca, you told us that it was done with fairly conservative assumptions built in so that you could be absolutely rock solid that that was a supportable number if it was ever challenged. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are we, with that number, are we asking the university to do anything other than mitigate its own future demand from the 3.5 million square feet plus that's been proposed?
No.
We're not asking them to dig us out of the hole that the larger community has created over the last decade or two?
No.
We're not asking them to dig us out of any hole that they may have created over the last decade or two if we inadequately mitigated housing?
No.
Okay. Traffic. We're on the traffic issue now. There have been some changes since the Planning Commission, and I'm raising this one because at various times the university has said that they thought the traffic conditions of approval were problematic, but I think it's important to highlight, and I'm trying to separate the wheat from the chaff, no disrespect in that 60-plus page presentation we got. Do I understand correctly that you have now made the traffic requirements less rigorous, no disrespect, because you've restored the confidence interval to the baseline calculations for average daily trips and reverse commute trips? That means there's more flexibility for the university, yes?
I would argue we've made them more rigorous because they're more accurately reflect the methodologies used in the past and allow for a reasonable basis of error, quite frankly. Anytime you count thousands of cars over a several-week period, there is an opportunity for things to go wrong, and there is appropriate to have a, in this instance, I'm speaking specifically about the 90% confidence interval.
So on the 90% confidence interval, however, it is more likely that the university will be able to comply rather than less likely as compared or contrasted with the previous language, yes?
Yes, it functionally increases the number of trips, but in a scientifically valid manner.
Fair enough. I understand as well from the information you gave us today, you've expanded the potential use of trip credits so that if there is an inability to actually address the number of trips, there's a way to address that with trip credits, yes?
Correct.
Could you remind us what that is again, please?
Sure. In the previous draft that went to the Planning Commission, the third tier, average daily trips, did not allow the application of trip credits to meet that objective standard. And with the revised condition, we've made it so that trip credits would be allowed and could be used to help achieve the average daily trip standard.
Thanks. And then the third point I want to probe on is you've also scaled back in response to the university's expressed concerns the consequences for failure to meet these standards. So do I have that correct?
I haven't scaled them back exactly, except for the case of ADT. You could make that statement.
Excuse me, Mr. Bradley. I will let you answer, but I just want to be clear. Under the old language, if they didn't meet the ADT standards, then they were in violation and development stopped. Yes.
Correct.
That is no longer the case.
If ADT is out of compliance in the same annual monitoring period as either Tier 1 or Tier 2, which is commute trips or reverse trips, the same consequence could be achieved, yes. Which is different than before.
So again, less certainty that there'll be a tough consequence if someone fails to meet the standard, yes?
For ADT, yes.
Okay. So not one, not two, but three different accommodations to the university with respect to their concerns on traffic, yes?
Correct.
And again, I want to go back to, and you don't need to flip to it, page 15 of the overhead. If we can't make the finding that traffic will not substantially worsen, then we can't approve the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you still feel that we'll be able to make that finding if we go with these mitigations, is that correct?
Yes.
And the assertion has been made by the university representatives at various times that these mitigation measures are not feasible. Do you believe they're feasible?
We did take a hard look at that in concert with our traffic consultant, AECOM, and several reports or memos have been prepared to document their findings, and those are included in the attachments to your legislative file. And we find, based on the review of past practices and TDM measure success rates overall in different categories, including what's known as residential TDM, there is opportunity to meet these requirements. They are feasible.
So they can be achieved?
Yes.
And that's the conclusion of your traffic consultant as well as your own firm, yes?
Planning staff as well, yes.
And staff shares that view, yes, Ms. Gallegos? I'm just...
Yes.
Okay. So on the issue of both housing and traffic, we're clear that the mitigations are only designed to address the direct impacts of the proposed development, yes?
Absolutely, yes.
And one of the things that's changed, and I say this as a veteran of the 20-year-ago process, is instead of focusing just on the peak hour for commute purposes, we're also now looking at the peak period, which is 3 hours both in the morning and the afternoon, yes?
That's right.
And we're also looking at reverse commutes now in a way that we wouldn't have before.
Correct.
And we're also measuring average daily trips over the course of a year, yes?
Yes.
But that's not about being more demanding. That's about making sure that we're actually measuring the trips that are occurring, simply more than 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon in one direction.
Correct.
Okay? Colleagues, we've had some conversation about the, this is a comment, by the way, this is not a question, so staff can take a breath, about the tri-party agreement from 1985. I just want to read one sentence from the tri-party agreement, which is signed by representatives of the City of Palo Alto and the county, but also by William F. Massey, Vice President for Business and Finance at Leland Stanford Junior University at the time. And it says explicitly in 2D, Stanford intends to continue to provide all municipal services to its academic facilities in the unincorporated area of Santa Clara County. Ms. Gallegos, is that in part the basis? I know it's not the only basis, but is that in part the basis for the proposed study on municipal services?
Yes, that is correct.
And now, here's this, I said no question, and obviously I had a question, so I apologize for that. But I will say this, I spent some time on this back in the year 2000. No matter what anybody thinks, I wasn't here in 1985. But in the year 2000, trying to understand what had prompted a tri-party agreement of this sort. And here's essentially what happened, colleagues, because I think it's important to the municipal services study. The university did not want to be annexed, which is the way substantial development occurs anywhere and everywhere in this county, with the exception of Stanford University. They didn't want to be annexed. Palo Alto wasn't all that wild about annexing them, but did think it would be great if they could capture the revenue generated by the Stanford Research Park and by the Stanford Shopping Center, and also by the hospital, although the first two are the principal revenue generators. So the university said, hey, we'd just as soon not have anyone governing us as a city. We'd like to remain unincorporated. The city said, we'd like to capture the revenue. And the county said, well, if you're going to stay in the unincorporated area, we need to be clear that we're not picking up the tab for services that are ordinarily provided by local municipalities. So the university said, as I read in 2D, that's okay, we'll pick up all the municipal services, and that's the trade-off for getting to be unincorporated and not having to go through LAFCO and annex. Palo Alto was okay with it because they got the revenue from the shopping center and from the research park. Stanford didn't have to go through the annexation process, and the county back in 1985 said, well, we can live with all that as long as we don't have to step in and provide those services at a cost to the larger county. So I do think it's fair, as we are envisioning yet another GUP, which gives a general use permit unlike any other in the county, that pre-approves 3.5 million square feet unlike any other in the county, that does not require annexation unlike any other in the county, to then say, hey, the trade-off for that in the document is that we have municipal services provided by the university, and we simply need to study whether or not that complement of services is or isn't being provided. I would ask the staff to consider whether or not, compared to other communities in Santa Clara County, is the right way to assess that. I think we might be better off asking, compared to other communities in the 6-mile radius, meaning in the general area where the university exists. Because all due respect, I think Menlo Park's probably a better comp than Gilroy. I just do. I think Mountain View is probably a better comp than Morgan Hill. So I'll just ask you to take a look at that. But on this issue of the municipal services study, I do think it's important to underscore the history on this and why that commitment was made. There was something in it for everybody. Whether or not we think it's a good deal or not all these years later, that's the deal that's still on the books. And to Supervisor Chavez's earlier comment, maybe it's time at some point in the foreseeable future to revisit the agreement and see whether it has stood the test of time or whether changed circumstances mean something else. I'm going to call it quits there, I think. I did want to just focus on both the housing and the traffic, because they're big. We haven't had much conversation today about the open space issues, with the exception of the folks from Mid-Penn. I am struck by the fact that I think we've had 8 different communities, plus the county of San Mateo, plus the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, plus the Palo Alto Unified School District, all expressing their concern about full mitigation for a project which, again, I'm going to close where I started, is recommended for approval of all 3.5 million square feet, which I think ought to be well received by anybody who hears that they're going to get 100% of what they asked for. Colleagues, shall we wrap it up on this item? Let me look to the County Council and make sure that the proper action is to say thank you very much, and we will continue this public hearing until our next meeting on October 22nd in the city of Palo Alto at 6 p.m. in the Palo Alto City Council Chambers, 250 Hamilton Avenue, Palo Alto, California. Thank you all very much. Thank you to the members of the public. Whatever your point of view was, I hope you felt you got heard today, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day. All right, Madam Clerk. Yes, I'm calling you. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to items 16 and 17. And we'll ask folks to exit as quietly as they can.
Thank you, and I'm going to go ahead if you don't
Please,
mind.
go ahead,
It's
forge
a little
ahead.
loud. On item 16, I'm bringing this referral forward to ask the administration, in particular Behavioral Health Services Department and ESA, to work closely with Santa Clara County Police Chiefs Association to develop a plan and a timeline for identifying and hiring law enforcement personnel for critical incident training and response. I'm requesting that the primary law enforcement personnel who should be targeted for this opportunity are officers who are on the verge of retiring or who have already retired. And I want to apologize in the typo for this recommendation. We clearly meant to say law enforcement personnel with impending retirements. The fact is that we have a hard time hiring clinicians for our community-based response to behavioral health calls and incidents with our public safety officers. In particular, we're having a hard time getting experienced clinicians who are willing to work the evening or the night hours. This is a problem the entire state is experiencing. It is not unique to our county. However, we have resources in the community, experienced law enforcement personnel with decades of experience who I believe with additional training can provide appropriate and humane responses to behavioral health related calls and incidents. We especially have an urgent need to respond to the high needs, severely mentally ill, and unhoused members of the community. I think this approach will reduce arrests, hospitalization, incarceration, length of hospital stay and jail stays, suicide attempts, victimization, and other violent behaviors. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to please post the voting panel on our screens. And we have a motion by Chavez and a second by Cortese. And Supervisor Chavez, could I just ask that we incorporate other trained professionals as identified, meaning not just law enforcement? I'm thinking that there may be retiring mental health folks out there, that I don't want to miss the opportunity to tap folks who have the criminal justice background, but I also don't want to limit it to that if you're amenable to that.
Absolutely. And, you know, as you said that, one more group that popped into my head was probation.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
So I had a sort of a broader generic, and don't forget others, please. And based on the maker's gracious willingness to incorporate that into her motion, we have 4 members who have voted. We do have 1 member away, so I'll ask the clerk to display the results with 4 members having voted. We'll indicate that the vote is 4-0 with 1 member absent, the Supervisor Ellenberg, as we noted earlier. All right, on to the next item, please.
Want me to start 17?
Please.
Yep. Item 17, Supervisor Cortese and I are bringing forward. Almaden Valley and South San Jose are unique and special places in our county. The potential of adding connecting trails while preserving open space is exciting. As most of us know, making this connection a reality will require coordination with multiple stakeholders, dozens of private landowners, and a number of governmental jurisdictions. I want to emphasize the report back should include both the potential for SB1 funding for this first phase and an analysis of what the current climate looks like regarding overall time, cost, willingness of property owners, etc. This project is in D1, and as the supervisor, I am sure I and very likely my successor will be involved in this endeavor for years to come. I want us to walk into this with our eyes wide open and not make any promises to the public that we cannot keep due to factors not in our control. And with that, President Simitian, I'll make the motion when the screen
We'll ask
appears.
the clerk to please display the voting panel on our screen. We'll let Supervisor Wasserman lean forward and make the motion. We'll get a second from Supervisor Cortese. Thank you. We'll ask all 4 members to please vote on the screen. That has now been done. We'll ask the clerk to display the results, and we'll announce that the measure passes 4-0 with 1 member absent. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any remaining items? We do. Let's go to the next one. 4. Oh my gosh. All right. What's next? Report from the county executive and from the county council. Why don't we go to the county council until the county executive can return?
The county executive's asked me to deliver his report on his behalf.
Thank you.
He had one item that he wanted to share with the board. This is related to PG&E's announced public safety power shutoff. PG&E is anticipating a 2-phase weather event that's impacting the Bay Area tomorrow and Thursday, which may severely damage its infrastructure and is reminiscent of the weather patterns that occurred during the 2017 North Bay fires. They are anticipating a public safety power shutdown in over 25 counties in California. They have indicated that they may begin de-energizing their transmission and distribution infrastructure as early as midnight tonight. However, our county is most likely to be affected around midday tomorrow. They have estimated that approximately 38,000 customers, PG&E customers in Santa Clara County, will be affected, 1,000 of which are medical baseline customers, both in unincorporated areas as well as within several cities, both on the eastern and western side of Santa Clara County will be affected. PG&E states, by the way, that every customer is on average representative of 3 individuals, so that means about 100,000 people in Santa Clara County will be potentially affected by the shutoff. They have already begun notifications to affected customers. They have put up maps on their website. We have distributed information to all county employees, including with links to those maps that show the areas that are affected. In addition, the county's EOC is coordinating supplemental notifications of medical baseline customers that have not acknowledged receipt of PG&E's notifications. PG&E is warning that it may take as long as 5 days to re-energize all of the impacted infrastructure, so people need to be prepared for a prolonged power outage. The EOC, which is already activated, is going to shift beginning tonight, throughout the night into a 24-hour operation, and will be providing resources both in terms of supporting the unincorporated areas of the county where we have direct responsibilities, but also in support of coordination for the entire operational area, including several cities that we expect will be standing up their own EOCs in response to this incident. So again, information has been shared with county employees describing the power shutoff. We are providing notifications to the public. There's information on our website as well as on PG&E's website about this event.
Thank you very much.
So I just have two requests just on that report. One is, you may recall, colleagues, that I'd asked to make sure we engaged IHSS workers, and I think this, just the medical folks that you talked about mean that we should make sure we're doing that. And then second, I wanted to ask, James, through you, to ask Dr. Smith if we could get an off-agenda report on the progress of the changes in the rake in terms of working to make sure that we're segregating children of different ages, and then also to get an update on the search for an appropriate FRC on the east side of the county.
And I have noted both those requests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Simitian?
Yes.
Whenever my turn is, I just have something on this item.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. A few days ago, in anticipation of this meeting, my staff began to process a referral requesting something that we requested at CSFC already regarding an analysis of potential sites available for the Family Resource Center. Supervisor Chavez and I had actually suggested some specific areas to go look around, particularly around our main transit hub in the east side. My staff was told that, it's probably good that council's handling this item, my staff was told that such a referral shouldn't be filed because of collective bargaining issues. It doesn't, I'm trying to get clarity on that. It doesn't seem like we should be stifled from talking about basic operational issues regarding the location, the site, the service delivery of the various services that are there without getting into meet and confer or collective bargaining items. And if that's the case, I'd like to make sure that we bring that item back next month. And I'm asking because the response, let me clarify, why I'm asking the county executive's report is because that response came from the administration, from the management side of the operation. I just want to make sure I'm clear to go forward or not.
Yeah, it's certainly fine to have discussions around the services being rendered and locations and so forth.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Williams, have we had your report yet?
No, the next item is the County Council's report. At the October 7, 2019 closed session, by a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Cortese absent, the board authorized the county to file or join amicus curiae briefs in lawsuits including East Bay Sanctuary Covenant et al. Versus Barr et al., U.S. Court of Appeals for Ninth Circuit, case number 19-16487, in support of challenges to the federal government's rule barring asylum for those who have not first applied for and been denied asylum in a transit country. And that concludes my report.
Thank you.
President Simitian?
Please.
Just for the record, I just want to ask council to clarify that I was in attendance at the closed session except for the first 30 minutes approximate, which is why my absence showed up on that particular item, but
Correct.
I was not absent for the entire closed session.
Yes, just
Thank
with
you.
respect to that item.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. On James, on your report, I'm curious about when our next closed session will be, if that's been scheduled.
Yes, we'll be holding a closed session on Saturday afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, colleagues? Then without objection and hearing none, we'll deem the report received. And that takes us to the next item on our agenda, and that is item number 23. And Mr. Draper is not one of you three people. Who's going to present on this?
I'll present.
Thank you. Key Lee, Director, Office of Supportive Housing.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm here with Dave Berry from Facilities and Fleet and Hillary Broga from the Office of Supportive Housing. We have prepared a presentation, but if it's okay with the board, we'll just sort of summarize the report and be open for questions, if that's okay.
I think that would be well received. Thank you.
Thank you. The administration has been exploring the potential for permanent supportive housing and affordable housing on the Civic Center campus, but today's report is really shares our progress on citing and developing a program for temporary shelter or interim housing. The report summarizes some key aspects of our progress. First, in terms of the location, we are we have identified the south side of the former City Hall with a little setback from Mission Street as the site for the program. The report also summarizes the program intention of providing emergency shelter or interim housing for homeless families with children. We talk about the structures and provide a cost estimate for the ongoing operations and the one-time cost to purchase equipment and the structures, as well as the on-site improvements. And finally, based on sort of the board's feedback today, we'll continue our community engagement and plan to bring back implementing actions in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I will be happy to move receipt of this report. And I do just want to compliment the staff for working with the community. And I know that they're very, my community, which is normally a community that says yes to a lot of things, is unhappy because they have been watching us in the city of San Jose and the pressure to put more affordable housing or more people who are chronically homeless in communities that are more willing to accept them and not in other parts of the county. So I just wanted to say that I think their resentment is somewhat justified, or not somewhat, is definitely justified. What I would like to do today is to make sure that when the report comes back that we highlight that this is for families with minor children, and that the project will include a high fence that will have a strictly controlled access, that we are clear that I know we're not accepting walk-up clients, but that we make that clear both to all of our providers and to the community as a whole. And that we know up front that the sheriff will respond to security issues. I'll just make this point to my colleagues that the neighborhood really wanted the sheriff's office to be the responding agency. And then I know we're going to have a high fence because we want to be protective of those who are in the facility, but I just want to make sure it's one that we understand will be secured in a way that's not easy to be pushed in from the back. And I'm more responding to what I've seen in other situations, that I just want to make sure we're being very protective of those who are going to be in our community. And then the last thing that I would like to just make sure I say to my colleagues is that one of the issues that I think that we're going to need to address is just making sure that we are doing a better job publicly of letting folks know of all the investments we're making countywide, because some of their concerns are related really to the city of San Jose and not what we're doing at the county. And I want to make sure that we are able to tell that story to our neighbors that are around here directly. And with that I would like those included in the motion, and then I make a motion.
So we're going to ask the clerk to please post the voting panel on our screen.
And President Smith.
Yes. Go right ahead.
I'll second the motion for discussion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez, I don't think you mentioned it, nor has the administration, but I'm curious about what I consider to be kind of the larger issue here is the application to do permanent supportive housing as well as potentially interim housing, again, on a permanent basis on the site. That application with the city of San Jose, when I talked to county executive about a week ago, he indicated that the application has not yet been filed, and was indicating that perhaps you folks are looking for some more direction from the board. I thought the direction was, and I remember Supervisor Wasserman emphasizing it specifically, is to get the application filed so that the clock's ticking. They promised a one-year turnaround, and then to come back to the board and let us deal with specific issues in terms of utilization of the site, building footprints, things like that. Now, perhaps that's not possible to proceed that way, but I'm just looking for how soon can we get that application filed? It's a lot of people heard us make those statements, and a lot of people are asking that question. And it's been, as you know, a number of months since we first set down that course after the so-called Soprano proposal to pursue our own development application with the city. So again, just looking for the timeline on that.
Yes, hello, this is Dave Barry, Chief of Facilities Planning, Facilities and Fleet. Yes, Supervisor, we are endeavoring to get that application in as soon as possible. We still have some more work to do on that, and we want to bring it back to the board for direction. We need to know how the whole site is going to play out before we submit a application for a particular project. So we are endeavoring to get that to you as soon as possible.
Well, we've had the discussion about whether or not the board is willing to proceed without knowing what's happening entirely with the rest of the site. And I thought the board's direction was we want to take the prudent risk of moving forward, the majority of the board at least, with that development application on the basis that we may not know what's going to happen to the rest of the site for quite some time because of master planning issues. So I don't think I'm speaking incorrectly or out of turn on that. But I would just ask by way of it's not really a referral because it's already out there, but just urge that you come back and get whatever direction you think you don't have as soon as possible so that we can all be on the same page. I don't want me and other board members out there professing to people that it's imminent that we file this application, and then perhaps on your side you're thinking you can't do it yet, and we're just not communicating well if that's the case. So I know it's not agendized per se today, although this is Civic Center campus, but I mean, it's not fair if you're not prepared to deal with that more specifically. But if it's not imminent, then I think it needs to come back, and the board needs to talk with you about that as a whole.
Yeah, I would characterize it as that it's coming as soon as possible. We just want to make sure that we coordinate both internally and also with the City of San Jose before we bring it back to the board with direction to move forward with the location of a project. Also, I think Office of Supportive Housing might want to weigh in on its development process, that it's currently procuring services for such a project.
Sure, I'll just add to what Dave said. Sort of once we have board's approval for the sort of site plan and where some of the developments might go, we would sort of then turn to our qualified pool of developers for them to develop the project and then submit the application. So we won't have a qualified pool until the end of the calendar year, though.
So just so I could be clear, are you saying it's been a while since I filed a development application at the city or reviewed one, although certainly have a lot of experience on both sides of that. Are you saying you can't file the application that they're looking for without a site plan, that they won't accept a development application to start the process? If you are, that's fine.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I wasn't clear on the memorandum that was provided to us by my now Chief of Staff, former City Council member, Don Rocha, almost a year ago from the Planning Department, that an actual site plan was part of the requirement. They laid out the timeline of 1 year, which would have been right about now, and they indicated they could fast track it because it would be outside the urban village restrictions on the general plan. So I may have missed something, but again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So you guys are the professionals on land use and the experts, but there's a gap here in information, I guess I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, so according to the outline letter from, I think, Rosalind Huey, at the time of which we were looking at moving forward with the demolition of the annex building at the former City Hall, they indicated the process that we'd go through, the conditional use plan and so forth. But that process would entail outlining for them where on the site we would intend to build that structure.
At the point of application? I'm asking a very specific question.
Yes,
Okay.
when we make that application, we would have to indicate what the project is, where it's located, and so forth. And in order for us to determine all of that, we need to have some semblance of a concept of how the rest of the site is going to be developed in the future. Not to a fine grain of detail, but we need to know basically, the general locations of everything, and we have to coordinate that with the ongoing operations of the site, with this facility, with the reentry resource center and so forth.
But you have been working on that since last year.
We've been working on that as well as the proposal that we have before you.
Well, maybe you can give us an off-agenda report on when you expect to come back to the board. I'm just trying to get the timing. I don't want to put you on the spot for a date on the calendar right now, but once you've had a couple of days to look at your file, if you can give us an off-agenda report as a full board as to when that item will be coming back, I think that'd be very helpful. And we're getting pressed by people who want answers out there.
Sure.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Chavez and a second by Cortese. We'll ask all four members, please vote on the screen. That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to display the results overhead so we can announce the motion carries 4-0 with one member absent. That would be Supervisor Ellenberg. Madam Clerk, I think we have one last item. Is that correct? Item 28. And how this one ended up at the end of our day, I do not know, but there you go.
Thank you, President Smitty. Paul Lorenz, CEO for Valley Medical Center. I'm here with Laura Rosas, our Chief Compliance and Privacy Officer, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
I have two suggestions, and then I'm going to ask you to bring this back in a couple of weeks. Okay? The two suggestions are, I think the anticipated surveillance impact report for St. Louis Regional Hospital is very close. I also think that the surveillance technology use policy is very close. There are two issues I'd like to ask you to address if you can, and I think you can because others have done so previously. There is language both in the impact report, but also in the proposed use policy about data sharing when behavior or activity appears to be unauthorized, improper, illegal, or in furtherance of illegal activity. And that's some language that I think is carried over from other surveillance use policies. We've removed the word improper from others and/or substituted another word, and I would ask you to just work with the County Counsel's office and Mr. Coelho in particular, who can help you find some language that I think will pass muster. Problem with is improper, pretty vague, and if that's the basis for data sharing, I'm just going to be very direct here. I don't want somebody thinking that 3 kids of color hanging out outside is improper. And, that's kind of when you go down that path, that's where things can take you. So that was part of it. The other, and this is a more substantive one, but again, one that can, I think, be easily resolved, is on item 10, oversight. There's no indication that there will be any process for auditing compliance. And we've had language like that in other use policies, and I can't recall whether we've had it in other use policies for cameras in particular, but all well and good to say that the Health and Hospital Systems Facilities Department and Protective Services Office and/or their written designees will oversee compliance with this surveillance use policy. But there needs to be some kind of a clear requirement in the use policy that there's an audit process, that somebody's going to be double checking, looking over the shoulder, checking to see who's accessed. Not saying that that needs to be 24/7 for some fairly routine surveillance cameras, frankly, but there does need to be something there, both so that if there's a problem, we identify it, and also as a deterrent so that people know you go take a look when you're not authorized, there are consequences for that. And I think that should all be doable in the next weekend. I know we have a convoluted process for what gets to our board, but I would simply ask that we continue this item for 2 weeks, colleagues, and put it on the agenda at the next meeting. Without objection, so ordered on a unanimous basis. Does that work? Yeah.
President, if I may make a
Yes,
comment. Thank
please.
you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Supervisor.
No problem. I took my last tour of St. Louis 2 weeks ago. I understand the outdated system that exists. I understand the limitations, lack of coverage, different things like that. So I appreciate your saying this comes back in 2 weeks. And then I also appreciate under the background about once the project is approved, it's anticipated the design build request for proposals would be completed in October 2019, which is now. So if we're delayed a couple of weeks, I assume that'll get backed up a couple of weeks, or is that still ongoing?
Thank you, Supervisor. We can run this in parallel with the anticipation of the board date so that when the board does in fact approve it, we can move forward with the project.
Thank you. I think any amendments or such that may come forward of concern of other supervisors would not affect where the cameras are or what type of system you buy or how many megabytes of backup or memory. So the design build, if you can continue with that, that would be great. Thank you. I look forward to hearing this in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Then once again, without objection, item is continued for 2 weeks. We'll see it then. I think these are easily resolvable, very close. Thank you for the very good effort. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Sorry for your long day for essentially 2 or 3 words. All right. Then, given the fact that everybody's moving for the exits, I'm going to discern that is not only the last item on our agenda, which the clerk is confirming, but I'm going to say, without objection and most definitely not hearing any, we are adjourned with a reminder that we have a closed session apparently on Saturday because our previous closed session was continued, and that the Stanford GUP hearing has also been continued to October the 22nd. Thank you all.